Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Sassy Deku Becomes Teacher. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. This will be easier for both of us if you just come quietly. The vigilante's voice echoes down the dark alley, reaching the ears of the fleeing criminal. The woman turns around to make one last stand. Stay back, she yells. You don't know what I can do. You have a sort of disassembly quirk. Cement turns to rocks, rocks to gravel, gravel to sand, all at the touch of a finger. It's frankly more annoying and destructive than harmful. He sighs, pulling out his handgun. Please don't make this difficult. She turns to run again, sliding her hand against the brick wall to her right. The brick turns to falling stones as the unlicensed hero lines up his shot. He fires, a bullet lodging into the criminal's calf. The woman falls to the ground, rolling over to face her assailant. When she slams her hand into the pavement between them, nothing happens. What? She asks. Why isn't it my quirk? Why won't it work? The vigilante holds up his handgun. Bullets laced with quirk suppressants. Don't worry, it's only temporary. He walks to her as she scrambles back. Unsurprisingly, he's faster. One well-placed smack in the head with the butt of his gun and the woman is out cold. He hauls her up on his shoulder and sets off into the night. Detective Tsukachi Naomasa is disappointed but not surprised to find the unconscious woman in a holding cell the next morning. He also isn't surprised to find the envelope on his desk. The woman in the cell is the person who robbed the jewelry store on Main. Sorry it took so long to bring her in. I also hear I have a nickname. Glad to know I'm that important. Signed, Undefined, I guess. Tsukachi sighs. This isn't something new or unexpected. The vigilante has been leaving the Force little gifts in the way of criminals, clues or breakthroughs on non-public cases, and even small-time villains for a few years now. The fact that the security cameras were wiped of about half an hour of footage, during which the woman was placed in her cell, was also not unexpected. Undefined wouldn't have lasted long if he weren't that careful. Why was he named Undefined? The police know next to nothing about him. No identity, no age, no description from people he brought in, not even his quirk. None of the DNA brought in with his catches pops up in the system. Only that he seems to be male. Everything else was undefined. Life was not kind to Izuku. At least, he thinks his name is Izuku. That's what he was always called. Then again, everyone around him always had a strange name that revolved around their quirks as he was growing up. Izuku didn't seem related to a quirk. Not like he had a quirk, anyway. Izuku felt pretty safe in saying that Izuku was his real name. At 14, Izuku was not doing what 14-year-olds should. Instead of cramming for high school entrance exams, he was cramming on different poisons and paralytics. Instead of going for ice cream with friends or a date after school, he was prowling the streets past midnight, searching for criminals. Instead of texting in class, he was busy leaving bad people and semi-cryptic notes at the police station. In case you haven't put the pieces together yet, Izuku is undefined. Why did Izuku become a vigilante? Well, that's a long story. Long, bloody, and tragic. Let's just say that he was forced to do some unsavory things, and wants to make up for it. And honestly, does someone really need a reason to do good? Something else about Izuku is that he loves heroes. Well, quirks in general, but mostly heroes. You say the word, and he starts listing the top 10, both in the public eye and underground. Give him 2 quirks, and he could tell you ways both sides could win. He's a strategist at heart. If pro heroes started getting anonymous recommendations for how to better use their quirks in their agencies, Izuku had no clue how that could have happened. Not in the slightest. It makes Izuku pretty happy when he sees the villain fights and the responding heroes are using the tips he definitely did not leave on their desks for them. For example, Midnight containing her sleep pheromones so she could launch them as projectiles and knock out faraway enemies. Or Pixie Bob using her earth beasts to search out and rescue people in danger. Or underground hero Eraserhead pinning his hair down with something so enemies can't tell if he's using his quirk on them or not. Like he is now to Izuku as he leaves the precinct from giving them an envelope of his theories on a string of murders that has been occurring recently. I take it you're undefined. The hero asks from the shadows. Oh my god, you're Eraserhead. I can't believe I'm meeting a pro hero. I can't believe they're sending pros after me. Like, I get that I'm a vigilante and that's illegal and stuff, but you'd think they would have started sending pros before now if they were going to in the first place. Izuku rambles without looking behind him to the hero. I'm surprised you know who I am. Of course I do. Are you covering your hair? I think you're pretty smart, and it wouldn't be smart to skip out on a piece of advice like that. Could you deactivate your quirk, though? It's doing nothing except send chills down my spine. No can do. Not until you go inside so I can ask you a few questions. Izuku shakes his head. I don't think you'd like my answers. Actually, I'm almost positive. It's probably best for both of us if I just leave now. I'll scrub the security feed and no one will ever know that you caught me and I got away. You sound pretty cocky. And how do you know you'll be getting away from me? Call it a hunch. Sorry for this, by the way, he says, pulling a flashbang from his pocket and throwing it over his shoulder, booking it down an alley across from the station. When Aizawa's vision returned, the vigilante was gone. Only when the sun starts coming up does he stop his search. When Tsukachi arrives to the station to find the hero Eraserhead sitting at his desk with an open file, he is less than thrilled. Met your pen pal last night, Aizawa says, not looking up from the file. He really wasn't what I expected. Tsukachi quirks an eyebrow. Really? What was he, then? He was calm. He was smart, resourceful. He was actually excited to see a pro. He was curious and somewhat caring. He was somewhat sarcastic. He was so many things. You know what he wasn't? Aizawa slams the folder he's holding onto the desk in frustration. He wasn't cooperative in the least. He refused to answer questions. He tried to give me an out for when he escaped. He pauses, taking a deep breath. He said something, though. Something that doesn't make a lot of sense. What is it? Tsukachi, I think this man might be quirkless. Izuku was around 9 when he escaped that place. His safe haven was a small bookstore on the edge of town. He spent hours daily there, thumbing through book after book. After maybe a month, he knew the store so well, he was directing customers to the correct sections and using his analytical skills to suggest new books to patrons after hearing the last 3 they read. When customers started seeking the boy out intentionally, the owner of the bookstore, Ito Eiko, knew something had to change. Hey, kid, you want a job? Izuku looked up from his book to see Ito standing over him. What? He asked, confused. You do more around here than the actual employees. I feel bad I'm not paying you. What's your name? Izuku, ma'am. I would like that job, I think. All right, you don't gotta tell me now, but I'm gonna have to know your full name if you're gonna work here. Let me go get you the paperwork. She turned to leave. No, ma'am, that is my full name. Ito froze before turning to face the boy. Really? Well, that won't do. Give me a second. She leaned in close to the boy, squinting as she peered at him, scanning his face for something. What? He didn't know. I got it, she said suddenly, pulling back. Midoriya Izuku. Get it? It's 'cause your eyes and hair are green. She leaned back with a smug smirk, then went off to get the paperwork. He fell asleep in the armchair he sat in and woke up on the back room couch. By the age of 10, Izuku had a name, a job, and a home. At age 15, Izuku still works at the bookstore, still uses the name Midoriya, and still lives in the back room. Life is good, despite the fact that he almost got caught last night. Then the hero Eraserhead walks in the door of the store. Good afternoon, sir. Can I help you with anything? Izuku says sweetly. The hero startles. Maybe the voice sounds familiar, maybe he just wasn't expecting it. I'm good, thanks. Izuku smiles and goes back to shelving and reorganizing the books in front of him. It's not like his voice changed overnight or anything. What did was his tone, persona, whatever you want to call it. Izuku and Undefined might as well be 2 different people. Where Izuku was friendly, Undefined wanted nothing more than to not have to talk. Izuku was nice, and Undefined was somewhat sarcastic. Izuku was always happy to help, and Undefined was, for the most part, only looking out for himself. Izuku was naive and Undefined knew 73 ways to kill a man with nothing more than a plastic fork. Izuku was who he could have been. Undefined was who he was forced to be, but with a better cause. Neither was an act or a mask put on to keep his lives separate. They were both different aspects of him, completely natural. It's why he's sure Eraserhead won't recognize him. The hero leaves without incident, and Izuku breathes a sigh of relief. Even if he was sure the pro wouldn't connect the dots, it's still nerve-wracking to be that close to someone who can wreck life as you know it. It was a clear Tuesday night when Undefined made his move on the drug cartel that had sprung up in southern Musutafu. The cartel sold the drugs that you always hear about, but their main focus was a quirk-enhancing drug. After it's taken, the drug boosts the user's quirk to 1.75 times its normal strength. Using a quirk beyond its natural capacity completely wrecks a person's body, though, and emergency rooms were filling up too quickly for the vigilante's liking. He knows trying to take down a whole cartel on his own is stupid and reckless, but he's done more, done worse, done more difficult, all before the age of 9. He would be damned if he let a little something like being wildly outnumbered intimidate him. He sits in the rafters of the old warehouse the cartel is using as a base of operations, handgun ready. Tonight's bullets were laced in a fast-acting tranquilizer. Slowly, he begins picking off people at the fringes of the group, trying to incapacitate as many as possible before getting to the more densely packed group, so as to not get caught. The vigilante isn't the only one who thought tonight was a good time to attack the cartel. Undefined only gets through about 10 members before glass smashes and a pink mist begins to float throughout the room. As the people below start dropping like flies, Undefined hurries from his perch and sprints to his exit. Shit, what's with heroes using my tips against me these days? He thinks as he reaches the window he entered through. Before he could jump out, a gray scarf wraps around his torso, holding him securely in the building. He can feel Eraserhead's cold gaze on his back. Hey, nice to see you again, Undefined says, not turning around. Sorry about your eyes. Want to let me go? Eraserhead doesn't acknowledge his captive. Midnight, he says. And the pink mist envelops the vigilante as his world goes dark. Aizawa is a man of simple tastes. Black coffee, cats, not being made a fool of by a vigilante who has apparently been sending heroes snippets of advice to improve their quirks. You know, the little things. So when he gets the chance to learn the identity of the guy that got away, he was definitely going to take it. Undefined had crumpled to the ground face down when Midnight had activated her quirk. Aizawa rolls him over and pulls back his hood. He jumps slightly when he sees the face. Midnight, he says in disbelief. This is a kid. Izuku wakes up in a holding cell. Well, isn't this ironic? His gun is gone, as are his extra bullets, his knives, his smoke bombs and flashbangs. All he has are the clothes on his back. Morning, kid. Outside the cell, Eraserhead sits in a folding chair, holding a manila folder, ready to answer my questions. Izuku sighs and lays back down on the bench. Could I not? What time is it, anyway? It's 8:38 a.m. The boy bolts straight up. I have to go. Good luck with that. You're stuck here till they let you go. If they let you go. The hero opens the folder. They really don't have anything on you. How old are you, kid? You don't understand. I have to go. I have to leave now. He grabs the bars and stares at Eraserhead intensely. I have a job. Ito's gonna be so worried. Oh God, what if she fires me? Eraser, you have to let me go, now. Ito, like you're that kid. You're the kid that works in the bookstore. The pro looks back at the imprisoned child. I knew your voice sounded familiar. Why didn't I put the pieces together? I don't know, and I also don't care. Let me work my shift, please. I need my job. Izuku's begging at this point. You'll know where to find me later, just please let me go. Eraser shakes his head. Let me go talk with the detective in charge of your case. Even if we let you go, we can't leave you alone. You realize that, right? I don't care. When Izuku arrives at the store, Ito pulls him into a hug. Kid, where have you been? You're never late. You live here, why were you not here? I'm sorry, Ito. I ran into some trouble last night. I'm fine, though. Don't worry. I guess that's all that matters. Go get changed, Izuku. You have customers waiting. And who's the guy? Ito casts a glance behind Izuku to Eraserhead. He would be the aftermath of the trouble I ran into, I think. He hugs the woman tighter. I'm glad to be back, Ito. So, your name's Izuku? Eraser asks when Izuku comes out of his back room in uniform. Don't, the boy replies. I'll answer your questions after my shift. Just let me have this tiny slice of normalcy before you wreck it all. He sighs when it looks like the hero wants to say something else. Please, Eraserhead. Aizawa. Izuku cocks his head in confusion. In public, call me Aizawa. I'm underground so people don't invade my personal life. If someone connects me to my hero alias when I'm dressed like a civilian, life will get annoying. Don't worry, kid. I don't plan on bothering you while you're working. Thank you, Aizawa. True to his word, Aizawa doesn't bother Izuku at all during his shift. He also doesn't let the vigilante too far out of his sight. At the end of his shift, changes from his uniform into a plain white t-shirt that said probably human in English and some sweatpants. When met with Aizawa's judging glance, he says, What? I assume this will take a while and I want to be comfortable. Then came the see you laters, because Izuku was not doing a goodbye. I'll be back at some point, Ito. Maybe check if Mikado can cover my shift tomorrow, though. Izuku smiles brightly. Everything is fine, Ito, he says, preempting the woman's concern. I promise, everything is okay. I just have to talk to the police about last night's trouble. I'll be okay. Before she can protest, Izuku is sliding into the passenger seat of Aizawa's car. Izuku looks to the hero. Drive. It's nice to finally be able to match a face to the notes, Undefined. Izuku sits in an interrogation room across from a plain-looking man who came in with a trench coat. My name is Tsukachi. I have a few questions I'd like you to answer. Do I really have a choice? Izuku asks, knowing the answer already. Not really, the detective says. What's your name and age? Izuku rests his arm on the table, propping his head up on his fist. He bounces his leg anxiously. Izuku, 15. Izuku, I meant your full name. Does it matter? The small room makes Izuku anxious. Being in police custody makes it worse. Being questioned on the one part of his life no one was supposed to know about might as well send the anxiety snowball rolling down the mountain. He can't really help it if he's a little rude. At the detective's silence, Izuku says, Fine. It's Midoriya Izuku. You're lying. Believe it or not, I want to help you. But I can't do that if you lie to me. Lie detection quirk. Great. Izuku is it. Izuku is my full name. Midoriya is the name Ito gave me when she gave me my job. Izuku might not even be my real name. I don't know. Happy. Where are your parents? Why hasn't anyone reported you missing? I'm not in the system. You can't report something missing that no one knew existed in the first place. Tsukachi sits silently, probably trying to detect a lie he won't find. I'm sure you can tell that I'm telling the truth. I'm also sure you can tell that I meant it when I said I wasn't in the system. I'm not. Wasn't born in a hospital. Wasn't registered after birth. Wasn't registered for a quirk. I never went to a hospital, opened a bank account, had a credit card or a traceable phone number. You can't find me through any records, except maybe a security camera feed here or there. No childhood friends, nothing. I am a ghost that the government is just learning about the existence of now. Honestly, maybe you guys should have called me Ghost instead of Undefined. It rolls off the tongue easier. I'm rambling. It's honest rambling, but it's rambling all the same. I'm sorry, it's a problem. Izuku barely takes a breath during his whole monologue, taking a deep breath as soon as he stops. That explains a lot. Tsukachi shifts in his chair, writing something down in the manila folder. Izuku freezes. Please don't do that. The detective stops. Don't do what? Write it down. Write anything down. The boy grabs his hair, pulling like it will undo his previous speech if he pulls hard enough. I've said too much. I did. They have moles. They have moles. They're gonna find me. It's been 6 years. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. I can't go back. They're gonna find me. They can't find me. Not again. Not again, please. Izuku stands up quickly, sending his chair flying into the wall behind him as he sobs hysterically. I won't go back. I won't go back. They're monsters. I can't. They're gonna find me. I can't let them find me. Not again, he yells, voice breaking as the tears fall. He presses himself into the wall behind him, crumpling to the ground as he mutters not again to himself repeatedly. Izuku, look at me, Tsukachi says in a soft, calm voice. Izuku takes his head out of his knees to look at the man, still crying. The detective holds up the folder he was just writing in before placing it on the floor and sliding it away from him. I'm not writing. I'm not writing. You're safe here. Izuku, I need you to breathe in for 4 seconds, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. Now hold it for 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're doing great. Now breathe out for 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good. Feeling any better? Izuku swipes at his face, wiping the tears away as he nods. I'm sorry. His voice is small and weak, a stark contrast to his screams not a minute earlier. Thank you. There's no need to apologize. Can I keep asking questions? His voice is calm and measured, like one you would use to talk to a small, frightened child. I suppose he actually is. When the boy nods, Tsukachi continues his interrogation, trying to stick with safer topics. Where do you live? The back room of Ito's bookstore. Aizawa can take you there if you need it. Please don't scare Ito, though. She doesn't deserve it. Where do you go to school? I don't. I teach myself. Going to school means being in the system, and if I'm in the system, they can find me. Izuku's breath hitches before Tsukachi can ask his next question. Izuku, why did you become a vigilante? Silence fills the room, growing deafening until Izuku says quietly, to make up for what I've done. Izuku is 7 when he's sent out on his first mission. Since he was 5, he's been forced to make plans for these monsters. These absolute monsters. Many people have gone down at the hands of his mind. Now, it's going to be by his hands. Hey, kid, are you lost? His target, a blonde man with an intelligence-enhancing quirk and unpaid debts to a contract killer, asks. His knife weighs heavy in the boy's pocket. It's a simple job. Stab the guy and run. If caught, he could say the guy attacked him and he defended himself as best he could. It was an accident. He was so scared. He'd probably get off scot-free on pity points alone. Just stab him. He couldn't do it. No, sir. My mommy took my sister to that store over there, but the smells hurt my head, so I'm waiting here for them. Izuku points to a soap store. So long as everything is okay, I'll leave you be, then. The man turns to walk away. He gets about 3 steps before getting sniped in the head. Izuku falls on his back in surprise before he pushes himself up, crying. He runs to an exit before 2 hands grab him, one around his torso and the other on his mouth. The job was simple. You should have just done what you were told. Now the people in that mall are freaking out because we had to clean up your mess, Lock and Key says with a snarl. Lock and Key was mid-level in King's Ransom, the organization that took Izuku's life out of his control. His quirk kept someone from saying certain words, but had to be refreshed monthly. I can't kill someone. I can't. Please don't make me do it again. I'll give you good plans. Really, really good plans. Just don't make me do it again. Izuku begs. His next hit is scheduled for next week. This one goes flawlessly. And the one after that. And the one after that. Izuku has more kills to his name than some villains by the time he escapes. No matter how hard he scrubs, no matter whether or not his hands are physically clean, he can never wash off all the blood. His mother is dead, his father is a stranger, and his life is ruined, has been before it even began. To make up for what I've done. The room falls back into that deafening silence, neither occupant willing to speak. Izuku laughs a hollow, broken laugh. I told Eraser you guys wouldn't like my answers. I've got to go make some calls. I might have more questions later, but we're done for now. The detective grabs his coat from his chair and leaves the room, not touching the folder on the floor. Afternoon, Principal Nedzu. I have some. Sukachi stops, trying to decide how to describe it. He gives up. News. I have some news. Though, the mammalian principal sounds intrigued. Of course, even bad news could sound amazing in that twisted mind of his. The detective starts, we caught Undefined. You could hear Nedzu's smile through the phone. Of course, he was always smiling. Sadistic little shit. But this one was audible. Good. Did he agree to come teach at UA? You know, that kind of skill set could be quite useful in training the heroes of tomorrow. I didn't ask him. I don't actually think I can, legally. Sukachi grabs the bridge of his nose. Nedzu, he's a kid. A 15-year-old had police and heroes alike chasing their tail for the past, 3 years. He doesn't have a full name. He lives in a bookstore. And he does our job better than we do, sometimes. He's smart as hell. And has skills to boot, but I have to wonder what made him collect that skill set. 15, you say. Interesting. And how is his education? Non-existent. He's never gone to school. He said he teaches himself, but I don't know what grade that would put him in. His vocabulary doesn't seem terrible, at least. Good to know. Would you come bring me to meet him? I'm by your desk. Sukachi sighs. Of course you are. Izuku didn't expect Sukachi to come back with anyone, much less an upright dog. Maybe it's a giant mouse. A small bear. Hello, Izuku. Oh God, it talks. Yes, I talk. Oh God, it can read minds. Actually, you're speaking aloud. Shit, what are you? Izuku asks tentatively. I'm not quite sure myself. It isn't important. I want to offer you a job. I have a job. I am happy at my job. Izuku turns to Sukachi. Do I have to give up my job because of this? Sukachi shrugs. Useful. Then, I would like to offer you an education, followed by a job, hopefully. Izuku stares blankly at the thing that talks. My name is Nedzu. I am the principal of UA High, a prestigious school that puts out some of the country's best heroes. I want to offer you a recommendation into the hero course. Hero course? Izuku asks, not quite comprehending yet. You want me, but I've hurt people. I can't. You don't want. I'm not a good person. I can't be a hero. His protests grew as his mind put two and two together. I don't deserve it, he finishes sullenly. I don't care, the rat says succinctly, making Izuku's bowed head whip up to meet its eyes. The good detective here told me a bit of your situation. You'll be surrounded by pros. Whoever you're worried about finding you will have a terrible time reaching you. Come to UA, Izuku. The boy's eyes shine with happiness and tears. Really? Thank you, Nedzu. Of course, we'll do our best to keep you off record. And you have to pass the exam for recommended students. But I doubt that'll give you any trouble. I would also like to have you teach a class, even if you don't pass. Wait, what? Izuku asks in utter disbelief. Teach a class? Why? What do you think I can teach them? Sukachi steps into the conversation. A vigilante remaining free for 3 years is impressive. Not being caught on a single security camera or giving anyone a good chance to describe you in all that time, even more rare. Bringing in as many criminals and villains as you did, however, is unprecedented. I would almost say impossible, except you clearly proved it is possible. You outwitted the police and the heroes on your case. And before you ask, we started sending pros after you maybe a quarter of the way through your second active year. To teach future heroes your skills and to tell them of your experiences would be invaluable to their progression. Your quirk analysis is formidable on its own, but everything else turns you into the best damn thing these students will get during their training to become heroes. I'll see you at the exam, Izuku. Until then. Nedzu hops out of the chair and leaves the interrogation room. Let's get you back to the bookstore, Sukachi says before shepherding the boy out of the room. The entrance exam has 3 main aspects, not including the written exam and the quirk evaluation, reconnaissance, rescue, and combat. During the recon portion, 5 pro heroes that specialize in stealth will hide in UAS Artificial City wearing different colored scarves tied to their wrists. The recommended students will have to find at least 3 without being seen or heard and report back who they were, where they were, and their scarf color to pass this portion of the exam. If they were seen or heard, 5 minutes would be added to their final time and they would have to find 1 more hero. In the rescue portion, the students will have to find and rescue civilians from disaster areas. For the combat portion, the teens will fight quirkless. They'll have to win at least 2 of their 3 fights to pass. The buzzer marking the beginning of Izuku's recon test sounds, and he darts into the city. Left, down an alley. Right, through a broken window. Down and out of the building's basement. Up the side of the next building. From this vantage point, he saw one of the pros running into the building he just left. Feather Touch, headed into building 1214 on Avenue A Orange Scarf, Izuku whispers into his comm device. Feather Touch is a relatively new hero, and her quirk is muffling. When activated, it silences her footsteps and breathing, as well as any noise she picks, so long as it's below a certain decibel. Though, she can't silence present mic. Yes, she was asked this in many interviews. Yes, she did actually try on a dare. Izuku shoves into the building he hangs from through an open window, creeping up the steps. He sees a flash of yellow and an unmistakable costume in the building across the way through the window. He calls it in before continuing his search. He goes through building after building, scaling the outsides, jumping from one wall to another, finding open windows. As he crawls into the 8th story of a building toward the east edge of the city, he hears light footsteps in the next room, diving behind some debris. He listens as the steps recede further into the building. Izuku crawls out from behind the debris before following the footsteps as they echo slightly down the hall. When they stop, Izuku creeps down the hall as quietly as possible. He peers into a doorway and sees gray and black cloth as it jumps out the window. The only color to be seen was the blue scarf wrapped around his wrist. Eraserhead, blue scarf, jumped out a window on the 7th floor of building 773 on the eastern edge. Izuku's whole recon exam only took him 17 minutes. Everyone else was closer to 30. The rescue portion has all applicants working together. Izuku's main focus was coordinating the others and grabbing people where he could. A girl with some sort of creation quirk took it upon herself to make a station where they could place and tend to victims. A boy with an ice quirk uses his ice to give added support to unstable buildings so less people got hurt. A boy with a wind quirk spends his time lifting people out of danger areas and whisking them off to the station the girl made. She and the last applicant tend to the wounded. Overall, the test was fairly successful, and the author has no idea how to describe the exact events that took place here, so make something up for yourself. The author doesn't care and would like to see what you imagine happened during the rescue test. She would not mind it if you put your ideas in the comments or sent them to her Tumblr, and might make a post for you to reblog with your story. The same could be said about the combat portion of the exam. The author has no idea what she's doing and only really had a plan for the first part. She thanks you for taking the time to read this. She is also sorry for this in-text author's note and the fact that she can't write 2/3 of the entrance exam. Maybe she'll make a post on her Drabble fic with the submissions she gets, if she gets any. She will tell you in an author's note if she does, so keep an eye out for that. Back to the story. After the test, Izuku heads back to the bookstore. He doesn't even make it to the back room, flopping down in one of the recliners. How was your test? Ito asks from one of the aisles as Izuku hits the chair with a solid thud. Izuku groans in response. That good. I heard all over. This is terrible. I want to sleep for, 7 weeks, then pretend to sleep for 3 more. Granted, I usually feel like that, but I really mean it this time. Ito, I'm dying, Izuku whines. Yeah, okay, fine. Go die in your room. Having your corpse where everyone could see would be bad for business. Ito laughs, coming over to pull the boy out of his chair and haul him to the back room. Izuku lets his knees buckle, becoming dead weight in the woman's arms. No, leave me to rot in peace, he protests. Izuku, Ito exclaims as she almost drops him. They both laugh, a light in the dark of this world. Izuku has been staying away from vigilante work lately. After being caught, he doesn't want to take the fact that he wasn't charged with anything the first time for granted. Instead of leaving cryptic notes and criminals for the police, he calls Tsukachi with information on his personal line. For all intents and purposes, Izuku has yet to break another law. His days are fairly normal. He wakes up, works at the bookstore for a few hours, goes out to visit a cafe or the mall or a pet shelter, stop by Ito's house for dinner, and head back to the store. The store currently has 3 cats because of this routine. I mean, can you fault him? He adopts the ones that look like they'll never get adopted and gives them a place on the store counter home. Muffin is a large cream-colored cat with anger issues. He hates most everyone he meets, but warmed up to Izuku almost immediately. No one can leave books unattended on the checkout counter anymore, though. Jared is a brown cat with a white stomach, blue eyes, and 3 legs. She's rather territorial, and for that reason, neither of the other cats are allowed in the mystery section. Shadow is a black cat with a green eye, a gold eye, and a litter of kittens waiting to be born. That was the only reason Izuku adopted her. He knew no one else would willingly take in a cat that was about to have more. By this point, Izuku is basically running the bookstore mostly on his own. He holds a managerial position, is above the other employees, knows where and how to put everything, can do it while helping customers, might as well have memorized the position of every book in the store, and, not to mention, rarely ever leaves. Ito mostly takes care of the financial end of things now. One night, after closing the store for the day, Izuku retires to the back room. On his couch lays a post-it note. On it are 2 words scrawled in messy writing. Congratulations, kid. Izuku figures out what the note meant and smiles one of the purest smiles he ever smiled. One that could end wars, barely muffling his shouts of joy. Aizawa returns to his hero agency after a night patrol that turned into an early morning patrol at about 4 a.m. When he sinks into his chair to write up his report, he notices a sticky note on the edge of his computer screen. I thought I was the one who was supposed to leave cryptic anonymous messages in people's personal areas. Are you trying to replace me already? I haven't been inactive that long. How badly did my vicious guard cats get you? Aizawa pulls the note off the screen so he can work. Smart kid. He'll go far. I can't make any promises that he didn't toss that note in his desk drawer for safekeeping. Izuku woke up at 5 to explain to Makoto what he needed to do while Izuku was at school. Of course, Makoto is denser than a sack of bricks, so Izuku left later than he should have to get to school on time. He also misjudged the distance from the store to UA. So when he reaches the gate and sees Aizawa heading through the entrance to the school, he only has one option: scale the side of the building with knives, like a normal person. No, he isn't climbing blindly. He was sent a map of the school with his acceptance letter so he would, 1, feel more safe and secure, and 2, not have to try to find someone to ask directions when he had to go between rooms during a class. 7 stories up and 3 sets of windows in. Izuku situates himself to the right of the last window in the set. He lets go of the left knife and knocks on the window. He grabs the knife again, pulling the right one out of the wall and shoving it in his bag. He gets both hands on the remaining knife when a boy with red hair opens the window and leans out. Move, Izuku commands, and the redhead obeys, clearing the window. Izuku kicks off the wall and throws himself into the classroom, landing halfway under a desk in the second row from the window. Thanks, he smiles. Could you grab my knife? What was that? The red-haired boy asks, leaning out the window and ripping the blade from the wall. He hands the knife to the boy on the floor. Izuku scrambles out from under the desk. Taking a seat at the desk next to the window he entered from and ignoring the question. Don't tell Aizawa. Who's Aizawa? I'm Aizawa. Don't tell me what. The aforementioned adult stands in the doorway of the class with a yellow sleeping bag in his arms. Shit, Izuku whispers. He continues at full volume. How absolutely dashing you look today, of course. Is that a new scarf? Izuku, the stairwells are against the outer wall. I could hear you. Shit, Izuku repeats at normal volume. You're going to be a problem child, aren't you? Have I not always been a problem child? Aizawa rolls his eyes, addressing the rest of the class. You heard the kid. I'm Aizawa, and I'm your homeroom teacher. Get your gym uniforms on and meet me outside. Izuku, go set up your room. You know where it is, right? I got it. Why do you need your own room? The redhead asks. You'll see, Izuku calls over his shoulder with a smile as he leaves the room. Izuku's room is 2 floors down from the main classroom. It's almost a carbon copy of the one a classroom, except for the locker-like things on the wall next to the door. There are 4 lockers down, 5 across, giving him a place for every student he might instruct. Each door has a label on them with the name of 1 student per class. Locker number 8 has names like Kirishima Ijiro and Shizaki Ibara in the first row and 4 other names in the last 2 rows. On the desk at the front of the room is a small stack of papers and a sticky note. Good luck, kid. I've been made aware that I'm not welcome in the mystery section, in case you were wondering. These are copies of the students' files and where each year should be by now. Don't kill anyone. Izuku puts each file into its respective locker, hoping for some semblance of organization in the chaos that will be teaching teenagers. Why did anyone think him teaching teenagers was a good idea? He is a teenager. What are the older kids going to think when they come in for their class and see a 15-year-old sitting at the desk like mothers and fuckers of the jury? We have gathered here today to witness a young child slowly devolve into insanity at the hands of social interaction. This is going to be hell. Absolute hell. This is a tear. Bro, that was manly as hell. I can't believe you threw it that far. The voice of the redhead from earlier echoes down the hall. Izuku sits on the front of the desk, startled when his thoughts get interrupted. Is his first class of the year his class? His fears are confirmed when the boy from earlier opens the door, revealing himself in an angry-looking blonde. Hey, it's you. From earlier. Izuku, right? Yeah, it's me from earlier. You guys should probably sit down in order. It'll probably make things a bit easier for everyone involved. The rest of one files in after the pair, everyone finding their seats. The only empty chair is behind the blonde, who Izuku discovers is named Bakugo Katsuki because of the class list. Izuku, shouldn't you sit down? The teacher probably won't like to come in and see you out of your seat, a girl with big eyes and brown hair asks. You're Araka Achako, quirk, anti-gravity. He laughs nervously. Well, about that. He gets off the desk, looking out over the sea of children he's faced with. My name is Midoriya Izuku, and I am your teacher. A wave of silence washed over the room, broken only by Bakugo going, Ha, you're a fucking shrimp. What could you possibly teach us? That I would be better than yo. He's interrupted by a knife sinking into his desk. If Nedzu thought you could do a better job than I could, you would be standing up here. Not me. Prove you have something worthy of passing on to the heroes of tomorrow, then try again. The fuck did you say, you damn nerd? Bakugo yells, leaping from his chair, explosions emanating from his palms. As he rushes the front of the room, another knife sails by his head, nicking his cheek. His explosions stop immediately. The boy shakes his hands, trying to make more explosions that won't appear. What the hell? What did you do? That knife was one I was hoping I wouldn't have to use. Thanks for ruining that, Bakugo. I coated it in quirk suppressant. Your quirk should be back sometime between the end of class and the end of the day. Izuku sighs, grabbing the bridge of his nose. You're training to be a hero. A hero doesn't attack people just because they say something the hero doesn't like. That's our first lesson today. The room holds a fragile silence, each student scared of either the blonde or their teacher. Or both. Both is good. Are you actually in our class, Midoriya? Kirishima, the redhead from earlier, asks, sounding confused and slightly scared. Yeah, I'm 15. Oh, and you can call me Izuku. I don't care. Now, let's start, I guess. We don't have all day. Let's play hide and seek. Izuku doesn't have a lesson plan, so he makes something up. The class gapes at him. He ignores the confused stares. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, since you both got in on recommendation, you're already somewhat familiar with this concept. I'll hide, you come find me. When you do, message me what color flag I have out and where I am. My information is on the board. If you're right, you get a point. If you're wrong or I see or hear you, you lose half a point. Do your best, because apparently I have the authority to expel students. Mr. Aizawa tried that on us when we were outside. He didn't end up expelling any of us, Shiro says, not believing the boy in front of him. Really, I guess it's fair. He steals my thing, I'll steal his. I can always improve on it, though, Izuku replies ominously. Add me with the stuff on the board. I'll send a mass text when you can head out. You'll have 20 minutes. Good luck, kids. He dashes from the room, leaving 19 confused students in his wake. He sends the mass text a minute later, when he reaches an empty classroom on the 4th floor. Izuku ducks under the desk at the front of the room, then shoots off a message to Nezu explaining what he's doing and excusing his students for any disruption they might cause. But Izuku doesn't have a phone. You might be saying or thinking, you're right. If he has a phone, he has records. UA supplies all students with a cell phone. Each one has a GPS system accessible only by teachers, which is why his students have to search for him. But he can message Hagakure to tell her that she just lost a half point by knocking something over in the next room. Equipped with his knives, a purple scarf around his wrist, and his phone, Izuku pushes open the window and shoves his knives into the wall. He shuts the window as best he can, and scales the building till he reaches the 9th floor. He sees an open window and throws himself through, bringing his knives with him. The boy lands on his back on a desk shared by 2 students. Looking up at their faces, he thinks back to his student files. Tagata and Amajiki, right. Class 3A. I'll have you on Friday. Hey, present Mike, Izuku says, turning to the teacher. Hey there, little listener. You're kind of disrupting my class, but it's nice to see you. Sorry, it's for my class. You good with me hiding in here for a bit? Izuku's phone vibrates and he looks at the message on the screen. Kuda, just win in window on 9th floor, purple cloth. Midoriya, +1. Izuku looks out the window he came in and sees a bird circling past the window. Midoriya, good quirk use. Never mind. Izuku looks back to the boys whose desk he invaded. Could I borrow this? He says, taking off Tagata's tie. I'll trade you. He poorly ties the purple cloth around his neck like a tie. Nice seeing you all. See you Friday. Bring a change of clothes. Izuku runs out of the room and down the hall to the 3rd-year teacher's lounge. He grabs a cup of coffee from the coffee machine, turning to the other teachers in the room. Ugh, teenagers, am I right? The teenager asks, leaning against the counter. Out the window, Izuku sees a blur of pink in the window of the building next to his. Midoriya, good use of speed from quirk, maybe not the best when used to go past a window with your bright colors. -0.5. Ashido, MNIT. Izuku downs the rest of his coffee, ignoring the bewildered stares of the adults around him. He checks the time. 3 minutes. Izuku bolts, heading to the stairwell. He slides down the railings till he reaches the 7th floor, hears engines and tells Ida of his docked half point. Izuku runs down the hall, flashing Jiru finger guns when he sees her at the end of the hall, and barging into Class 1B. Midoriya, you're interrupting my class, Vlad King says with a glare. Who says you aren't interrupting mine? Izuku says, already climbing out the window. He doesn't wait for an answer before crawling fully out and down the wall till he reaches his classroom. He opens the window he left unlocked for himself and crawls in. Izuku shuts the window and climbs on top of the lockers, sitting there as the last few seconds tick down. Midoriya, time's up. Ashido, dang it. Jiru, you know I saw you. Do I get a half PT? Red scarf. You're a Raka, I didn't get any points. D. Hagakure, at last you didn't score in the negatives. Ada, Mr. Midoriya, I do not see the point of this exercise. Hagakure, leads. Ada, from my point of view, all we did was disrupt several classes and learn nothing. Hagakure, least oh my god. Midoriya, I'll explain it when you get back to the room. Hurry please cause we don't have a lot of time and I really want to make sure you all understand. The students slowly trickle in until all 19 seats have a body in them. Izuku leans against his desk. So, Ida brought up a nice point, asking what the hell we were doing out there. I don't feel like talking, however, so I'll let Todoroki or Yaoyorozu explain. Guys, well, during our entrance exam, we had a reconnaissance portion of the test. We had to find 3 of 5 pros who centered their fighting style around stealth. Mr. Midoriya basically copied that part of the test, except we all went at once and there was only one person to find. What we just did was a sort of stealth exercise, I would assume, Yaoyorozu says on both of their behalves. Thank you, Yaoyorozu. But don't call me Mr. Cause I'm your age and that just feels weird. Izuku stands up straight. One of the reasons I'm a teacher here is because of my stealth experience. Oh god, that still feels weird to say. Whatever, moving on. Congratulations to Kudo for getting the most points. If you got negative points, congratulations for getting close enough that I would be able to notice you. If you didn't get points one way or another, either you were nowhere near me or you were stealthy enough that I didn't find you and you just didn't see me. Either way, not bad for your first day of school. I'll try to send out quirk improvement tips to you all before the end of the week. Go back to Wana for your next class. Kirishima, could you tell Aizawa I'm in the teacher's lounge? Izuku stays behind as the students leave. When they're all gone, the boy lays across his desk. Ugh, he groans. This is going to be a long career. Izuku doesn't go to the teacher's lounge. He sent a message to both Aizawa and Nezu saying that school is slightly overwhelming and that he's going home. He sent that message from outside the bookstore. Izuku is happy to be a problem child if that's what he needs to be. When the boy walks in the store, he sees Ito working behind the checkout counter. Ito, he whines. I don't like school. Ito waves Makoto over to stand behind the counter and she motions for Izuku to follow her into his room. Izuku does just that. And they sit on the couch together. Izu, kid, you're not meant to be back here for a few hours. Why are you not at school? I've never gone to school so it's kinda overwhelming. I got up today at 5 to tell Makoto exactly what he needed to do, but the boy's got the intelligence of a metal rod which made me take longer than I should have. Then I was going to be late because Aizawa got there before me. He's my teacher, so I had to climb up the side of the building, but then he caught me cause he heard me. So, that was a thing. Then he had the class doing God knows what while he sent me off to my classroom. I have a classroom, by the way. Then my first class ever came in, and it was my class, and this Bakugo kid was like, Rower, I'm better than you little shit, and I'm like, ha, bet you thought, and we were supposed to do things, but I didn't know what to do. I'm new to teaching. So we played hide and seek, and 2 teachers yelled at me, and I made a lovely first impression on at least 2 of my future classes, one of which was me flying in through a window, and the other was me flying out, and teenagers are weird, and I don't want to go back. It was like a pure onion of nope. Please, Ito, I don't want to go back. Izuku stops putting any effort into holding his body any one way, flopping bonelessly onto the couch. Ito laughs, shaking her head. Dude, that's what school is. And haven't we talked about climbing up the sides of buildings since you dropped the whole vigilante thing? It was for the education of the students, not the part where you wanted to beat the teacher to class. SHHHH, we don't talk about that. Muffin crawls into Izuku's lap, nuzzling his limp hand. Izuku laughs, then pauses. Yoa, he groans. What's up? I have to write for the children. I don't want to write for the children. Izuku, you are a children. Ugh, don't remind me. Izuku, why is your tie tied like that? Uraraka asks as they walk through the front gate together. Izuku not being late today made them realize that Izuku walks past Uraraka's train station on the way to school. It's my quirk, Izuku says jokingly. Uraraka laughs. Good one, Izuku. But really, is there a reason? Izuku, taking this as a test of his bullshitting skills, puts on his improv cap and professor of fake science glasses and gets to work. That could legitimately the reason. You see, any quirk can have little side effects. For example, Aizawa's hair stands up when he's erasing a quirk. Likewise, you get nauseous when you lift too much weight. Ada's engines run on orange juice, and Yaoyorozu uses her fat cells to make things. Everyone's quirks each have weird little rules that they have to follow to make them work and little after effects when used. My quirk could feasibly leave me in disarray or need me to be in disarray for it to work. Quirks are finicky and we have yet to completely understand them. Uraraka stares at him in awe. Really? So your tie's part of your quirk? No, that'd just be weird. Battle training. Izuku has to say that it feels kind of useless to him. He's had 3 years of battle training, not including his time with them. He kind of just guesses that the other students here might find it more useful or necessary. Everyone in the class received a hero costume based on what they sent in before the year started. Some had flashy outfits, like Aoyama or Ada. Some had generally hero costume-looking ones, like Uraraka and Bakugo, and others honestly could be mistaken for casual clothing, like Jiru and Izuku. Izuku's costume is comprised of a trench coat made of something like Kevlar with various weapons strapped on the inside. Under the trench coat, he wears a shirt and pants of a similar material. His shoes have retractable spikes in the soles to make climbing easier. Can you blame him for the spikes? Climbing is a quick way to get from floor to floor, and the spikes help. Overall, his color scheme is a ton of shades of gray as a throwback to his old hoodie vigilante outfit, as well as a bit of urban camo. All Might teaches this class, and Izuku is excited. It's All Might. Who wouldn't be excited? Well, maybe Todoroki, who looks like he wants to be anywhere but here. But everyone else is displaying some form of positive emotion. Bakugo has a murderous grin, but it's a grin all the same. All Might breaks the students into pairs and pulls the pairs randomly to form a battle with a team of heroes and a team of villains. The heroes have to capture both villains or get a hold of the fake bomb. The villains have to capture the heroes or keep the bomb safe until time is up. Izuku is on the hero team. He's against Tokoyami and Ashido, his teammate. Bakugo. Great. The hero team was given a 15-minute planning period while the villains hid the fake nuke. Izuku and Bakugo look over a map of the building, trying to make a plan. Well, Izuku looks over the map, trying to make a plan, while Bakugo complains and does everything he can to be not cooperative. Listen here, you fucking creep. I'm gonna go in there and take both those chucklefucks down and get the bomb. You're gonna stay right fucking here and not get in my damn way. Undares. Bakugo, your blabbering is making it hard to think. Izuku looks up from the map. This is an exercise in cooperation. I will not let you ruin my one chance to become a hero. This is the only thing I have going for me. I need you to help me. Can you do that? Cause if you don't, you will fail. His words were blunt, forceful, and portrayed their importance to the boy in the least tonal change possible, almost sounding like he was trying to explain something to a small child. To ch. Bakugo looks back to the building before turning back to the green-haired boy. Why the hell should I listen to you? Izuku grabs Bakugo by the front of his costume, pulling him down to eye level. He puts even more force behind his words, hoping to get their importance across. We both want the same thing here. I need you. You need me. Do you want to win? Want to be a hero? The very best. Cause that's pretty damn close to what I'm looking for. At least listen to my plan, then tell me if you got a better one, K. He ends in snark. This is how the pair ended up on opposite sides of the building. Bakugo on the ground floor and Izuku climbing up the side to the roof. The plan was to search floor by floor till they reached the bomb, using the communicators to tell when one of them found the bomb or an opponent. Izuku opens and swings himself into a window on the east side of the building, shutting the window quietly behind him. I'm in. Took you long enough. Shut up. The only noise Izuku hears is quiet footsteps echoing through the hall. Room after room turn up empty. He starts moving faster and faster. Complete the mission. No, not now. His walking turns to jogging, morphing to a sprint. You have to complete the mission. The boy's footfalls fade into the static of his mind. Complete the mission. May. Complete the mission. Izuku reaches the stairs to the 4th floor, sprinting down them. Hiardi. Iound. Siampleti the my esyan. Why knowing e. Complete the mission. Mid. Yeah. Complete the mission and no one gets hurt. Please, no one's in danger. Hurt. Dead. Please, not again. Izuku. Bakugo's voice cuts through the static. What the fuck is going on over there? Are you fucking ignoring me, asshole? Izuku stops, not knowing exactly where in the building he was. He leans against the wall, sliding down it. His fingernails carve crescents into his palms as he tries to ground himself. Izuku's voice breaks. I'm fine. It's fine. I'm safe. No shit, you're safe. I'm looking at both of our opponents in the bomb. Isn't it you who said we'd meet when we found the bomb? Get the hell over here. 2nd floor, east side. 2 windows from the left if you're outside. I'll let you in and we'll go for them, since you seem so fond of playing Spider-Man. Yeah, sure thing. Izuku gets out, trying to catch his breath. It's not a mission. It's not a mission. No one is in danger. No one is going to die. Izuku had ended up on the south side of the 3rd floor in his wandering, based on the buildings he could see out the window. He makes his way over to the east side, climbing down the building and kicking the window lightly. Took you long enough. Bakugo snarks when he opens the window. And what the hell were you muttering? What mission? Don't. Izuku's voice is sharp enough it could cut someone. The training exercise isn't done until we capture the villains or secure the bomb. Let's go. Whatever. Pinky set up acid puddles by the doorways, so don't incapacitate yourself. Got it? The room their opponents are in is devoid of any windows. Besides the bomb, the only features of the room were the stone pillars and the 2 doorways on the east and west sides of the room. It's a simple plan, really. Bakugo draws Tokoyami and Ashido's attention by being his normal, loud, antagonizing self, leaving room for Izuku to do his thing from the other doorway. Ashido gets a senbum in the back of the shoulder, and Tokoyami gets one in something. His back is covered by a cape. How am I supposed to know where he got hit? The pair whip around to see Izuku behind them, and split off. Tokoyami tries to go after Izuku, and Ashido chases Bakugo. It's a good plan, given that Bakugo's quirk is a bad matchup for Dark Shadow. It isn't before long that the pair realize that Izuku used the oldest trick in his book, young Midoriya. All Might admonishes over the comm system. Hey, you said no maiming or otherwise permanent damage. You said nothing about chemical warfare. Their quirks will be back before tomorrow. Izuku protests as Bakugo launches himself with his explosions over the acid spills and Pink Girl, landing with a hand on the nuke. The blonde smirks. We win. Guess you're not that bad. After all, teach young Midoriya a word. Izuku and the rest of the class were leaving the training area when All Might calls out to him. He walks back to the teacher, who meets him halfway. Yes, sir. Is there a problem? All Might is much taller than you might think he was. I won't beat around the bush, my boy. During today's exercise, you seemed slightly out of it. Is everything okay? I'm fine. I'll be fine. Don't worry about it, sir. Izuku shuts his eyes, taking a second to quiet his raging mind before speaking again. How about you? Pardon? I noticed you were heavily favoring your left side. Are you okay? Is it safe for you to be teaching? You know, I can always take over the class if you need me to. I am a teacher, after all. All Might's smile seems to waver for a second, as if he isn't used to people seeing him as anything other than the unbreakable symbol of peace, seeing him as vulnerable. He probably isn't. Don't worry, my boy. It's just an old injury. Nothing to worry about. Even old wounds need rest and healing. Izuku replies with a hint of skepticism. This wound has done all the healing it's going to do. You see, it's from a fight with a villain about 8 years ago now. Izuku tenses. 8, that's right. Images flood Izuku's mind. No, papers with quirk descriptions. Oh god, no. Physical enhancement quirk. I'm Izuku's 7-year-old hand writing the weaknesses of it. Plans to destroy the user. I'm so sorry. For what, young Midoriya? It's my fault. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry. Tears begin to well up in Izuku's eyes. All Might look startled at the sudden change in the boy's emotions. I'm not sure I follow. They sold me out to others. My analysis. They used me. They all used me. It's my fault. All Might disappears in a puff of steam, leaving a skeleton of a man in his place. The boy is too worked up to pay any mind. Izuku, listen to me. None of this is your fault. You're okay. The child's mind is a fragile thing. A hairline fracture can turn into a fissure at any given moment. Learning that you almost ended up being the #1 pro hero's downfall. You might as well put a wine glass in the path of a steamroller. Needless to say, Izuku didn't go to school for a few days. Nope. Stop. I demand a recount. Don't you dare. Izuku doesn't want to be class rep. That's one thing that's very high on his list of things to avoid, along with death and people who bite their Kit Kats instead of breaking them. That's just unnatural. Eat your Kit Kats correctly or don't eat them at all. I apologize, Midoriya, but we already voted. You can't deny the position, Ada says. Come on, Izuku, bro. You got hella lucky here. Kirishima. Poor, sweet, innocent Kirishima. But Izuku pauses, a thought forming along with his self-satisfied smile. But I can't be class rep. I am a teacher, so there's a conflict of interest. You being a teacher is a perfect reason for you to be class rep. You know things. You're obviously gonna be good at it. Kaminari disagrees. If the nerd doesn't want to be the damn class rep, give it to someone who actually wants it, Bakugo says, more helpful than he was just days ago. That could just be because he wants the position, but who's to say? Izuku takes the idea from the other boy and runs with it. Yaoyorozu was second in the votes, so I say she is class rep. It's what's fair and I'll use my powers as class rep, a position you guys are trying to force me into, to make it so. Long live class rep Yaoyorozu, or whatever you're supposed to say. Izuku sits with Kirishima and Bakugo at lunch. Kirishima because he is a literal ray of sunshine and has not treated him weirdly once for being an instructor, and Bakugo because he can actually be not completely terrible if you find him in the right mood, and because he was sitting with Kirishima. Bakugo, you have a really strong quirk, but you rely too heavily on it. When you came at me the other day, you just stopped. If that had been an actual fight, I could have killed you before you got over your shock. You should learn to fight without your quirk. I mean, you're not wrong, but don't you think that was a bit harsh? Kirishima defends. Shut up, shitty hair. I don't need you to fight my battles for me. As for broccoli bitch over here, did I fucking ask? No, you did not, which is why I'll be taking Midoriya's attention for the time being. Izuku doesn't know much about Shinsu. He's fairly quiet in class. Not Todoroki's brooding I'm not here to make friends, don't talk to me, I have childhood trauma, daddy issues #emo kind of quiet. More like a lack of confidence quiet, if you ask Izuku. What Izuku does know is that he sits in front of the boy in question, and that he has an overall improvement quirk, which makes him stronger, faster, and gives him some mind control hullabaloo. And that is cool as all hell. The physical part of his quirk seems a little uncontrollable, though, which is understandably less cool. Hey, man, sit down. What's up? Kirishima is a really open and friendly person, and Izuku feels the world is better for having him in it. Izuku slides down the bench, making room for Shinsu next to him. Well, you have my attention. Did you need something or did you just want to stare into my beautiful emerald eyes for a while? He flutters his eyelashes for dramatic effect. Shinsu side-eyes him. Thanks for the offer, but I wanted some help with my quirk. Okay, your loss. Did you have any? Izuku is cut off by blaring alarms. His vision begins to tunnel as the students around him push and shove, trying to get out of the cafeteria as quickly as possible. He's on the verge of a total shutdown, which would either leave him or the people around him lying as if they were dead on the ground, getting trampled by the rest of the room when he feels his face press up against something cold. His vision clears, revealing a window to the front gate, which is being overrun by invading members of the press. The 15-year-old is about to try to get the students' attention to tell them what's happening when Ida beats him to it. Ida ends up flying through the air, plastering himself against the wall above the doorway. Everyone, calm down, he orders. It's just the press. Evacuate in a calm and orderly fashion. There is no danger. The room calms down after the announcement, and Izuku looks back out the window. Off to the side of the river of reporters stands a person in all black, looking less than interested in getting to UA like the others. Izuku can't look away from the figure. He might have sworn that he saw a flash of light blue under the hood, but his eyes had to be playing a trick on him, didn't they? Shadow had her kittens, if anyone was wondering. One was pure black with golden eyes, and the other had white fur with patches of her mother's black and green eyes, who Izuku named Stygian and Sally, respectively. They were born probably 2 weeks before Izuku's first day at UA. So now they're about 4 weeks old, in an Izuku's backpack. Why are they in Izuku's backpack? Probably because Shadow decided the bag was a good place to put her children, and Izuku didn't look in his bag as he rushed out the door. A small emerald from his bag tips him off as he enters the school gate. Another makes him stop in the middle of the walkway. He sets his face neutral, slightly hurrying to Class 1A. When Izuku arrives at the classroom, he sits in his desk by the window, pulling off his bag and pulling open the main pocket. A set of gold eyes and one of green stare back at him. Midoriya, are those cats? Izuku's eyes jump from green and gold to violet eyes as Shinsu speaks from behind him. No, I can see the cats. Why do you have cats? The boy deadpans. Well, you see, Izuku starts, whipping out his bullshit attire. They're part of my quirk. Really? Shinsu asks, doubt evident in his voice. My quirk will deej things around me if I don't focus it on something specific. Cats seem to work fine for that. That is the strangest quirk I've ever heard of. I would hope so, cause it's not a real quirk. At least, not to my knowledge. Wanna hold one? Yes, Izuku laughs, pulling the black and white kitten from his bag. This one's Sally. Her full name is Salvador, Destroyer of Worlds, and if you try to stop before Destroyer, she will scratch you. She has Muffin's temper. Shinsu's eyes absolutely light up. I love her. I would die for her. I'm stealing her. Shadow would disagree. Then hunt you down and make you die for Sally. She's become rather protective since becoming a mother. She's probably freaking out right now. Izuku puts his hand out to take the kitten back. How many do you have? 5? Now, you know where Ito's bookstore is? Yes, I do. Izuku, why did you bring the kittens to school? Aizawa materializes over the pair. In my defense, it was an accident. Izuku looks highly unconcerned, stroking Sally, who sits in his lap. Aizawa flares at Izuku. How does one accidentally bring 2 kittens to school? He says, taking the other kitten from the boy's bag, petting her. I would like to blame Shadow's love of small spaces, sir. Your cats are as bad as you, Izuku. I know, sir, but you love us anyway. The cats? Yes. You wound me, and you blinded me. I would say it's payback. Fair. Izuku doesn't know if he's here as a student or a chaperone. No one told him. He's going to say both. Where is here? Why, the unforeseen simulation joint, of course, or the USJ for short. Class 1A has just arrived in costume for their field trip, or rescue training. Aizawa and the Rescue Hero 13 are supervising, and Izuku actually doesn't know if he is supposed to be, as well. All Might was also supposed to be here, but, judging from Aizawa's and 13's hushed conversation, Izuku assumes that the weird smoke thing from after the battle training happened again. Aizawa starts explaining exactly what the students would be doing when Izuku feels air rush past him like a small vacuum. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up and the air crackles almost silently with familiar static electricity. His mouth moves before his brain, as do his legs, whirling him around, and his hands, pulling 2 knives from his trench coat. Aizawa, get them out of here. The boy's voice is cold. It shouldn't have belonged to a child. Izuku, what? Hurry, take them and run. Go, now. Izuku begins elbowing those around him to the exit, eyes glued on the central plaza. Kid, warp quirk, long range, villain. I was leased out to them. Get the kids out of here. I can't leave. Why? Shouta, take the fucking children and run. Do you want them all to die? Fucking go, now. But it's too late. Aizawa gets Ita, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and Hagakure out when a portal opens between the rest of the students and the exit. I apologize, heroes. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. The villain's yellow eyes appear from within the black, swirling mass. Hirajiri, Izuku regards coldly. He turns himself sideways, facing neither the plaza that is filled with villains nor the mist blocking their escape, keeping an eye on both. If you're here, I assume the brat is as well. Deku, is that you? The vocal equivalent to sandpaper calls from the plaza. Shit, don't call me that. The cold of Izuku's voice melts into pure venom. Tamura, I'll advise you to leave while you still have all your limbs. Shigaraki laughs. Oh, Deku, don't you see? This is the final boss battle. I'm finishing the level you failed 8 years ago. The boy's bones are replaced with ice as realization washes over him. No, don't you dare. He can't possibly. Izuku, Kirishima asks tentatively. What's he talking about? Do you know him? Izuku ignores his classmate. Tamura, I swear on the past 6 years of my life that I will do everything I can to stop you from. Shigaraki ignores Izuku. We're killing All Might. They finish in unison. Then all hell breaks loose. Izuku leaps down the stairs, ignoring Aizawa's shouts behind him. As he runs through the mass of villains, he cuts them with his knives. Quirk suppressants and paralytics begin to run through the veins of the wounded. Violains fall to the ground around the charging boy. I'm so glad I ran into you, Deku. I haven't had a good side quest in a while. I bet the kings would give me an incredible quest reward for returning their brain. Izuku launches a knife at the man's face, but the creature that accompanied his target moves in the way. Deku, meet Namo. He's how we're going to destroy the symbol of peace. The beast's skin forces the blade out, healing around the wound. Don't you see, Deku? The hero society as a whole is corrupt. To fix it, we have to break it down at the foundation. You must see that. You've always been smart. Why don't you help me? That's bullshit and we both know it, Tamura. Or should I say Tenko? You've never been one for such noble ideals, especially with that dickhead whispering sweet nothings about a world without heroes in your ear. Izuku hisses, words heavy with hatred. At this rate, Izuku should forget heroics and try his hand as a comedian, because his words get another round of laughs from the blue-haired villain. Oh, you could always see right through me, Deku. I don't see why I even bothered. Namu, grab him. Don't kill him. Izuku takes a step forward, head angled low, glaring up through his eyelashes. Damn, the monster begins to move at that impossible speed toward Izuku. The boy reaches into his jacket, grabbing something from inside. Deku, he shouts, running headfirst toward the Namu. He jumps, kicking off the torso of some villain who is in the wrong place at the wrong time. All of them are, really. They don't want to deal with an angry Izuku. The boy lands a hand on the monster's shoulder, feet in the air as he flips over it. What he pulled from his pocket was a taser, which he shoves into the exposed brain of the Namu. It shrieks in pain before falling forward, Izuku landing safely on the other side. Kurajiri, Tamura shouts when Izuku starts charging again. A portal appears in Izuku's path. His momentum propels him through it. Fucking coward. Izuku screams at the shutting portal as he's deposited in a burning building. The fight drains from his body, and he falls to the floor. I was out. I was past it. Then he showed up. He just had to show up. His thoughts start spiraling as he recedes further into his mind. I was done. I was happy. I was doing something good. Then that bastard smack. Bakugo, Kirishima's admonishing voice is what brings Izuku fully back to reality. Oi, jackass. Glad you could join us in the land of the living. Since you just got here, let me fill you in. We got some fucking extras trying to be more important than they need to be, and we gotta put them in their damn places. Use your damn brain or I'm leaving your bitch ass here. And get that fucking knife away from me. Izuku now notices his left arm holding a knife to Bakugo's throat. So sorry. He lowers the blade. If either of them see how his hand shakes on the way down, they don't mention it. His voice breaks, so he tries again. Who else is here? It's just us, dude. And in a slot of villains, but they don't count. Kirishima tries to lighten the mood that can't possibly be lightened. Yes, they do. How many? Izuku's voice grows more solid as he focuses on the task at hand. Keep the students safe first, break down later. At least 10 that are still standing. A few more we knocked out, Kirishima supplies. Izuku sighs. Could be worse. I've handled worse. It's fine. Here's what we're going to do. Izuku draws a handgun from inside his trench coat, standing by the third-story window. Peering out, he sees a crowd of villains, maybe 15 in total. None of them face the building he and the other two are in, though. They're facing into the middle of their group, which then lights up with purple lightning. Shinsu, change of plans, guys, he says, jumping out the window, sticking a knife into the tree next to him to slow his descent. Izuku fires into the mass of villains as he falls. When he lands, 6 villains lay paralyzed on the ground. Shinsu, don't. A Senbon needle sinks into the neck of a villain with claws. Use your head, dumbass. Shinsu must get the message, because he starts shouting at the villains. You guys are real cute. Getting beaten up by a bunch of teenagers. It's pitiful. Some angry shouts come in response, followed by Shinsu. Attack the other villains. 4 villains' faces go slack as they turn to the rest of the group, attacking as if losing meant death. Kirishima and Bakugo run out of the building, not stopping to check the scene before jumping into the fight. Bakugo detonates an explosion in a woman's face, and Kirishima hits the guy next to her with a mean right hook with his hardened fist. Meanwhile, Izuku is weaving through the crowd, shooting and slicing and stabbing. Not enough to kill, but enough for the paralytics and quirk suppressants to get into their systems. Soon, every one of them are flat on the dirt, trapped in their own unmoving bodies. One of the villains tries to move, presumably the first one to go down. Bakugo makes a move toward him, but Izuku's quicker. A foot on the man's shoulder, gun aimed at his face. Izuku looks into his eyes with a soulless glare. It's been 6 years since I last killed someone. Do you want to change that? A murderous smile grows on the boy's face, bloodlust filling his eyes. I would be happy to help you with that. The villain shakes his head, eyes wide with fear. Good. Izuku nicks the man with one of his knives, leaving him to collapse into paralysis once again. Just in case. Izuku. Kirishima's voice betrays his worry, but also his fear. Fear. But the threat's been eliminated. What does he owe? Yeah. Most people don't say they've killed people and make death threats. Kirishima is scared of him. He can't think about it right now. He has to focus on the mission. His mission to keep everyone safe. He doesn't have to hurt anyone unless they attack first. It's a much nicer mission than his old ones. Where is everyone else? The mist guy started warping them away when you jumped off the stairs. I assume they're spread all over the USJ, Shinsu says, also sounding somewhat wary. Don't think about that now. I was one of the last warped. I don't think they moved Aizawa. He was the only one that I saw when the portal shut, Kirishima adds. Izuku nods, loading a clip. Kirigiri wouldn't let you get out through a hole in the wall. Skirt around the plaza and wait by the entrance. Heroes will be coming. Even if no one could call, Ida got out. He reaches into his coat, drawing out a smaller handgun, which he puts the clip in and hands to Shinsu. You're useless and dead weight if you break and can't protect yourself. Don't use your quirk. This is a small caliber, so there shouldn't be much kickback. Don't aim to kill. What are you going to do? Shinsu asks, taking the gun. Fix my mistakes. The 3 students refused to go wait by the entrance if Izuku wasn't coming, too. Bakugo had to be threatened with getting his quirk suppressed to keep him from running in after Izuku. The latter charges in while the others huddle at the edge in hiding. Dumbasses. Should have just run while they had the chance. The former vigilante quietly presses himself up against the side of the fountain, keeping it between himself and the villains. Peering over the rim of the fountain, Izuku sees Aizawa under the Namu. His arm is twisted at a completely wrong angle and he's bleeding from a wound on his torso and a small disintegrated part of his arm. Shigaraki and Kirigiri stand off to the side, faint yelling reaching Izuku's ears. He lines up a shot, straight for Tamura's head, and fires. Just like the old days, he thinks. He almost hits his target, too, except Kirigiri opens a portal in front of and behind Tamura, and the bullet sails into the wall behind him. Position compromised. Izuku leaps out from behind the fountain, knife in one hand, gun in the other, running for the 2 villains. Shigaraki does the same, dodging the knife and tackling the boy to the ground. Deku, it really is nice to see you again, but you've made it clear you're more of a miniboss than a side quest. I have to get rid of you. One hand holds Izuku's arm down, one finger not touching, while the other reaches for his neck. Izuku braces for pain, suffering, death, but it never comes. How cool, Eraserhead. Still saving people, even on your deathbed. You disgust me. A grin grows on Tamura's face as Izuku points his gun upward just out of sight. New bang. As the Namu slams Aizawa's face into the pavement, sending cracked spider webbing out in all directions, Izuku fires a quirk-suppressing shot into Shigaraki's stomach. He cries out in pain, collapsing onto the boy beneath him. Izuku pushes out from under the villain and up to a standing position. Blood stains his front. You never saw me, got it? He growls, looking down at the man at his feet as he reloads his gun. Namu, Shigaraki shouts through gritted teeth. The monster gets off Aizawa's back, turning toward Izuku. Before it starts moving, however, the doors of the USJ fly open and All Might appears at the top of the stairs, and he looks pissed. I am here. The pro-hero's voice rings throughout the plaza. Get All Might. Shigaraki's voice is strained as a portal opens up below him. He falls through the hole in space, ending up God knows where. The Namu turns to the hero and charges. All Might meets it halfway, winding up and giving it an uppercut to the beak. The blow would have sent a normal person flying, but the beast didn't move an inch. It throws a punch of its own at the hero, who dodges it, grabbing its arm and throwing it over his shoulder. Izuku takes this short reprieve to shoot the thing in its eye, cursing himself for not bringing more quirk-suppressing bullets. It shrieks in pain once again. Then the eye comes back. With a sick squelching noise, the eye reforms, looking as if nothing had even happened. Shock absorption and regeneration? How many quirks does this thing have? It throws All Might off it, standing up. It tries to attack, but gets trapped in ice. Izuku turns to see Todoroki with his right arm outstretched. Damn, half and half is the only warning Izuku gets before he hears explosions overhead. He looks up to see Bakugo sailing through the air above him, launching one last explosion into the top of the warp villain. The blast pushes away the mist, revealing a metal collar, which Bakugo grabs and pulls with him to the ground. "Bet your real body's in here, ain't it, fucker?" He keeps a hand on the collar, releasing intermittent explosions into the metal. The noise spurs Izuku into motion. When he reaches Bakugo, he pulls a knife laced with quirk suppressants from his trenchcoat and shoves it into the opening of the metal. He stops when he hits something solid, withdrawing the blade. "Fuck your exit route. Game over, asshole." A crash sounds behind him, and he sees All Might posed in front of the frozen creature. Or, what's left of the frozen creature. Only up to the waist remains, the rest scattered in frozen chunks across the plaza. It seems to have been defeated. Then the stump of the waist begins bubble. Todoroki, cauterize it. Izuku shouts. A look housing many emotions crosses the boy's face. Disgust, anger, fear. "I can't. I won't use my left side. I won't give him the satisfaction." "Now, why is that?" Izuku yells, charging past All Might to attack the Naomu. "You just said it yourself, it's your left side. Your quirk. What reason do you have for not using something that's yours? Don't you want to be a hero?" As a quirk-suppressing knife sinks into the rising flesh, doing nothing to slow the monster's regeneration, sparks flicker across Todoroki's left side. Not a second later, a hand pulls Izuku from the beast and plants a punch into the reforming muscle, sending its progress back a few seconds. "That's enough, my boy." All Might isn't smiling. And that's probably one of the things that scares Izuku the most at the moment. The sparks grow as licks of flames begin to burst out from Todoroki's arm. He hesitantly raises it, hand shaking. "All Might, move," Izuku shouts. But he doesn't, and the flames begin to burst forward, licking at foot after foot of earth. And All Might still doesn't move. Why won't he move? An image flashes in Izuku's mind of the skeletal man that hugged him after the battle training. Of Aizawa telling 13 what Izuku imagined was why All Might wasn't coming. Is he going to go into the thin form if he moves? He can't risk it, even to keep up appearances for the students. Izuku begins running. Shinsu seemed to have the same idea, dragging Kirishima with him. Izuku launches a kick into the Naomu, sending it staggering back a few steps. Shinsu sets Kirishima up between All Might and Todoroki, having him use his quirk to block Todoroki's fire. Todoroki repositions his arm to aim at the Naomu, closes his eyes, and fires. Izuku barely gets out of the way in time. The hem of his trenchcoat cinched. The Naomu still tries to regenerate through the freshly burnt skin, but it's too late. The doors of the USJ fly open once again to reveal a crowd of pros. They're also kind of late, as most of the threats have been eliminated. Some go in and restrain the monster before it can attack again, while others go into the other areas of the USJ to find and retrieve the other students, as well as apprehend the villains. "Shinsu, could you and Kirishima go get checked out? We did fight villains, after all." Izuku taps his wrist as if he were wearing a watch. His assumption about Shinsu knowing about All Might's other appearance is proven to be correct when the other boy gives a nod and pulls Kirishima toward the exit. Izuku glances toward Bakugo. The warp villain is gone, and the blonde stalks over to the two teachers. Before he can reach them, though, a wall grows from the ground, blocking the pair-form view. "Come on, Bakugo. You need to have someone look at you," Cementos says from the edge of the wall. The pro casts a knowing look to All Might, who deflates almost on cue. The students are safe. Izuku's world goes dark before he even hits the ground. He isn't out for very long. When Izuku's knees hit the ground, he can see the puff of dust, but it's like he's in a fish tank. Colors seem muted, sounds muffled, and things seem to be moving in a way that doesn't seem normal. "Are you injured?" All Might's voice seems like it's coming from miles away, not feet. Blood pounds in Izuku's ears, nearly drowning out the hero. "It's not my blood." Izuku isn't sure if he says the words out loud or only in his head. A hand touches his shoulder and his brain stops as his body starts. In the next moment, he is on top of the #1 pro hero, who lies on his back on the ground with a knife to his throat. Izuku's knife. All Might's lips are moving, but Izuku can't hear a word he's saying. "No," he pushes off, jumping back in horror, staggering back and beginning to pull at his hair like it was a lifeline. "No." His mind starts recalling memories that have long since been repressed. A calloused hand on his shoulder. "Stop it." The blood on his hands. "Not again." The body on the floor. "Please, don't do this." "Good work, my boy. Make it stop. Make it stop." The child screams, finally falling apart after holding it together for so long. His eyes are wide and tears stream down his face. He rips off his jacket, throwing it as far as he can. The feeling of it on his arms was making everything worse. He's drowning in the fish tank. He can't breathe, can't hear, can't speak. Another scream tears from his throat before a dense pink fog wraps around him. Thank you, he whispers. Izuku wakes up in Recovery Girl's infirmary. On the other side of the curtain he hears quiet yelling. What made you think it was a good idea to touch him? He just went through something traumatizing. You're a hero. Shouldn't you know how to properly deal with victims? Recovery Girl sounds upset, which is understandable. Izuku reaches over and nudges open the curtain, revealing Recovery Girl and a deflated All Might. How is everyone else? Izuku makes his presence known with a quiet, raspy, broken voice. The adults turn to him, startled. You're up. That's good. I need to get some vitals. Now, Recovery Girl says, moving to grab the supplies needed. How is everyone else? Izuku repeats as she walks to the side of his bed. The only real injury among the students was Kaminari, who overused his quirk. Aizawa and 13 both sustained some damage. As far as I'm aware, everyone else is physically fine. Mentally is a different matter. She reaches for his arm to put on a blood pressure cuff, but Izuku shirks away. Izuku, Recovery Girl says softly. Please don't. My boy All Might starts. No, Izuku screams, squeezing his eyes shut, covering his ears, feeling the calloused hand from his memories on his shoulder. Sobs rack his body. No, anything but that. Recovery turns to the hero. Toshinori, I think you should leave. He pauses. I'm sorry, young Midoriya. Then he's gone, leaving just Izuku and Recovery Girl. The police wanted to speak with you about what happened. Are you up for that, or do you want to rest a bit longer? Recovery Girl asks Izuku gently after getting him to calm down. His hands drop to the bed as he stares at an empty part of the wall. Is it Tsukachi? The hero nods. Send him in. The sooner he knows, the better. Would you be able to have Ito bring one of my cats? He sounds tired. He is tired, but this is important. Recovery Girl nods again, opening the door and waving the detective in before picking up the phone. Hello, Izuku. We always seem to meet under terrible circumstances, don't we? Izuku offers a weak smile with his quip. You sure you're up to giving a statement? Tsukachi asks, taking in the boy's pale skin and red eyes. Yeah, it's better for you to get this information as soon as possible. The detective pulls a notepad from his pocket. Can I write this down? They probably already know where I am. They both already knew who they were. If writing it down will help anything, go for it. Okay, where do you want to start? The leader of the attack is Shigaraki Tamura. His real name is Shimura Tenko. Izuku makes a point not to mention the way Tsukachi tenses as the name Shimura as he continues. Tamura isn't the real boss, but he calls him sensei. I was told to call him all for one. He has a lot of quirks. I think he can take quirks, but I'm not certain. He and Tamura rented me for about a month from Izuku tries to say the name, but he can't. So he goes for something easier. From them. I accidentally made the plan to kill All Might. I think I'm also the reason for the Naomu, too. Imagine that. 7-year-old Izuku was almost the downfall of the #1 hero. The symbol of peace. Hugh hollow laugh. Wanna tell him I'm sorry for me? You saw all for one. Tsukachi asks, notepad forgotten. He really likes mind games. And chess. Stay focused, Izuku. Right. Well, I had to work with Kurogiri, the villain with the warp quirk, when I was rented out, so I recognized the feeling of his quirk. I told Aizawa to get the kids out, but he's dense and can't listen to a simple command. Then I saw Tenko, and I was blinded by rage, so I attacked. When I attacked, I guess the others were warped to different parts of the USJ. Kurogiri sent me out to the Inferno Zone, where Bakugo and Kirishima found me. Bakugo hit me, bringing me back to reality. We were going to attack the villains outside only if we had to, but then I saw Shinsu try to use his quirk, which would have crippled him, so I yelled at him. The 4 of us took down the villains. I may or may not have threatened one of them with death, but that's beside the point. I tried to get them to run, but they refused. Me and Tamura started fighting again. Aizawa raced his quirk and I shot him in the stomach. Kurogiri warped him away when All Might arrived. And you know the rest. Izuku finishes his retelling with a sigh. Tsukachi flips his notepad back a few pages. Kirishima said something I wanted to ask you about. He said that Shigaraki called you Deku. Is there a reason for that? I was 7, so Tenko was 12. At first he was nice. Then he found out I didn't like his sensei very much, so he grew colder toward me. It sucked, mainly because he was one of the first positive influences in my life. Positive is used loosely here. Then he learned that I was quirkless, and saw that kanji of my name also said Deku. Useless, even though I was doing more for his cause at the moment than he was, even though he himself was ostracized for his quirk, and he just got worse, more sadistic. Like every scuff, bruise and cut was this big joke. I think he tricked himself into thinking we were friends and this was how you were meant to treat a friend. All I received from my time with them were bad memories and a hand-shaped scar on my back. That probably sounds bad, but it was one of the better assignments. Izuku, are you sure you're okay? The detective stares intently at the boy who's seen too much. Never better. The boy replies, his bright smile a stark contrast to the silent tears rolling down his face. A brown cat with 3 legs comes running into the room, jumping up on the bed and curling up in Izuku's lap, pulling a laugh from the boy. Hey, Jared. Missed you, too, girl. I would say you have visitors, but it seems like you already know that, Recovery Girl says as she leads Ito in the room. Oh, Izuku. She told me what happened. Are you okay? Ito crosses the room to sit on the side of his bed. Hi, Ito. It's good to see you. His smile has since faded into something more realistic. Given his situation, still only there to be reassuring. Ito smiles in return. How many times have I told you to call me Eiko? How many times did you tell me to stop with the cats, because they might hurt the books before our store became known for and more popular because of the cats? She laughs as brightly as possible, given the situation. Touché, kid. Izuku's smile drops. Todoroki, is my phone here? I need to talk to Todoroki. Ito points to the table next to his bed, from which Izuku pulls his phone. When he turns on the screen, it's filled with notifications, concerned classmates and teachers, some second years asking why he didn't come to their first class with him. Oh yeah, I was supposed to teach after the field trip. It seems that they just got a study hall instead. Izuku ignores the messages, opening his conversation with Todoroki. Midoriya, hey, can you talk? Todoroki, yes. Opening the conversation and typing caused his account to be shown as active, and he was immediately flooded with messages in the group chat from the first day. Uraraka, hey, it says Midoriya's active. Kaminari, Midoriya dude, I'm glad you're awake. Ada, Midoriya, be sure you rest up. I apologize that I was unable to do more to help. Uraraka, Ida, you got the heroes. Hiroshima, Izuku, bro, I'm glad you're okay. Midoriya, okay is a relative term, but I guess I'm glad to be awake too. Bakugo, oi, teach. You've got some damn explaining to do. Midoriya, yeah, you're not the only one who wants an answer. I think you'll explain at the beginning of my class tomorrow. Shinsu, you are not teaching tomorrow. Didn't you tell me to use my head? Use yours, Midoriya. Midoriya, you don't have to show up if you've got a problem with it. Shinsu, I'm still gonna teach, sorry. Back in his private conversation with Todoroki. Todoroki, Midoriya. Todoroki, were we not going to talk? Midoriya, yeah, sorry. The others started in the class chat. Midoriya, I just wanted to apologize. Todoroki, what for? Midoriya, you didn't want to use your fire and I made you, and that was a real dick move. I was going through some stuff which doesn't excuse my actions, but it messed with me and I forced you to do something you were uncomfortable with, and I know what that's like and I never want to make anyone feel like that, and I'm sorry. Todoroki, don't. Todoroki, you were right. I was being stupid. It was a grudge that could have gotten people hurt. You had every right to yell at me. Not only as a teacher, but as someone who could have gotten hurt as a result of my inaction. I'm sorry, Midoriya. Midoriya, if the grudge was something big enough that it could convince you to put people in danger, it looks like we should both schedule some therapy appointments. Todoroki, was that an attempt at a joke? Midoriya, perhaps. Attach Jared.png file. Izuku sends a picture of the cat on his lap. Midoriya, maybe I needed a better pun, Klein. Todoroki, that was terrible. Midoriya, really? Midoriya, can't appreciate a good pun. Attach Jared.png file. Todoroki, stew. Midoriya can almost hear the groan, and he smiles a real, genuine smile for the first time since he got to the USJ. True to his word, Izuku goes to class the next day, in full uniform, minus his tie. Having something touching his neck didn't make him feel especially great. He has 3 classes to teach, one of which being a makeup lesson from yesterday. The other 2 are his class and Class 3A, which should be interesting, to say the least. First is his class. Izuku sits on the front of his desk at the front of the room. He stares silently at the floor for a minute before looking up and addressing the class. I promised you all an explanation yesterday. First, I'd like to apologize for how I acted during the attack. And that's what it was. An attack. People might try to sugarcoat it, call it an incident, but that's not what it was. It was an attack. Anyway, I think I should start at the beginning. I was born into a villain organization. As if on cue, most of the class gasps, while the rest stare in shock. Yeah, I know. You don't have to tell me. I was only there for 9 years, so it could have been worse. The big boss decided to lease me out cause he thought it would bring in more profit or something. I don't know, I was 7. You don't know anything at 7. The class looks frozen in ice. Ada's back is ramrod straight. Todoroki stares at his desk with an intensity that makes one think it might break if he stares any harder. Uraraka and Aiyama are on the verge of tears. Even Bakugo has mixed emotions plaguing his features: confusion, slight fear, and anger. I was sent to work with the 2 in charge of the attack. I had to work with Kurogiri, the mist guy, 4 missions. And Tamura, well, he bullied me. That sounds weird to say, given he's a villain, but it's true. Deku was an insult. I got angry, then my past came back to haunt me. I sort of short-circuited. I didn't act in a way befitting of a hero, a teacher, or even your classmate. I began to revert into what I was. I never want to see that side of me again. I'm sorry to anyone I hurt or scared. I'm sorry I couldn't get you all out in time. I'm sorry you had to fight. I'm sorry." Izuku's eyes find the floor once again, and he takes a deep breath. 2, 3. He looks up with a reassuring smile. "Okay, now on to the lesson." He walks around the desk to the board, picking up a piece of chalk and beginning to write. "Today, I'm going to start you on." Muffled sobs break the silence behind him. When Izuku turns around, he sees Uraraka covering her mouth as tears fall, shoulders jumping with each sob. Frost creeps across Todoroki's desk. Sparks leap from both Bakugo's and Kaminari's skin, while Izuku starts to ask, "Izuku, do you really think we can change gears that quickly?" Kirishima voices the thoughts of the entire class. "You just told us that you worked with the people who just tried to kill us. They tried to take you. You just told us that you didn't have a childhood. And you really think we're just gonna say, okay, that's over now. Time to do school and be done with it?" "Kind of." I explained what happened. I apologized. Is something else supposed to happen? Are you okay?" Tsuyu asks plainly, studying his face. "Yeah, this happened yesterday. I'd be surprised if I weren't over it yet." "You shot someone," Mina cries. "To be fair, I shot multiple someones. Not a big deal. You could have died," exclaims Yaoyorozu. "But I didn't, and that's what matters. Guys, I'm fine. But the protests just won't stop. They just keep coming. It's loud. Too loud." Izuku has to shut his eyes to keep from being completely overwhelmed. Then a hand touches his shoulder. In a quick motion, with his eyes still closed, Izuku finds himself kneeling on top of someone pushed face down on the ground, holding their arm behind their back and their face into the ground. When he opens his eyes, he sees that it's Kirishima. He immediately releases the boy, standing up and holding his hand out to help him up. "I am sorry. I have issues with most people touching me." Izuku's hands tighten into fists as he looks down to the floor, eyes squeezed shut. "I'm sorry. It's not your fault. Izuku, you've gone through some not good stuff. You're allowed to have issues. None of us expect you to be okay, especially now." Izuku opens his eyes again. Looking up at Kirishima, happiness at its most fragile covers his face. It shouldn't be able to rain inside, should it? Izuku looks up, checking for some sort of water leak. He finds nothing. Then it clicks. He's crying. And he smiles. "Thank you," he whispers. "Thank you." He pulls Kirishima into a hug, who tentatively hugs him back. "Of course, dude. You're not alone in this." Bakugo has been suspiciously quiet this whole time. Izuku pulls his shoulder out of Kirishima's shoulder to glance at him. He glares into the front wall, vibrating with anger. No, not anger. Rage. Pure, unadulterated rage. "I'll kill him," he says quietly. "I'll fucking kill every last one of those fucking bastards." Izuku laughs. "How often do you get people like this? People willing to support you, even kill for you. People who don't expect you to constantly be at your best and ready to bend to their every beck and whim. People who let you be human." Izuku's taken to lying across the top of the lockers while he waits for his next class today, scrolling through the news on his phone, as he just came back from a mental breakdown. The other teachers excused him from his regular, not teaching classes. He really wasn't supposed to come to school at all today, but he wanted to teach, if only to get back to something that could be considered normal in his hectic life. "What's a first year doing in here?" The female voice draws his attention away from the story on Best Jeanist's latest arrest. "Are you sure this is the right room? This is our first time with this teacher. I heard this is his first year teaching." Someone else chimes in. "It matches the schedule. I think we're in the right place," yet another voice replies. Izuku sits up, glancing at the students now swarming around his perch. "Hey, could you guys sit in your seats according to seat number? Who are you? Why are you here?" The first girl asks. Hayashi Koharu, a third-year student with a quirk that lets her change her arms into blades. That reminds Izuku that he needs to talk to support about getting a sword. It's been too long since he used one. "Well, I'm your teacher, Midoriya Izuku, at your service. Call me Midoriya or Izuku, I don't care which. But don't add Mr. or Sir in anywhere when referring to me. That's just weird." Izuku jumps off the lockers, students parting like the Red Sea to let him reach the front of the room. When he reaches his desk, he notices that the third years haven't moved an inch. "Did I ask you guys to sit, or was that just in my head?" That gets them moving. "Or you really are teacher." Ono Kaido, a boy who can make himself fly. It's a quirk rather similar to Uraraka's. But he can't make other things float and he doesn't get nauseous making himself float. He apparently just gets Izuku, focus. "Yeah, want me to call Nedzu so he can confirm it for you? Or can I get to the lesson now?" Sure, maybe that was a little snarky. And yeah, having a 15-year-old teach you is a little odd. But Izuku is getting tired of people questioning him. At the silence in response, Izuku begins. "Too many heroes I've seen rely solely on their quirks. I don't want you guys to end up like that. Get changed into your gym uniforms and meet me in Gym Gamma." Izuku stands in front of his class, everyone in identical gym uniforms, Izuku included. We're doing some hand-to-hand combat. No quirks. Let's see. Tagata, your quirk is permeation, correct? Yes, sir. Midoriya. I can phase into and out of solid objects, to say it simply. A non-offensive quirk, so I assume you have some martial arts training. Yes, come at me. Tagata looks at Izuku like his hair was slowly changing into tiny snakes. Excuse me. Come at me. Attack. Put up your dukes. Make me catch those hands. 3, 2, 1, fight. Do I need to say it in a different language? Hit me, dude. But you're younger than me, aren't you? I can't do that. It seems Tagata keeps his morals at the forefront of his mind. Really, a villain isn't going to let you not fight because of an age difference. They're not going to give up after a manly display of morals. Trust me, I'm not as fragile as I might look. I'm a teacher here for a reason. Fucking hit me. Tagata looks to Amajiki, who shrugs, kind of hiding behind Hado. Then he charges. Tagata leads with a right hook, which Izuku easily sidesteps. His elder follows up with a roundhouse kick that Izuku catches, stumbling a step. Good kick, but kicks are easily caught if you don't preoccupy your opponent. Like this, Izuku lifts the leg in his arms up, sending the student toppling flat on his back. He lets go of the leg and holds out a hand to help the other boy up. Everyone, grab a partner. I'm gonna have you spar for a bit, and I'll correct where I see fit. Begin when you have someone, and don't interfere with other partnerships. Remember, no using quirks. As Izuku turns to leave the students to their own devices, he catches a familiar blonde standing just inside the entrance. Izuku comes to stand beside the skinny man. All Might, he says in curt greeting. Young Midoriya, All Might replies. The other students don't know about this form. I'd like to ask you to call me Toshinori when I look like this. I wouldn't want to scare them. Understandable, Toshinori. What brings you to my lesson, though? Both teachers watch the students in front of them, silently assessing their strategies and forms. Well, you know it's my first year teaching as well. I felt I should come see what my fellow new teacher was doing in his classes. Izuku laughs. I hope you weren't hoping for anything special. I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't really see why Nedzu thought this was a good idea. Nedzu was one of my teachers before becoming the principal, you know. Whatever his reasons were, I'm sure they were good. Toshinori says with a smile. The pair fall into a comfortable silence, only disrupted by the sounds of sparring and the occasional keep your wrists straight when you punch or don't drop your guard from Izuku. Toshinori, Izuku asks, still staring out over the sea of students. Yes, young Midoriya. You said the students don't know about this Noodleman form, right? Noodleman. Well, yes, I suppose I did. Then why does Shinsu know? A pause filled with possibility fills the air between the two. How do you know that young Shinsu knows? Yesterday, at the USJ, I ran for you because you were being a dumbass and refused to move when Todoroki was basically ready to barbecue you. Shinsu did, too. What really sold it was when I hinted that your time was up. I assume time is the big defining factor for why you deflate. That, and the fight 8 years ago, which I still apologize for. Shinsu got the hint, nodded knowingly, and took Kirishima away so he wouldn't see. Toshinori nods in understanding. I see. Well, you're right on both counts. Shinsu knows, and my public form has a time limit. Izuku sighs, shaking his head. Yeah, I figured. But the question HADO, no quirks, the question wasn't if he knew. It was why he knew. I can't tell you right now. Come eat with me during lunch tomorrow, and I'll explain. Fine. But now I have one more question I think you should know the answer to. As far as I'm aware, you and Detective Tsukachi are close, right? All Might look down to the boy. Yes, we're old friends. What is this about? Izuku returns his look. Why did Tsukachi tense up when I said Shimura? Young Midoriya, how do you know that name? All Might's voice takes on an urgent quality. Izuku cocks his head. The leader of the attack yesterday. He goes by Shigaraki Tamura, but his real name is Shimura Tenko. Toshinori sucks in a breath. That bastard, he mutters. Who? All for one. The hero's body freezes. And how do you know about him? Izuku quirks an eyebrow. I spent a month with them. Apparently they paid well, not that I ever saw the cash. They're both assholes, in case you were wondering. The hero beside him seems to be fuming now. You good? Did I say something wrong? It looks like I can explain more than I thought I'd be able to, he says through clenched teeth. Until tomorrow, young Midoriya. See ya, Toshinori. As the hero leaves, one of his students yells to Izuku, still mid-spar. Hey, Midori, hey. He ducks under a punch. Midoriya, who was that? All Might's secretary. He just wanted to check some schedule things, so don't get distracted, or else that. The student who called out finds himself on his back with his opponent's forearm on his neck. Here's what you should get from today's lesson. Don't let your surroundings distract you. A good opponent will take any and every chance they can get to win. One slip of concentration is all it takes to end up a red smear on the pavement. I would say you should all start learning at least one type of martial arts. If you message me, I'll probably be able to set up individual training. And I'll also say that Tagada is pretty good, even though he was holding back because he seemed to underestimate me. Ask one of us for help. Tagada, if you can't handle it for some reason or another, send them to me. Got it? Yes, sir. Tagada salutes. I'm gonna say you meant that as a joke. Okay, back inside. You have other classes and so do I. Come on, hop to it. As the students leave, Izuku grabs Tagada by the elbow. Tagada, could you hold up a second? Yeah, what's up? Are you comfortable teaching your classmates? I know that can be a little weird sometimes. I'm always happy to help. It's kinda like tutoring, don't you think? What's so weird about that? Alright, so long as you're okay with it. Also, I still have your tie. Wanna stop by my room at the end of the day? The two walk out of the gym together. Why don't you keep it? I noticed you didn't have a tie today. Izuku's hand reaches for his throat subconsciously. His voice sinks. It was intentional. Tagada must have noticed, because he looks at his teacher with concern. Are you alright, Midoriya? Yeah, I'm good. I just haven't been able to tolerate things touching my neck recently. On another note, your friend, Amajiki, he has anxiety issues, right? Yeah, I'm honestly surprised you noticed it in such a short amount of time. Izuku smiles. One of my many talents. I want you to pay special attention to his martial arts training, cause I don't see him coming to me for help anytime soon. I'd also like you to bring him with you to my room after your last class. I have some tips I'm hoping can help. Wow, thanks, Midoriya. Tagada returns the smile. Of course, now go. I won't be the reason you're late for class. Yes, sir. I told you not to call me sir. When Izuku arrives back to his classroom, he sees his next class, Class 2B, sitting by seat number. It makes Izuku smile. You know, you guys are the first class to come in for their first class and immediately find their seats. On that note, hey, I'm Midoriya Izuku. Call me either, so long as you don't use honorifics. Before you ask, yes, I know I'm young. I'm 15. I'm still your teacher. Sorry I missed yesterday. I was too busy fighting for mine and my classmates' lives. A snicker comes from the right side of the class. Really? They sent a kid to teach us? What a waste of time. Seat 17. What a coincidence. A kid. For one thing, I'm technically a teenager and only a year younger than you. Second of all, I have more experience than this whole room combined or even some pros. Third, I just came back from knocking one of them. The big three. Is that what you guys call them? Tagada, Amajiki, and Hado. Yeah, whatever. I just came back from knocking Tagada flat on his ass. Lastly, the last person who questioned my skills sat in that seat. The hole in the middle of that desk was from the first knife. The hole in the wall behind you is now from the third. A solid thunk sounds from behind the boy, who turns quickly to see the blade sticking out of the wall. Are you done? I'd like to begin my lesson. The lesson had gone fairly smoothly after that little hiccup. He had them do some sparring, just like he did with the third years. He then spoke with Amajiki and Tagada, then went home. Izuku is greeted by the cats. Then he begins reorganizing the books patrons moved around, before he retreats to his back room. He opens one of his many notebooks and starts writing down lesson plans for tomorrow's classes. It's dark and cold and scary and he doesn't want to be here, but he can't leave. A 9-year-old shouldn't have to go through this. Light spills into the room as Chronostasis opens the door. The light reflects off a mirror, showing the boy his haggard-looking reflection with black hair in the broken mirror. Come on, kid. The boss wants to see you. Izuku doesn't like the boss. The boss is mean and weird and he makes everyone wear those stupid plague masks. And he hates it. He hates everything about it. Chronostasis leads Izuku into another room. This one full of medical equipment. Strapped to the hospital bed in the center of the room is a little girl with white hair and a tiny horn on the top of her head. Good, you're here. The boss, overhaul or Chisaki if you wanted to be ripped apart and put back together again, says in a bored tone. This is Aria. She just turned 4 and got her quirk. She can rewind time, analyze it and give me ideas about how I can profit off this. I paid good money for you, kid. The girl's eyes are filled with fear. She squirms against her bindings, getting one hand free. I want to go home. She cries. This is your home, you ungrateful brat. Chisaki grabs her barehanded by the wrist, and the girl screams as she gets ripped apart, cell by cell, until there's nothing left. Then, silence. She reforms, unfinished screams breaking through the still air. Izuku stumbles back a step, torn between trying to help the girl and running to save his own skin. Even after Aria passes out from the pain, her shrieks still ring in Izuku's ears. This is the first time he watched Chisaki use his quirk on another human being. As the tests on Aria go on, it happens more and more. Izuku reaches the point where he isn't sure if the screams he's hearing are real or just in his head, constantly on repeat. A constant reminder of the pain he indirectly inflicted on this child, now doomed to a similar fate to his. He should have just told them she was useless and to kill her. Izuku bolts upright, spilling a less than enthused muffin off his chest. As his eyes dart around the room, he grounds himself. He is lying on a futon. Not the old, filthy mattress of the room Chisaki kept him in. It's Muffin who was just on him, not a little girl. Little girl, Uri, Izuku whispers into the empty air, breaking the silence. The next day, Aizawa walks into class 1 to find seat 18 empty. Izuku's classroom is also empty. His phone vibrates in his pocket, so he pulls it out to check the message. Midoriya, I'm not coming to class today. I have something I gotta do. Bakugo's gonna be testier than usual today cause I told the class a little of my history, so have fun with that. It'll be safe, don't worry. Aizawa's sigh is muffled by the bandages covering almost every inch of his body. Damn problem child. Sir Nighteye arrives at his agency at 5:30 a.m. to finish paperwork he hadn't the night before. He likes coming in early. While he likes every one of his sidekicks and interns, sometimes he just needs the quiet of an empty building. Imagine his surprise when his quiet building is not empty. A boy with green hair sits at his desk, flipping through a file. Who are you and how did you get in here? The boy looks up. Wow, I can tell you really didn't have any leads before Eraserhead caught me. You were on my case. You probably know me as Undefined. You're a kid. You can't be him. This goes against all logic and reasoning. This kid looks younger than his intern, Tagata. Undefined shakes his head. Why does everyone say that? He's too young, and what could a kid like him do? Or he's just a child, he shouldn't know about this. It's thoughts like those that got 293 people killed by one kid's hands over the course of 2 years. Nighteye looks at the kid in shock, maybe even a little horror. Who is this person? You clearly have questions, and I have answers. Just not for the questions you want to ask. Those ones you should bring to Tsukachi Naomasa, cause I don't want to explain my life story again. I know you've heard of the 8 precepts of death and their leader, Overhaul, because I have the file for that investigation right here. He shakes the file folder for emphasis. Overhaul's quirk lets him disassemble and reassemble things with physical contact. He wears gloves so he doesn't accidentally activate his quirk. The quirk can be used to heal wounds or combine people. Undefined. Don't interrupt. It's rude and I want to leave as soon as possible. I'm trying really hard not to have to reschedule my classes. Where was I? Oh yeah. He has a little girl with a small horn-a-time quirk. She can rewind time on anything she touches, but last I knew, she couldn't control it. Her horn grows when she triggers her quirk. I think she'd be around 10 years old now. Her name is Uri. I have reason to believe they're doing experiments on her to create a drug to permanently remove a quirk. Overhaul's officers are strong. One has a quirk that lets him inhabit inanimate objects and control them that way. The other can make people experience time slower than the rest of the world, making them act in slow motion, so long as he isn't moving when he activates his quirk. Child. Undefined puts his hands up in mock innocence. Holy hot damn, dude. I'm giving you information on your case. At least act grateful. Since what you want to say is so important you had to interrupt me thrice, it's your turn. Go ahead, psychic boy. The stage is yours. You're so young. What made you think to bring this to me? Why do you know all this? Who are you? The boy slams the file folder down on the desk and stands, walking around the desk to stand in front of the hero. Yes, I am indeed young. 15, to be exact. I brought it to you because I knew you were helping lead the investigation and that your building is generally empty save for you in the mornings. I also knew I was going to be aiding in this investigation whether anyone wants me involved or not to get Aria out because she's already been in a year longer than I was and I can't stand for it. This is as close to legal with this as I can currently get. Why is something you'll find out when you speak to Tsukachi or Toshinori. Oh, shit, I have to meet him for lunch today. Thanks for the reminder. What was your last question? Who am I? I'm Midoriya. Sir, what are you doing here? Tagata makes his presence known from the doorway. Tagata, you know him? Nighteye asks incredulously. Yeah, he's one of my teachers. It's nice to see you again, sir. Nightaye's intern says with a smile. Tagata, we've spoken about you using honorifics for me, didn't we? The boy, Midoriya, says with an equal smile. The blonde boy laughs. Sorry, it just feels weird not to use them. You're my teacher, you know. But really, what are you doing here? I was just talking to Sir about starting an internship. I like how he handles his missions and I wanted to get some experience with a hero like that. Oh, I've got to run. I have a class to teach. Have a nice day, Tagata. You, too, see Midoriya cocks his head. Sir, you have something in your hair. Can I get it out? It's gonna bother me. Nighteye obliges, because it seems the kid has a reason for everything. If he weren't breaking the law, Nighteye might actually be interested in giving him the internship, if only because of his practicality. He bends down to the boy's height, who reaches to grab the non-existent something. The students don't know I was a vigilante. Please don't tell him, the boy whispers in his ear. Got it. He then exclaims cheerfully. But I really have to go. Stay safe, you too. And, like that, he's gone, like he was never here to begin with. Izuku is considered a cryptid by pretty much the entire school, and he could not be happier. He also couldn't blame the students or the teachers for coming to that conclusion. He would appear and disappear randomly, exist in the room you were just about to enter, then vanish as soon as you turned your back. No one knew much about him, not even his own classmates. Aizawa was known to make jokes with the boy, which only Present Mike had ever achieved beforehand. This is why, in Izuku's honest opinion, Toshinori shouldn't have been as surprised as he was to find Izuku in the teacher's lounge he usually eats lunch in. Despite not having been at UA for the first half of the day, he throws up a peace sign at the hero's startled expression. "Sup, young Midoriya? Yes, you seem surprised. You do remember promising me an explanation, right? Where have you been? You worried, Aizawa?" A small smile forms on Izuku's face. "Awa, how sweet." He was worried. "I told him I'd be fine. I was just paying a visit to your old friend, Sir Nighteye. Lovely man, though he seems to have some issues with interrupting people. He might be calling you at some point in the near future to ask questions about me, so don't be alarmed by that. And don't think you can avoid the promised explanation. I'll find out one way or another, so it's best to just tell me on your own terms." "I suppose you're right, my colleague." "My colleague." All Might barely catches himself before he slips up. He sits on the couch across from the boy. "I suppose I'll start with my quirk." All Might explains everything, from how his quirk wasn't his to begin with, to how he passed it on to Shinsu, to the blood feud between the users of One for All versus All for One. He explains that his predecessor was a wonderful woman named Shimura Nana, that Tamura was likely related to her and chosen by All for One as a way to hurt All Might. "It isn't his quirk," Izuku mutters to himself. "But the brainwashing is. That's why he comes out of his head in a snap." "Toshinori Yagi, what is wrong with you? Shinsu is breaking himself because of a quirk you gave him when he wasn't ready. What the hell are you teaching this boy? Oh God, I'm gonna have to take over his training. Tell him to come see me after school. And that I know. God, this is an absolute nightmare." He checks the time. "Shit, I gotta go. Class 1B is having their first lesson." "You and Recovery Girl would get along well," Toshinori mumbles as Izuku gets up to leave. "Well, we'll see when I have to keep bringing him there because he doesn't know what he's doing. This is gonna be such a headache." Later, Toshi. It seems word got around that a teenager was now a teacher at UA, because no one in Class 1B questioned anything as they filed into the room. As they all sit down, Izuku begins his introductory spiel. "Hi, I'm Midoriya Izuku, and I don't care what you call me. At this point, I've given up on people not using honorifics with me, so go hogwild. Any questions?" "I have one." A voice came from seat 18. There sits a blonde boy named Monoma Nito. "Aren't you from Class 1A? "Yes, I am. Good information gathering." "Is that all?" "No," Monoma says. "It's not. The USJ attack was all over the news." Of course it was. Just Izuku's luck. Don't think Wanna can hog the spotlight. Just you watch. 1B is gonna cream you guys in the sports festival. Izuku is stunned, staring at the blonde in disbelief. Is that really what you think? You think the attack on the USJ was something we benefited from? That any of us are happy it happened? Do you think it was something we asked for? That we asked to have to fight for our lives? To fight villains for the first time? I almost died. Aizawa and 13 almost died. Kaminari fried his fucking brain, and you think this is something good can come from? I had to face two of the people that made my life hell for a month straight. And that's a good thing in your mind. Don't you have any human decency? Forget daggers. Izuku stares straight up katanas at his student. Get out. Get out of my room right now. You'd probably be safer with Nenzu right now, and he's a sadistic bastard. I'll tell you that from experience. He points harshly to the door, fuming. Get the fuck out, Monoma, he snarls. Monoma hurries out the door without a word. And Izuku sighs, blood pressure falling back to a reasonable status. I'm sorry, guys. People like that just piss me off. And I don't mean to discourage you from doing your best during the sports festival when it gets here. I've been told it's a great way to get ahead in the world of heroes. I hope to see you all reach at least the second round, if not the finals. Izuku casts a glance to the door. Is he always like that? I'm sorry, Kendo, seat 5, says. He's been better about his antagonizing lately. I was hoping he'd be good and I wouldn't have to warn you. I'm sorry about that. I'll keep him under control. Izuku offers the girl a weak smile. That would be appreciated. But don't put too much responsibility on your shoulders, okay? Got it, Izuku. She returns the smile. Izuku celebrates in his head. There's someone who didn't automatically go for a Mr. Midoriya or Midoriya, sir. I really need to start making lesson plans. Izuku says, half to himself. How do you guys feel about a game of hide and seek? It's really calming to sit out on a roof, in case you've never experienced it. Unless you're afraid of heights or something. Then it's just terrifying. Izuku is not afraid of heights, so he's taken to sitting at the very top of UA High School when he has a free moment or just needs to get away. Now is one of those moments, as he finished with his last class and he told Aizawa he wasn't doing the whole school thing today. Izuku tends to find himself lost in his own mind while he's up here, which is why he startles when his phone vibrates in his pocket. Midoriya, I would like for you to come work with me. Midoriya. From the fact that anyone else who knows the name Midoriya should already be a contact in this phone, I'll assume this is Sir Nighteye. Yes, Sir Nighteye. I believe your insight will prove useful in the investigation. If you could arrange it with the other teachers and Netsu, I would like for you to start accompanying Tagato when he comes in for his internship. Midoriya, you do realize I don't have a hero license, right? It's kinda the reason you had to try to arrest me. Sir Nighteye, I can't worry about that right now. You seem crucial to breaking apart the organization, so I'll do what I must. Midoriya, spunky, I love it. When do we start? Sir Nighteye, as soon as possible. Izuku smiles at his phone, satisfied, before another notification appears. Toshinori, I've talked to young Shinsu. Midoriya, cool, I'm on the roof. Send him up. Toshinori, he is on his way. Izuku lays across the edge of the roof and closes his eyes, listening to the sounds of the city. As the door to the roof clangs open, Izuku sits up and turns to the new arrival. You wanted to see me? Yes, I did, Shinsu. You know why? Not really. All Might kind of just sent me up here without much explanation. Izuku nods knowingly, hopping down from the wall. Well, Shinsu, the thing is, your predecessor's a dumbass. I'm taking over your training because I'm tired of seeing you murdering your limbs. Can I work with you today? Sure, just nothing too strenuous or recovery girl will kill us both. A fond smile finds itself a home on Izuku's face. Ah, yes, finally, someone with some common sense. The cogs of Izuku's mind start whirring. If Shinsu started with a natural quirk, then he should be able to connect the techniques from that to One for All. Maybe he's thinking of it as something special. Would his original quirk be able to be enhanced by One for All? Izuku should think about some sort of training regimen for Shinsu. Maybe he can train him with weapons until he has a better handle on his new quirk. Izuku really needs to talk to support about that sword. Maybe they can make it so it's just attached to his wrist, then it folds out to being a sword if he hits a button. That would be cool. Wait, stop with the sword. Focus on the task at hand. You good, dude? Shinsu's voice breaks through Izuku's thoughts. Huh, yeah, I'm fine. Why, I was muttering again, wasn't I? Shinsu nods. Shit, sorry. There's only one way to see if a theory is right. Get you gym uniform and meet me in Gym Gamma. Tell whoever you need to that you're gonna be late, K. Yes, sir, Shinsu says with a smirk, to which Izuku responds by flipping him off with a chuckle. Why did Izuku think this was a good idea? He doesn't have a quirk. How is he supposed to help someone control theirs? At least he can't do worse than what All Might was doing. Izuku spends a solid 5 minutes just staring at Shinsu. When he finally speaks, Shinsu jumps a little. Did you always have control of your original quirk? I know. I used sign and notes until I was probably 7, so I didn't accidentally control anyone. And how did you start controlling your quirk? Shinsu looks off into the distance in thought. I guess I stopped resisting it. I was kinda scared of my quirk and hurting someone, so I tried talking while shoving my quirk way down. But it always felt on, so it would overflow and I'd accidentally use it on people. I stopped trying to hold it back after a few years and it worked better. Progress. Wanna use a metaphor? A hose. At first, I was just plugging the opening and the hose was exploding, but then I figured out how to turn off the water. When Shinsu uses One for All, it seems he shoves all the power into one part of the body. Can Izuku just turn his metaphor around? You realize One for All is a quirk, right? It isn't something special. Try thinking about applying your metaphor to One for All. Meanwhile, we're going to learn about knives and swords. Which do you want to start with? It turns out, Shinsu is rather naturally talented with throwing knives. With only a few mild adjustments on Izuku's part, Shinsu is hitting the middle of the target 8 times out of 10. Hey, Shin. Catch. Izuku tosses an extremely dull knife to the other student. Let's fight a little. I have to see where you're starting from. Don't worry, it couldn't even cut butter. As soon as Shinsu catches the knife, Izuku lunges with one of his own. Shinsu brings his knife up just barely in time to block Izuku's blade. Izuku drops to the ground, spinning to kick Shinsu's legs out from under him. Shinsu jumps over the kick, but catches his foot on Izuku's shin. He lands with a stumble before kicking out at his teacher haphazardly. Izuku catches Shinsu's foot, throwing him backward. The purple-haired boy falls to the ground and looks up to find the dull knife in his face. Not bad for a beginner. Kicks are dangerous and should not be used unless your opponent won't get the chance to catch it. It's better to get stabby or punchy. One more time. He helps Shinsu up. Probably not. Recovery girl said not to do much more today and I've seen her chew out All Might. I don't want to be on the receiving end of it. Izuku laughs. Yeah, she got pretty pissed at Toshi after the USJ. Maybe a dwarf emerges from Izuku's hair. At least that's the kind of look Shinsu's giving him. Did you just call All Might Toshi? Did I? I mean, his real name is Toshinori, but that's a whole ass mouthful and I'm not about that life. You're strange. Is this a new revelation? Cause, if so, I really gotta step up my game. Izuku grins a shidating smirk. Any ideas about one for all? Shinsu looks at the knife in his hands pensively. I only power up the parts of my body I'm gonna use. Ooh, I was right. Yes, congratulations. Can I keep going? Go for it. Sorry, I got excited. Shinsu chuckles. Of course you did. I was thinking maybe I'm just shoving too much power into little areas and it's kinda exploding. Cool, I like it. How you gonna fix it? Izuku asks, flipping his knife across his fingers. Shinsu falls silent, brow furrowing. Maybe if I just spread it out. It won't be able to break my limbs if I'm not putting more power than my arms can handle in them. Are you asking if this is right? Cause I really don't know, dude. Wanna try? I'll take the bullshit from Recovery Girl if this fucks you up. Unsure. Shinsu shuts his eyes in concentration and purple lightning spreads across his body, starting in his chest. His eyes squeeze in exertion. You okay? Can you move? Izuku asks in concern. I think so. A satisfied grin crosses Izuku's face. Perfect. Hit me. Shinsu's eyes whip open. Are you sure? We gotta test it and I've probably had worse. Come on. I think I have a better idea. Shinsu takes a step. Then another. Faster. Faster. Then he's running. Sprinting. Faster. Faster. And he isn't breaking. Izuku cackles like a madman. We fucking did it. He shouts. You're what? Aizawa stares incredulously at the boy in front of him. Interning with Sir Nighteye. Izuku says slowly, as if he's talking to a 5-year-old. Aizawa grabs the bridge of his nose. It isn't experience week and you don't have a hero license. Yes, but I also have neither a quirk that needs licensing nor a single fuck to give. What I do have is information and an amount of stubbornness and a history of rash decision-making that indicates that I might just do whatever I want with this if I'm not allowed help, sir. Izuku crosses his arms, looking up at the hero, grinning smugly because he knows he's won. Aizawa shakes his head. You've really earned the title of problem child. You know that, right, Izuku? I figured. Don't worry, though. I can't get arrested for illegal quirk use, cause I don't have a quirk. And I've been handling myself just fine for almost all of my life. Everything will be okay. Izuku pauses for a moment, brow furrowing. Would you take Inari when we get her out? I don't want her to have to live at the bookstore and she probably has yet to gain any control of her quirk. Nedzu's been talking about dorms since the USJ. You might be able to share a room with her. She'll probably be more comfortable with that than some stranger. We'll see. Later, Shouta. Izuku turns to exit with a wave. When did we get to the point where you're calling me by my given name? We almost died together. I think we're at the given name level of friendship. Soon, we'll get nicknames. Sigh. Bye, Izuku. Izuku makes it out of the building before Tagata, so he waits for him by the gate. Midoriya, sir, shouldn't you be in the school? The older student asks when he spots Izuku. Usually, yeah. However, sir's gonna let me intern with him, so I'm coming with you. Speaking of which, even if you can't drop the sir during class, right now we are equals. We're both interns under Sir Nighteye. Call me Izuku, or at least keep it to Midoriya. Please? Okay, Tagata says, flashing a bright smile. You can call me Mirio, then. Izuku receives the smile with one equally as bright, if not brighter. Got it. Now, come on. Don't want to be late on my first day. Izuku sprints out the gate, Mirio hot on his trail. They reach the train station sweaty, out of breath, and laughing their hearts out. Izuku changes into his old gray sweatshirt and some ripped jeans when he and Mirio arrive at Sir Nightae's agency. Mirio changes into his costume. Izuku, don't you have a hero costume? Mirio asks when he sees Izuku's outfit. Izuku shrugs. I do. But the USJ was apparently on the news and I would rather avoid being recognizable. No one pays attention to a guy in a hoodie. Fair enough. Let's go see Sir. The pair go into Sir Nighteye's office. Mirio greets him with a smile and a joke, but Izuku just stares at the hero. He's honestly kind of surprised Nighteye is allowing him to intern with him. Maybe Tsukachi or All Might told him that Izuku was quirkless and therefore couldn't get in trouble for using a quirk without a license. Maybe he just felt Izuku's knowledge was important enough to warrant a little rule bending. Izuku doubts he'll actually get an answer about that. Midoriya, sir, acknowledges. Reporting for duty, sir. Izuku gives the man a small, smug smile. Tagata, take Midoriya and tell him about the 8 Precepts case. Midoriya, give Tagata any insight you might have. Any insight? Yes, sir. The interns say in unison. As they leave the room, Izuku turns to Mirio. My insight might be a little disturbing. Just a warning. Mirio looks at him, confused, before shrugging and heading toward the conference room. Izuku sits in one of the chairs at the table of the conference as Mirio brings over a familiar file. This is what we have on the 8 Precepts. All the facts and theories we've come up with since this investigation began. He hands Izuku the file, sitting in a chair across from him. I'm gonna need a pen and some post-it notes, Izuku says as he opens the folder. By the time he gets through the file, he's gone through 2.5 stacks of post-its. The folder is about 1.5 times its original size, and sticky notes stick out in every direction, covered in red pen. He hands the file to Mirio. He said to give you all my insight. Here it is. Mirio spends the next few minutes flipping through Izuku's notes. He gets about halfway through the folder before he looks up at the younger boy sitting across from him with concern. These are really detailed. How do you know all this? Want the pretty lie or the ugly truth? Izuku says nonchalantly. Truth. 6 years ago, I spent a month and a half with them. That's all you're getting for now. The concern on Mirio's face morphs into full-on fear. Not of Izuku, though. For him, it gets mixed with pity. Don't feel sorry for me. I've had worse. It's fine. Get that look off your face. Izuku admonishes quietly, with no bite. Izuku, Mirio says softly, with feeling. Don't. Izuku leaves Night-Eye's agency with his school uniform in his bag. School is well past over, so he begins walking back to the bookstore. As he passes an alley, a small body runs into his leg. Izuku looks down to see bandaged arms hugging his thigh. White hair. Big eyes look up at him, filled with tears. Her hair moves, revealing a small horn. Izuku recognizes her and picks her up in his arms. I'm sorry, he whispers into her hair, speed walking away from the alley. I'm so sorry, Eri. Excuse me, that's my daughter. A chill shoots up Izuku's spine. He knows this voice. I'm sorry, she got away from me. She's always doing this. Eri, it's time to go home. Izuku turns to see Chisaki holding his hand out. And he's never been so glad the kings let him dye his hair black when he started doing missions. Eri buries her face in Izuku's chest, clutching his shirt. I'm sorry, sir, were you talking to me? Izuku's voice doesn't shake, no matter how badly it wants to. Eri looks up at him, eyes wide with fear. Yes, I was. Eri, come on. You don't want to make me mad, do you? Eri glances back at Chisaki and Izuku worms his hand into his sweatshirt pocket, unsheathing a knife. The little girl squirms in his arms, trying to get down. Izuku puts her down, holding her hand and whispering, stay here and don't watch. You're safe now. He lets go of the girl, says, I don't think a daughter should be more trusting of a stranger than her father. I don't like this situation very much. And lunges. Knife out, he leaps for Chisaki, who isn't ready for the sudden attack. Before he can get a hand on Izuku, the knife gets driven into his eye. He screams, grabbing for the boy. One of his gloves come off and the newly revealed hand grabs Izuku's arm. But nothing happens. Chisaki makes a confused noise, to which Izuku laughs. Quirk suppressants, bitch, street smarts. He shoves the knife hilt deep into the forearm of the hand grabbing him, rips it out, drops and cuts his Achilles tendon, grabs Eri, and sprints down the sidewalk. He yanks her onto his back and runs faster. Down one alley, 2, across a street, into and out of a building, up the side of another to the roof. He runs across the roofs till he gets to a familiar neighborhood. Izuku can guess what building he's on. He climbs down 3 stories, Eri still on his back. He kicks the window, shattering the glass and tossing Eri in. He rolls in after her. Down the hall, Izuku hears the thuds of running feet. One door slams open, and another. The last one reveals to Izuku a startled and pissed Aizawa who visibly relaxes when he sees who broke in. Hey, Aizawa, this is Eri. Izuku motions to the girl hiding behind his leg. Do I want to know? Aizawa sighs. Probably not. Oh, wait. Izuku kneels down to Eri's eye level. Hey, Eri, you might not remember me. It's been 6 years. My name's Izuku. Chisaki can't get you now. Izuku, she repeats like a question. Izuku smiles. Yeah, I'm Izuku. I had black hair when we met. Do you remember He's cut off as the tiny girl throws her body into his, wrapping her arms around his neck. He hugs her lightly with a laugh. I'll take that as a yes. He pulls out his phone, opening his conversation with Sir Nighteye. Midoriya, I have Eri. Chisaki might still be here. Attached, location. Midoriya, I may have stabbed him. Midoriya, 3 times. Midoriya, with a knife covered in quirk suppressants. Midoriya, once in the eye, another in the arm, and the last slashing his Achilles tendon. Midoriya, maybe. Sir Nighteye, are you serious? Midoriya, whoops. Izuku knows he asked Aizawa to take care of Eri when he got her out. But he can't bear to take his eyes off her. She's just so small, fragile. She's grown so much since Izuku last saw her. Shadow has decided Eri is now her kitten and won't leave her side. Muffin watches her from the checkout counter, letting her pet him should she so desire. Even Jared lets her into the mystery section. Stygian is her favorite, though. On more than one occasion, Izuku has found Eri sleeping in one of the store recliners with Stygian nestled up under her chin. At night, they sleep together on Izuku's futon, surrounded by cats. Eri walks up at least once a night screaming and sobbing from a nightmare, which Izuku then calms her down from. Izuku still has his own nightmares, from which he wakes with a sharp gasp. The now familiar weight in his arms grounds him as he shoves his face into the little girl's hair and tries to fall back asleep. The first day Izuku goes to school again is a week after saving Eri. As he tries to leave the bookstore, Eri grabs his hand with watery eyes. Izuku, please don't leave me. And that's how we end up with a 10-year-old in a high school. Uraraka, Ashido, and Hagakure immediately fawn over her, exclaiming about how cute she is. She looks at them with happiness in her eyes. Ida comes in the room, being his loud self, and Eri shrinks back. When Ida spots her, he looks at her, hand over his mouth in thought. As soon as his mouth disappears from view, Eri shrieks. Izuku looks at Ida, alarmed, before noticing something. Dark hair, covered mouth. He's reminding her of Chisaki. Izuku darts forward, grabbing Ada by the wrist and pulling his hand from his face. He then pulls the sobbing Eri into his arms and holds her close, whispering reassuringly in her ear. "SHHH, it's okay. You're okay, Eri. I've got you. It's not him. I won't let him hurt you." The students swarming the pair backed off slightly when the child screamed. "Tell Aizawa I'll be back," Izuku says to no one in particular as he leaves the room with Eri in his arms. When Izuku comes back, Eri is asleep in his arms. Speak quietly around her and don't cover your face. "Shaoji, your mask seems fine." "Bakugo, if you scare her, I will skin you alive. She's been through enough already. Let's make her feel safe." "Okay." Izuku takes his notes that day around a sleeping Eri. All is good. Izuku's first class since coming back to school is Class 3A. Eri likes the spinning chair behind Izuku's desk, so she sits in that as the students file in. She peers over the top of the desk curiously as the third years find their seats. Izuku notices Mirio's seat is empty, but decides to begin the lesson anyway. "Hey, guys, I have to lay down some rules, at least for today. No loud noises, and don't cover your mouth. Trauma is a serious thing, and I don't want to interrupt class because of an accident. I can't give any further explanation than that. On that note, I suspect you're all curious about our guest today. Guys, meet Izuku, is that?" Mirio starts, frozen in the doorway. "Yes, it is. Nice of you to join us, Mirio." Izuku tilts his head to the door. "How?" Izuku shakes his head. "Right place, right time, right weapons. Please take your seat. I'll explain it to both you and Sir when we go to his agency." Izuku turns back to the class. "As I was saying, this is Eri. She'll be joining us for today, at the very least. You should be proud of Izuku. He spent the week he was out of school making lesson plans for once. Today's lesson entails 2 Nerf guns, and a lot of disrupted classes. Eri and I will have at least 1 Nerf gun each," Izuku explains. "For the rest of the day, you will all have to constantly be aware of your surroundings. Try not to get shot. The rest of the class is yours to go wherever you want in the school. You can't skip other classes to hide from us. Leaving a class once you see us trying to hit you, however, is allowed and encouraged. If the other teachers don't hate me yet, they will. Meet back here at the very end of the day so we can count your ink spots. Whoever gets hit the least gets to work with Eri and I next time we do this activity. Run free, my children." Izuku lifts Eri onto his lap, replacing her spot in the spinning chair, laughing quietly and sinisterly. Three bolts from the room almost immediately. Izuku pulls 2 Nerf guns from a drawer in his desk, handing the smaller one to Eri. "Ready?" Eri nods, determined. "Call me if you need me, and find Momo if you need more darts, okay?" She nods again, pulling out the small cell phone Nedzu so kindly supplied her with. Momo is a lot easier to say than Yaoyorozu, so that's what Eri knows her by. "Okay, let's go hunting." Eri hits a girl named Hamasaki in the shoulder and the boy next to her, who is in 3B, in the forehead as they walk between classes. Izuku nails Hato in the back of her neck. Mirio phases through one of Eri's darts in present Mike's English lesson, so Mike gets inked. During lunch, Ono sees the orange tip of a gun in front of a bush of green peering out over the edge of the balcony in the cafeteria. He grabs Aita's bento box, hurls it at the ground, and shouts, "Scatter." You know the scene from Ratatouille when the humans come into the kitchen and all the rats run all different directions. Now, picture that with 20 startled Japanese third-year hero students and Nerf darts raining from the sky. More than once, Izuku comes into a class via the window, sliding across a table or the floor with a semi-auto Nerf gun, spraying the class. Eri got more than one student by pretending to be lost and out of darts before getting the student in the back. Nefarious little shit. Izuku's raising her right. At the end of the day, Amajiki and Mirio are tied for the least number of dart marks. The way Amajiki shrinks back when Izuku starts announcing this makes him decide to leave the part about Amajiki out. Good job, everyone. By the end of the year, I hope to find all of you basically spotless at the end of an exercise like this. Always be aware of your surroundings if you want to make it as a hero. Class dismissed, I guess. Izuku knows for a fact that Aria is probably not ready to take the train. Crowds also seem like a bad plan. Mirio takes the train to Sir's agency while Izuku and Eri run across the rooftops again. Eri laughs from her place on Izuku's back as the wind rushes through her hair. When he reaches Sir Night-Eye's agency, Eri's bouncing up and down on his back. Again. Maybe when we go home, kid. We need to talk to some friends of mine. Okay, Izuku says as he goes into the building through the roof door. He and Eri enter the conference room to find Mirio, Sir, and Sir's 2 sidekicks, Centipter and Bubble Girl, sitting at the end of the table. Afternoon, sir, Izuku says with a small wave. Midori, I should have met her as soon as you found her. Nighteye says coldly. Fool, was busy running for both of our lives, and then I wanted Eri to start getting comfortable with an actual life. I'm sorry if my concern for a child messed with your plans a little bit. Izuku sits next to Mirio, swinging Eri around to sit on his lap. He tells her everyone's names, and they get to work. When we arrived at the location you sent, Izuku clears his throat, tipping his head toward the girl in front of him. Excuse me, he wasn't there anymore. I would assume one of his lackeys came to grab him, Nighteye explains. Damn, sorry, my guy, Izuku says with a shrug. I'm happy I got this one out. Should have done a bit more damage, though. Sir Nighteye glares at his nonchalance in disgust. You don't seem like much help at the moment, given you have to keep her with you. Go home, Izuku. Send me a report on the event by the end of the week. Izuku grins, nudging Mirio. Hey, dude, you hear that? You hear that? He called me by my given name. I feel special. Midoriya. Warning lingers in Sir's voice. Yeah, I got it. I'm leaving. See ya, Mirio. Bye, Izuku. Mirio smiles, and across the rooftops Izuku runs. He ran into a villain, and you didn't say anything to anyone. I told Sir. Yeah, no shit. He's who I heard it from. You ran to my agency. Aizawa is pissed, and he has every right to be. Luckily, Eri is spending the day with Mirio, so these two can argue. To be fair, I was more concerned with the girl I had just pulled from the hell I condemned her to and not completely mucking up Sir's investigation. I think I was entitled to some detail leaving out. Besides, I promised everything would be fine, and it was. I don't see what the big deal is. Aizawa now has a permanent wrinkle between his brows. Izuku is almost positive he put it there. You don't ugh, Izuku. Grow a sense of self-preservation, will you? Izuku rolls his eyes. I was fine. I didn't get hurt, and I played the part of not knowing who he was. It's fine. Everything is fine. Everything is not fine. You could have died, but I didn't. I disabled his quirk. I did not get harmed in the least. He could have captured you, but he didn't. I'm here in front of your eyes. What if Eri got hurt because you didn't have a plan? Izuku's stare goes from exasperated and sarcastic to an ice cold that could rival Todoroki's quirk. I had a plan. I always have a plan. The last time I wasn't actively making a plan was when I was 4. I would have died before I let that germophobic bastard lay another hand on that girl. Don't you dare suggest I would have let her get hurt, Shouta. Izuku glares deep into Aizawa's soul. Just like you were more than ready to die if it meant I lived at the USJ. Just like you risking your life during countless missions for complete strangers. Just like you confronting me without backup that night, having no idea what I was capable of, not knowing I've killed before. For the safety of others, especially those you care about, you're willing to lay down your life. If that monster touched Eri, it would have only been after I was reduced to a smear of red on the sidewalk. I have a class. Goodbye, Eraserhead. Izuku turns sharply and leaves, ignoring the hero calling him back. Midoriya didn't come to class for a while, so Aizawa sent Shouto after him. He doesn't know why. It isn't like they're close or anything. Bakugo, Kirishima, or Shinsu probably would have been a better choice. As Shouto left the room, Shinsu mouthed something like roof to him. It seems like a good place as any to start. Shouto opens the door to the roof and sees nothing. As he turns to go back into the school, he hears a muffled sob. He shuts the door quietly, rounding the corner from the door to the wall next to the stairs. Midoriya sits on the ground, knees up by his chest, back against the wall. His breathing is quick, shallow, a rhythm broken only by the occasional sob. It's a scene familiar to Shouto, except he's usually the one on the ground. Midoriya, it's Todoroki. Can I sit? Shouto keeps his tone even, calm. When Midoriya doesn't immediately get more upset, Shouto sits against the wall about a foot away. He pulls out his phone and headphones from his pocket, plugging the headphones in and hitting play on a piano music playlist. He then holds out the headphones to Midoriya. If you listen to music, it helps drown out the thoughts. Midoriya takes the headphones, putting them in his ears. Shouto sends Aizawa a text saying he found Midoriya, and they might be back at some point. Roughly 10 minutes later, Midoriya hands back the headphones, breathing normal and tears dried on his face. Thank you. His voice is slightly hoarse. Of course, Shouto replies. When silence grows between them and it seems like Midoriya doesn't want to discuss what was going on, Shouto decides to break the ice with his own story. My father isn't a good person. I suspected as much. Shouto meets green eyes rimmed with red with his own bicolored ones filled with confusion. You suspected that he was bad. Yeah, when you got burned, it was all the media talked about for a solid week. The way your mother looked and acted in all the footage I found didn't match how she should have looked had it been malicious. Your father looked angry, but for the wrong reasons. You said you wouldn't give him the satisfaction of watching you use your fire. I could only assume you meant the one you inherited that part of your quirk from. Endeavor seems like a dick. Shouto freezes, shocked, before laughter starts to bubble out of him. You actually believe me? Yep. full-on shit stain, disgrace to society. I'm embarrassed to walk the same earth as that dumpster fire. Even if I didn't see how he treated your family. The way he does the whole hero thing is absolutely disgusting. Midoriya says with a small smile. Shadow laughs hard, almost maniacally, because he isn't the only one no knows about Endeavor. He stops, mid-laugh, as a thought crosses his mind. Wait, I was 5 when I was burned. How could you know my parents were acting strange? How long do you have? Midoriya was born into a villain organization, but Shadow already knew that. By age 4, Midoriya was making plans for the villains, which Shadow didn't know. He escaped when he was 9, and Shadow starts to feel like he doesn't have the right to complain, which gets him smacked lightly on the arm. Stop that. The fact that someone else has also suffered doesn't invalidate your own hardships. We've both been through some shit. Midoriya pauses, thinking. Apparently Nezu's been talking about making some dorms. I can try to convince him to make them sooner. Until then, you're free to come stay with me. Shadow's immediate reaction is to protest. No, I can't. Besides, the old man likes to train me himself. Says he needs to make sure I'm ready to surpass All Might. Oh, no. You're going to stay with a teacher who beat All Might once and almost did twice more. However, will you be trained to beat All Might by someone who seems to have done better in that area than the one training you to begin with? Shadow fears he might drown in all the sarcasm dripping from those sentences. I'm also ready, willing, and able to throw down with that self-righteous prick if the need arises. I think you'd like my cats. Midoriya looks to him, focused on his eyes. You match Shadow already. Shadow's expression is neutral, but he's glowing on the inside. It's been so long since anyone but his siblings went out of their way for him unless they were seeing him as Endeavor's son. It's been even longer since anyone outside the family saw Endeavor for what he really is. Thank you, Midoriya. I don't know how I can repay you. You can start by not holding yourself back. It's your fire, not his. Not using it just to get back at him doesn't make sense. He wants you to surpass All Might. It probably doesn't matter to him whether you do it using your quirk or only a rusty pair of scissors, so long as it happens. Stop fighting against him and start fighting for yourself. Do you really want to be a hero? Yes, I do. Then be a hero, not a Todoroki-shaped bottle of spite and repression. Midoriya holds his hand out. Shadow places his phone in the other boy's palm. He fiddles for a minute before handing back the device. An address is written in an open note on the screen. If I can't leave immediately after school, just go there. Just a warning, though. It isn't a normal home. Midoriya pulls himself to his feet before extending a hand to Shadow. Come on, we should probably head back in. Thank you, Midoriya. In the end, Shadow never really found out what happened to his normally stable teacher and classmate to make him panic on a roof. He might have to look further into that in the future. Izuku knows he isn't supposed to lie, but he likes to think that an omission of the truth can be tolerated, at least. Right. That's what he convinces himself of when he and Eri go to visit an old friend. He opens the door quietly. Rei, he calls quietly. It's Izuku. I brought a guest. Todoroki. Rei lives in a mental ward. Her room feels homely and could make you think you weren't anywhere near a hospital. What with the drapes, bedspread, bookshelves, and recliners. Izuku first came here to visit the woman after living at the bookstore for a few months. He makes the trip up at least once a month, knowing the state of mind that you'd have to be in to harm your own son and knowing she would probably want company. He already had a look inside her mind from his own life. When he signs in at the hospital, he gives a fake name, Midoriya Izumi, so he can stay off the records. The fact that he can be mistaken for a girl sometimes helps to aid in his anonymity. Izuku, come in, come in. Who do you have with you? Izuku smiles warmly. This is Eri. Eri, this is my friend, Rei. Wanna say hi? Eri peeks out from behind Izuku's legs with a small wave. Izuku scoops the girl up and places her in one of the recliners as Izuku sits in another. How have you been, Rei? It's been quiet out here. The nurses have been letting me go outside longer, which is nice. How about you? I heard about the attack on the USJ. No one died. Your son helped save the day. All in all, it could have been worse. Oh, speaking of your son, I'm getting Todoroki away from Enji. Shadow. Yeah, Shadow. I'm having him come live with me by royal decree of the special teacher of me. Rei's eyes start to well up. Eri notices this and climbs up onto her lap and gives her a hug. Don't cry, Miss Rei. Izuku is nice. Shadow will be okay. Rei hugs her back. I know, Eri. She looks up at Izuku over Eri's shoulder with a small smile. I know. Izuku returns the smile. I can bring up visiting to him, if you'd like. No, I let him come on his own terms. Okay. He doesn't blame you. I hope you know that. Oh, I don't want to leave Shadow too long, so I'm going to head out. I'll try to come back sometime this week so we can spend more time together. I just wanted to check on you. Give Fayumi and Natsuo my regards. Izuku stands, holding a hand out to Eri, who still sits in Rei's lap. She takes the hand and hops off Rei's lap. Izuku gives Rei a hug. Bye, Rei. Have a nice day, Izuku. When Izuku and Eri arrive at the bookstore, they find the sign on the door reading closed and Todoroki buried under a mountain of cats. Izuku announces his arrival by laughing from the doorway. I see you've made some friends. Eri, Todoroki's gonna be staying with us for a while, okay? Yep. Is that Shadow? Eri says brightly. Yes, it is, Izuku replies. Is he the one Miss Ray was talking about? Todoroki looks up quickly at the girl's words. Miss Ray, does she mean? Yeah, we just came back from your mother's. Todoroki looks like he's going to say something, but Izuku interrupts him. No, I didn't go see her because of you. I first visited like 5 years ago, which was way before we ever met. She's doing a lot better than she was when I first started going, in case Fayumi and Natsuo haven't told you. She knows you don't blame her. I'd also say she looked proud when I told her about what you did at the USJ. Don't feel pressured to visit, though. Just know you're welcomed whenever you're ready. Izuku flops down in the chair next to Todoroki, who has been silent since Izuku mentioned his mother. Take the futon in the back room. Eri and I will take one of the recliners out here until I talk to Ito about getting another mattress. I know it's closed today, but the store is usually kind of busy, just as a warning. Do you need to grab anything from the house or do you have what you need? Does Fayumi know where you are? I know Natsuo doesn't live with you anymore. Oh, how did Enji take it when he found out you were leaving? Have you told him yet? I can. Midoriya, enough. It's fine. Don't worry about anything. I can go get any stuff I need. I already talked to Fayumi. I haven't talked to that man about this, and I am not kicking you and the child out of your room. I will not worry about anything. It's one of my strengths, my ability to worry. I'll talk to the thing that helped make you do the alive thing. You are not kicking us out. I am kicking us out. There's a big difference. There is no bargaining. This is what's happening. Deal with it. Curry or soba for dinner. Soba. Midoriya, you don't have to tell. Todoroki, we are living under the same roof. You can call me Izuku. Then, call me Shadow. When Endeavor walks into his kitchen after a patrol and sees Izuku sitting on the counter with a cup of tea, he nearly jumps out of his skin. Izuku finds this hilarious. Who are you, boy? What are you doing in my house? Don't you know who I am? You're Todoroki Enji, or the pro hero Endeavor. My name is Midoriya, and I am one of your son's teachers. I'm just here to tell you that I'm taking over his training. I saw something in him that made me want to train him personally, so I'm doing just that. He is staying with me. Izuku sips his tea. Endeavor looks insulted by the green-haired boy who appeared in his kitchen. I don't recognize your name. What's your hero alias? It's probably going to be Ghost. Probably. What do you mean, probably? Do you expect me to hand over my masterpiece to some nobody who looks no older than he is? Do you think you're worthy of handling my masterpiece? Izuku's gaze hardens. He smashes the mug against the counter next to him. He flings himself from the countertop, grabbing the hero's shoulder with one hand and driving his feet into the man's chest using his momentum. Endeavor falls to the ground, Izuku on top of him. The teacher brings the handle from the shattered mug up to Enji's throat. We do not refer to our children as objects. Those who treat children poorly have never liked being on my radar. Is everything okay? I heard a crash. Midoriya. Hi, Fayumi. I was just about to go. Izuku leans close, hissing into the hero's ear. Did I prove myself worthy, Enji? Endeavor shoves the boy off him. Get out of my house, boy. Gladly. Izuku smiles. He turns to Fayumi, who still stands in the kitchen door, shocked. I put some leftover soba in the fridge for you and Natsuo if he comes over. You're also welcome to stop by at any time. Just ask Shadow for the address. Good night, Fayumi. Die in a ditch, Enji. And he jumps out the open window, running off into the night. I need the best, most eccentric student you have. Howard Loader looks at the boy in front of him, vaguely confused, before shrugging and waving him into the support classroom. Hatsum, he shouts. A small explosion rings through the room from the back corner. She's over there. Good luck. Izuku weaves between workstations, making it to the back of the room. Suddenly, a flash of pink appears from behind the table. Haya. The slam, out of pure reflex. Izuku flips the girl over his shoulder, almost knocking the breath out of her. Oh god, sorry. I don't do well with surprises. Izuku helps her up. I'm Izuku. You would be. Hatsume, at your service. Hatsume says with a smile that would make one think she wasn't just hurled like a sack of potatoes. Wait, you're the teacher guy, right? Are you here to try one of my babies? She starts bouncing up and down on the balls of her feet. I know what. Yeah, I'm the teacher guy, but babies? What are babies? Hatsume didn't stick around to hear his answer. As Izuku finishes his sentence, the support course student sets down what look like shoes. These babies let you run faster and jump higher. Arm guards hit the table next. These ones are shock absorbing and convert hits into either electricity or shock waves, depending on which mode you have them on. Glasses. And these. Hatsume, I just want a sword. Izuku interrupts desperately. Hatsume visibly deflates. Oh, that's boring. No one's gonna ask, hey, where'd you get that sword? Like they would special tech. Don't be so sure about that. I had an idea for the sword. I just need a talented engineer to put it together. Wonder where I could find someone like that. Look no further, samurai. Tell me about your idea. A week later, Izuku has a new arm guard that, at the push of a button, folds up toward his hand to make a sword. He couldn't be happier with it. Thanks, Hatsume. Don't mention it, samurai, but do mention it to others. A Hatsume original design. Is there a reason you're calling me samurai? Cause you're using a sword? Silly. Samurais used swords, too. So did basically everyone before the invention of guns. I feel like you just didn't bother to remember my name, but I'll forgive you for that because you made me a kick-ass sword. Later, Hatsume. Later, samurai. It's Izuku. Xiaochin, could you come help me with the fantasy section for a second? Izuku calls to Shadow, who is reading in one of the chairs. Yeah, give me a second. When Shadow joins Izuku, he looks to the shorter boy with judgment shining in his eyes. Xiaochin, your real name will draw more attention than I would like. I don't know about you, but I'd prefer to stay out of the limelight. He hands Shadow a stack of books. Alphabetical order by author, please. Shadow takes the books and starts shelving. The pair continue like this for a while before a timid voice speaks up behind them. Excuse me, are you Endeavor's son? Shadow tenses minutely, and Izuku turns to see a girl that had been coming to the store since Izuku was maybe 12. She never introduced herself, but she was nice enough. I don't mean to be rude, but isn't it a little silly to only know someone as someone else's son? Izuku says with plastered innocent confusion. I would personally rather be known for my own personal achievements, rather than the stuff that someone else did. How about you, Xiaochin? Shadow nods silently, still facing the bookshelf. Noticing how uncomfortable he still is, Izuku takes a leap of faith. Oh, Xiaochin, we had to get some more food for the cats. You were supposed to remind me. We have to go before the shop closes. Izuku grabs Shadow by the wrist and starts tugging. Come on. When Izuku pulls Shadow out of the store, the latter looks down at the former. We don't need cat food. No, but we did need an excuse to get you out of there. For one, I wanted to escape not having answered her question. Secondly, you seemed really uncomfortable and I'm not going to make you stay in uncomfortable situations. Let's go get some cat food, anyway. Izuku begins walking down the sidewalk, then running. Race you there, he shouts over his shoulder. The pounding of feet behind him tell him Shadow's in fast pursuit. Funny, Izuku feels slightly slower than usual, probably because he actually has someone to race for once. You really shouldn't skip class, but Izuku doesn't need to learn about the end of World War II for the 27th time. He already knows exactly where plans could have been altered to skew the result or duration of the war. He already knows where the leadership needed to be improved to win any given battle for any given country. He already knows. This is why he's in Gym Gamma, watching 1B's class practice sparring. Technically, it isn't his class, but that doesn't mean he isn't going to help correct form or discuss strategy. No matter how much he complains about it, Izuku really likes teaching. Maybe he'll come back to UA after getting his hero license. Monoma, you have to keep your guard up, Izuku says for the 4th time in the past 10 minutes. Monoma sneers. Yeah, 1A. And where do you get off telling me how to fight? Would you like me to show you? You can take the first swing. Izuku takes off his uniform jacket, handing it to Kendo, who is just sparring with Monoma. Izuku puts up his guard. Monoma strikes out with a fist, which Izuku sidesteps around. Monoma brings his elbow back, aiming for Izuku's face. Izuku grabs the elbow, shoving it slightly. The blonde grins deviously. Now I have your quirk, he shouts triumphantly, which isn't suited for combat. Izuku mimics Monoma's tone mockingly. Monoma's face freezes then contorts into something resembling horror. What? Are you quirkless? In his moment of confusion, Izuku darts behind him, kicking him in the back of the knee, sending him to the ground. A knee in the center of the back and a hand on each wrist. Izuku pins Monoma. If you let someone's quirk, or lack thereof, surprise you, you single-handedly ruin your chances for success. As for my quirk, it could just be something not very noticeable, like regeneration or hair that grows at a slightly faster rate than normal, and you just didn't feel it. What you think and feel is not gospel. Never expect it to be. Izuku gets off the student and takes his jacket back from Kendo. He rolls his shoulders. Is he getting a little rusty, being off the streets for this long? Izuku heard the word sports festival and immediately zoned out. He knows he won't be participating, if only because it would advertise that he's at UA. He hasn't been found for the past 6 years. He wasn't about to make it easier for the kings. Midoriya, whispers a voice at the edge of Izuku's awareness. Izuku, wake the fuck up. Mr. Mummy's giving you a death glare, Bakugo says roughly in front of him. A jab at his shoulder tells Izuku Shinsu was the other voice. A glance to the front of the room proves Bakugo correct. Aizawa looks a little more than slightly upset. Izuku, do I have to instate a nap time or are you going to join the class? I asked you a question. Sorry, sir. What was the question? Izuku says, blinking a few times to try and come back to reality. When did he fall asleep? Are you participating in the sports festival? I would prefer not to be honest. That's what I thought. Join me and present Mike in the announcer's booth, then. Your knowledge of the students and their quirks will make for some hella rad content, in the words of Mike. He wanted me to ask. I couldn't care less. Aizawa genuinely cringes when he says hella rad content. And Izuku has to stuff down his laughter. Sounds hella rad, my dude. See you then. Aizawa looks like he wants to die. To get that emotion across with just his eyes is incredible. Izuku is almost impressed. You and present Mike are going to be the death of me, I swear to God. That's no fun. I feel like you should appreciate our input and humor more than you do. Now Aizawa's eyes say that he wants to die and take Izuku down with him. Understandable. Can we get to the lesson, please? I have a class in 20 minutes. Fine. About. Izuku zones right back out. He can ask Shoto for the notes tonight. Izuku apparently didn't get a good night's sleep last night. He can't focus whatsoever. Maybe he'll just go say hi to Eri and take a nap in Recovery Girl's room. Izuku is not surprised to see Monoma at the front of the mob. He is far more surprised to see the rest of the first years congregated in front of the doorway to 1A. Why are all these damn extras blocking our fucking classroom? Bakugo snarls. You've made quite the name for yourselves. 1A, Monoma leers. Can you blame us for wanting to catch a peek at the class that fended off villains? Just behind Monoma stands Kendo, looking interested yet apologetic. At 2, Kendo. Izuku asks, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop him. Look all you want, you shitty background characters. It's not gonna help in the least. I'm gonna fucking beat all you jackasses in the sports festival. Bakugo begins shoving through the crowd. Oh, yay. He's painted a target on the class's back. Izuku says sarcastically, don't think you're all that. 1A, Monoma says like he thinks he's all that. We'll show you who really deserves to stand at the top. This is a declaration of war. Cool. You have fun with that, Izuku says, pulling 2 knives from his pocket. I want food. Later, bitches. He turns away from the crowd and walks toward the window. Izuku shoves it open, turns back to Monoma, winks, and jumps. Some of the crowd gasps as Kirishima just goes, damn it, Izuku, before Tsuyu peeks out the window to see Izuku hanging near the 3rd floor and steadily climbing down. Tsuyu announces that he's okay and Izuku smiles to himself. Hey, could we talk? Izuku asks Aizawa after classes end. Sure, why not? The teacher says in an almost bored tone Izuku has come to realize is his normal voice. Izuku wrings his hands nervously. I just wanted to apologize. I know I blew up on you over the whole I ran into a villain and could have died or gotten re-killed thing. It wasn't a good thing to do. I know why I did it, but it still doesn't justify my actions. I'm sorry, Aizawa. The hero's gaze softens minutely. I know I wasn't completely in the right, either. I shouldn't have suggested you would have let her get hurt. I went from concern to what could have felt like an attack. I should have known better. I'm sorry, too. The pair stares at each other in silence for a moment. I know we just did the whole kiss and makeup thing, Aizawa, but I'm not hugging you. Likewise. Izuku, come on. Mike's gonna be upset if we're late. Well, if you're late. He asked for you specifically, after all. Aizawa, you know you're like his co-anchor or something, right? He'll probably be pissed if either of us are late. Izuku gives Aizawa a pointed glance before smirking a little and breaking into a run down the hall. You're getting slow, old man. He shouts over his shoulder with a laugh. Izuku's hand slams into the door frame of the announcer's booth and he casts a smile to Aizawa, barely a foot behind him. I win. Little listener, did you just get him too? Race you. Present Mike sits, chair turned to the door, in shock. Hey, Mike. What's up? Also, I think, at this point, it's little announcer or little commentator, but you do you. Izuku falls back into the center chair like he was meant to sit there his entire life. So, am I supposed to just talk? Is there stuff I'm supposed to or not allowed to say? What's the deal here? Just be you. You're here as a commentator. Commentate, Aizawa says plainly. Izuku glares at him. How helpful. Thanks for the input. Where's the girl? Aizawa asks as he sits to Izuku's right. Ito's watching her. She's comfortable enough with her that I can leave her home. They're gonna watch on TV. Aizawa nods. How do these things start, exactly? I've always tuned in late the few times I watched. Izuku says after a moment of silence. Well, we have the opening ceremony before we go to the first event. The opening ceremony introduces the students. Then a representative from the first years makes a pledge. The rep is chosen by whoever gets the highest score in the hero course entrance exam. Mike explains calmly, which is really out of character for him. Oh, cool. Izuku exclaims. Who's the rep this year? Bakugo Katsuki, Aizawa deadpans. Izuku laughs. This is going to be interesting. All the first years line up in the field as Midnight announces that the first year representative is going to give a speech, for which she calls Bakugo to the microphone. Izuku rubs his hands together in anticipation. I'm gonna win, Bakugo says plainly. I'm gonna beat them. I'll beat them all. His gaze meets Izuku's in the announcer's box for the last sentence. Those on the field fall into uproar over the promise. Chills run down Izuku's spine, however, at the double meaning. The eye contact, the deliberate delivery. Bakugo yelling, "I'll fucking kill every last one of those fucking bastards," rings in Izuku's mind. Bakugo, no, that's my job. Okay, here's the sitch. The first event is an obstacle course. Pretty much as soon as Present Mic calls go, Shadow freezes everyone. Izuku starts laughing his ass off almost immediately. That was great. Why am I not surprised? Izuku says, wiping tears from his eyes. Because you teach him. You know what he's like. If you were surprised, I would think something was seriously wrong. Aizawa deadpans. You're probably right. Oh, look at Bakugo launching himself over the robots. The robots, or the 0-pointers from the entrance exam, as Present Mic calls them, start falling because Shadow froze them precariously. A flash of purple draws Izuku's attention. The middle robots go flying, and purple sparks speed down the course. Wow, I didn't realize Shinsu gained that much control over his quirk. Mike exclaims, I remember the days of Eraser complaining about him shattering this bone or that one. Glad to see he's doing better. Shinsu catches up to Bakugo, who's only just behind Shadow. Behind them are Shaoji, Takoyami, Ida, Tsuyu, Kirishima, and Tetsu to the fourth. Shadow basically skates across the ropes, bridging the gaps in the second obstacle. Bakugo, predictably, vaults himself over the entire obstacle with his explosions. Shinsu jumps from platform to platform with the help of One for All. Izuku smiles to himself, knowing this was only possible because of his help. Tsuyu crosses easily using the ropes, given that she's a frog. The third obstacle is Minefield, to get rid of whatever lead the front runners have. Izuku guesses. Right you are, Ghosty. Mike says. Izuku was introduced as Ghost to try to keep his identity concealed. Still better than Undefined, if you ask Izuku. It's Ghost, Mike, Izuku exasperatedly corrects. Shadow and Bakugo race for first, Shinsu steadily catching up. 3 mines go off one after another, sending 4 students flying. It's close. Shadow and Bakugo are neck and neck. Shinsu jumps to the front, creating a larger lead for himself. He slows down right in front of the finish, spinning and seeming to throw something before crossing the finish line himself. A puff of dust appears in front of him almost as soon as he crosses the finish line. Did he just? Congratulations. Shinsu Present Mic starts before Izuku places a hand on his shoulder. No, wait a second. Shinsu walks to where the puff came from and holds out his hand, seeming to mime pulling something up. He unzips his gym uniform and pulls something out. Another gym uniform. Holy shit, he did. Izuku can hardly contain his laughter. Shinsu holds the uniform out in front of himself and lets it go. It floats. Hagakure puts on her uniform and begins having an animated conversation with Shinsu. Congratulations to Hagakure for coming in first. Izuku amends pointedly. Hagakure, please tell me you were wearing your hero costume. If yes, jump twice. The uniform bounces twice and Izuku breathes an "oh thank God" into the microphone. Todoroki and Bakugo tie for third, and all of One makes it in the top 42. So does all of 1B. Izuku couldn't be prouder of his students. The second event is, the big screen in the stadium flips through several different options before finally landing on Capture the Flag. Capture the Flag. Midoriya echoes over the speakers. I don't think I've seen this one in one of the sports festivals before. How does it go? It hasn't been selected in years, Aizawa explains. It's simple. Each competitor starts off with 1 flag. They then have to go out and steal flags from other competitors. There are also random flags littered throughout the arena, mostly hidden. The 16 students with the most flags at the end of 10 minutes move on to the one-on-one battles. It sounds simple enough to Hitoshi. Steal some flags. Not enough to exactly stand out, but enough to move on to the final event. Ugh, I wish we could work together on this. It would make things so much easier. Hagakure complains. The gathered students of Wanna go silent. There isn't a rule that says we can't, Ashido says tentatively. And all hell breaks loose. Bakubro, work with me, Shiro, Kaminari, and Ashido. Ida, Juru, Yaoyorozu, Tsuyu, be on my team. Shaoji and Takoyami are gonna work with me and Aoyama. You wanna join us, Anjiro? Now, Hitoshi is never one to look a gift horse in the mouth. If he threw Hagakure into first just because he heard some people making bets that he would come first, he would be more than happy to team up with someone just because it seems like something he wouldn't do. So, Todoroki, wanna, sure. His reply is short, but Hitoshi can tell he'd be happy to. Great, this doesn't seem like an interesting arena for Capture the Flag, Midoriya points out. Wouldn't it be too easy with such an open playing field? That, Ghosty, would be what cement us's job is this round. Present Mic replies, and, as if on cue, walls of cement begin to rise from the ground in the middle of the arena. We'll be taking a 5-minute break for setup. Competitors, please return to the warm-up rooms until the event is ready. It's just Ghost. Mike switches off the microphones and relaxes in his chair. You must be proud of Shinsu for getting his quirk to not break him, Aizawa points out. I noticed you took a special interest in him. I gave him a little personal training, yeah. I was sick of watching him get hurt. I'm just glad what we worked on is still working. Izuku leans back in his chair, his head falling over the back. I'm pretty proud of that stunt he pulled with Hagakure, honestly. It was kind of out of character for him. Wonder if someone pissed him off. You said this is a 5-minute break. Then I did, Ghosty. Izuku rolls his eyes at Mike's stupid nickname. I'm going to scream next time you call me Ghosty instead of Ghost, I swear to God. He pushes himself up out of his chair. I think I'm going to go pay the students a visit. Izuku, Aizawa calls just before Izuku leaves the room. The latter turns, a nod telling Aizawa to go on. You look tired. More tired than I usually do. You okay? Piki. I think the excitement kept me up last night, though. Okay, Aizawa says, not without a hint of skepticism. Well, hurry back. Got it. Ghost. Endeavor, Izuku greets, copying the hero's calm yet antagonizing tone. Izuku was on his way to 1A's warm-up room when he ran across the dumpster fire. Sorry. Hero, we need to have another discussion about my masterpiece. He's coming back home. No, your son is not going back there. Bold of you to assume he still considers that home. Anyway, Izuku glares up at Endeavor, a thinly veiled threat filling his green eyes. Endeavor tips his head up in an attempt to seem more intimidating, looking down on the teacher. And what authority do you presume to have? Listen here, boy. No, you listen here. In the short time I've had Shadow in my home, he has improved greatly. He smiles now. Your son has a lovely smile, but I would assume you've never seen it. He's making friends and living the kind of life I never got to. The life of a normal teenager. Who do you think you are, to try and take that away from him? This speech was given in a cold but collected tone, anger boiling just under the surface. Izuku rolls up onto the balls of his feet, then back onto his heels, swaying like he has not a care in the world. A lazy smile finds a home on his face as he glances up to Endeavor under his eyelashes. You know, Rei is a lovely woman. I've heard some very interesting stories from her life before the hospital. Some, though, you might not find as entertaining as I do. Izuku goes to leave, bumping Todoroki Enji with his shoulder. Stay away from Shadow, or see life from the other side of the prison bars. Izuku feels a burning glare on his back as he walks away. Objectively speaking, I think I'm stronger than you. Shinsu looks at Shadow apathetically. Yeah, and? The other students in the room sit silent, full attention on the pair. All Might has his eye on you, doesn't he? Really, Shadow? I thought we were past this. Shadow turns to see Izuku leaning against the doorframe with a smirk, his arms crossed. You didn't let me finish, Izuku. I was trying to say I don't necessarily need to work with someone. And I doubt Shinsu does, either. I just wanted to team up with Shinsu out of spite. I'm down. It's the only reason I asked you earlier. You didn't have to pull out some speech. Shinsu shakes his head with a small smile. So long as we're on the same page, this should go well. That went much better than what I was expecting. Well, children, just came by to wish you luck. Also, Shinsu, Hagakure, that stunt you pulled was absolutely hilarious. Thank you for that. I gotta head back to the booth. Have fun and try not to kill each other, K. Izuku shoves off the wall and walks back out into the hall. Maybe it's just Shadow's lack of people skills, but Izuku seemed kind of off. Damn, who shit in your cereal? When Izuku arrives back in the announcer's booth, he has a pinched expression. He doesn't even seem to notice Mike isn't there. Just some asshole being an asshole. Shadow can tell he isn't getting any more of an answer. You're back in time, at least. For now, just shove the anger so far into the recesses of your mind it's indistinguishable from the shadows. That's what I do, at least. Izuku pulls his chair out and sits. Bold of you to assume I haven't been doing that for years. Shadow side-eyes the child beside him. Kid, you sound like you need some therapy. I'm not the only one. The ex-vigilante says offhandedly, as if he didn't mean to reply, didn't even realize he spoke. Izuku, oh, don't worry about it. I'm taking care of it. This doesn't lessen Shadow's concern in the slightest. I mean it, Aizawa. Just stop while you're ahead. Hey, you two Ryadam, who shit in his cereal? Mike stops dead in his tracks when he sees Izuku. No one. Let's get this show on the road. You said 5 minutes. It's been 5 minutes, Izuku snaps impatiently. Mike casts Shadow a curious glance. Aizawa replies with a shake of his head and a shrug. Hello there, and we're back. Welcome back to the UA First Year Sports Festival. Ghosty, wanna give us a recap? Mike's voice booms over the loudspeakers as Hitoshi makes his way back out into the arena. Only if you never call me Ghosty again. So, capture the flag. It's pretty simple. Competitors need to go out and try to gather as many flags as possible and bring them back to their area. Each competitor starts with one flag, and there are several flags hidden in the field. It seems the playing field is a bit of a maze. A bit of a maze is right. Walls of concrete at least 15 feet tall, and a crossroads right in front of Shinsu's assigned area. Anywhere outside of the maze is out of bounds, right? Yes. If it weren't, no one would use the maze. Aizawa sounds slightly strange. Did something happen? Well, with that riveting description, Mike says, filling the silence, the only thing left is to begin. Go. Hitoshi and Todoroki's plan was simple. Since their designated bases were right next to each other, Todoroki would stay back on defense while Hitoshi went out collecting flags. They would split the total in half. Hitoshi darts into the maze, purple sparks flying all around him, and Todoroki seals the corridor behind him with ice. Trying to avoid a direct conflict, Hitoshi kicks off the wall to jump around the guy that acts similar to Kirishima from 1B. 2 lefts and a right later, Hitoshi finds his first flag hanging high up on the wall, the dark blue standing out from the gray of the cement, and Bakugo on the ground, glaring daggers. This one's mine, Sparkler, the blonde growls. Not if I have anything to say about it, Hitoshi says before jumping between the walls of the narrow corridor, getting closer to the flag. Explosions sound from below. Don't you fucking dare. But it's too late. Hitoshi has the flag in his grasp and is running down the corridor. He rounds a corner and jumps up to hide on top of the wall. Where did you go, you purple fuck? Purple fuck. How original. Hitoshi jumps down to the other side of the wall and is immediately confronted by the girl from 1B with vines for hair. Oh, hello. She has at least 2 flags. Greetings, fellow competitor. I apologize for what I must. Give me all of your flags. Hitoshi isn't a one-trick pony. He isn't going to bench his original quirk just because he has a flashy new one. He counts the flags before running off. 4 flags is definitely not a bad haul. That means he and Todoroki each have 3 now, including the 2 at their base. Hitoshi should probably bring these back. Hey, 1A. Hitoshi runs faster. Nope. Already dealt with 1 aggravating blonde. Don't need to deal with another. Nope. No way. Hitoshi scales the wall to reorient himself, running across the top toward his and Todoroki's area. A few pathways over, Jiru floats above the wall holding a flag, likely because of Uraraka's quirk. The 2 nod to each other, an unspoken agreement to leave each other alone. When he reaches Todoroki's ice wall, Hitoshi jumps, sliding down the curve of the wall into the base. I got 4. How much time is left? Present Mike just called 3 minutes. Weren't you listening? Todoroki asks. Really? I must have tuned it out. Do you? Half and half, Sparkler, I know you're in there. An explosion detonates on the other side of the ice. Get some better insults, asshole. Hitoshi yells back. He sees the flags in Todoroki's hands blend in slightly with his uniform and gets an idea. I'll lead him off for now. Split them between our areas, please. And could I rip off part of your gym pants? Hitoshi launches over the ice wall with the torn scrap of fabric hidden in his pocket. Don't think you can get away that easily, you pastel prick. Blasts from behind tell Hitoshi his plan is working. Darting around a corner, Hitoshi pulls out the fabric when he knows he's out of sight. He runs back out to the corridor Bakugo is pursuing him in, running the opposite direction. Give me that flag. You'll have to catch me first. And get some original insults. I'll kill you. I'd like to see you try. Hitoshi comes across the blonde of 1B and smirks. Perfect. A single jump sends Hitoshi over Monoma's head and leads Bakugo straight into him. The 2 roll a few feet before they start yelling at each other. And that's time. Any flags not in your area don't count for scoring anymore. We'll announce those moving on in their brackets for the one-on-one fights. The cement walls melt back into the ground, revealing the other competitors. First match, Kirishima Ijiru vs Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo goes silent at Present Mike's announcement, locking eyes with Kirishima and staring like he wants to bore holes directly into the redhead's soul. Second match, Uraraka Ochako vs Kendo Itsuka. Uraraka searches the crowd until she meets the gaze of a girl with an orange ponytail. Third, Shinsu Hitoshi vs Takoyami Fumikage. The pair look to each other, do that weird nod of acknowledgement, and look away again. Fourth, Monoma Nito vs Yaoyorozu Momo. Hitoshi hears a grumble from beside him and casts a glare at the blonde. Fifth, Ada Tenya vs Hatsume. A girl with pink hair and goggles starts cackling maniacally. Hitoshi feels sorry for Ada. The 6th match is Kaminari Denki vs Shizaki Ibara. The Vine girl from earlier perks up at this. Hitoshi's glad she made it through even though he took 3 flags from her. 7th match, Aoyama Yuuga vs Ashido Mina. Ashido grins evilly and Aoyama does his sparkly French bullshit, probably saying something about how he's happy to have moved on to the final round. 8th match, Todoroki Shouto vs Zero Hanta. Out of the corner of his eye, Hitoshi can see Zero wins. Good luck to those in the final event, and good work to all that made it this far. Midoriya's voice sends the unmentioned students into groans of disappointment. Good luck next year. We're gonna take another short break. And when we come back, we'll see Bakugo and Kirishima duke it out. Well, this is going to be interesting. That wraps up the second match. The second round will start with a fight between Uraraka and Bakugo. I wonder who'll be joining them, Takoyami or Shinsu. You'd probably find out pretty soon if you just let Midnight Call go, Mike. Midoriya's deadpan makes Fumikage snicker quietly as he comes out into the stadium. Ready, boys? Midnight asks when Shinsu and Fumikage stand across from each other in the cement arena. Remember, you have to get your opponent out of the arena or make it so they can't move on. 3, 2, 1. She cracks her whip for effect. Go. Neither boy makes a move. Fumikage waits to the telltale crackle of purple to flash across Shinsu's body for a warning of when he activates his quirk. But it doesn't come. Aren't you going to attack? Shinsu asks. Fumikage knows he can't respond. To respond is to give up immediately. Fumikage isn't ready to give up. He knows he wouldn't be able to beat Shinsu in a fist fight. His only option is Dark Shadow. A cold feeling fills Fumicage's gut as the black emerges from his body. Oh, would you look at that? Dark Shadow came out to play. Shinsu mocks. Is he not strong enough to beat me without your help, Dark Shadow? You, Dark Shadow, no. But it's too late. Dark Shadow's glowing yellow eyes dim and he stops moving. Shinsu grins. Pull Takoyami out of bounds. Fumikage tries to fight the pull. Tries to call Dark Shadow back. But Dark Shadow is too strong. Fumikage reaches the border, and he remembers a way to counteract Shinsu's quirk. He smacks Dark Shadow and the tugging stops. He's still in. The crackle of lightning behind him tells him this isn't going to last. Too slow, Shinsu says with a low chuckle. A small push sends Fumikage out. Takoyami is out of bounds. Shinsu is the winner and will be moving on to the next round. Hey, I know that was kinda dirty. Shinsu starts sheepishly as he comes to stand by Fumikage. Fumikage just shakes his head. No, it was using your quirk to your advantage. This matchup was never going to end well for me. You're physically stronger than I am and Dark Shadow wouldn't know silence if it came out and silenced him itself. Do well in the coming rounds. Thanks, Midoriya. Hey, good luck out there. Uraraka. Thanks, Izuku. Midoriya, you're gonna do great. Nervous. Uraraka, a little. But I got this. Midoriya, that's what I thought. Don't forget to have fun or whatever the kids say these days. Uraraka, you're a kid. Midoriya, do I seem like the type to keep up with memes or anything like that? If that's what you're looking for, hit up Kaminari or Ashido. Izuku smiles gently at his phone and tucks it back in his pocket. Uraraka is strong and smart. He can't wait to see how she handles going up against a flashy powerhouse like Bakugo. Texting your crush. Mike asks teasingly when he sees Izuku's face. Not exactly sure I'll ever have a crush, but go off, I guess. Just having people beyond Ito that care about me is still really new and strange, Izuku replies plainly. Any matches you two are specifically excited for? He asks, changing the subject. I think Bakugo versus Uraraka will be an entertaining matchup. He'll be like boom, pow, kablam. And she'll probably find a way to counteract that. A match like this should be good for the ratings. He gestures along with his sound effects and it's not something you'd expect to see from a grown man. It's endearing, in a way. How about you, Eraser? Aizawa glances to the bracket sheet. Ada versus Shozaki. It'll be interesting to see who will come out on top. Ada's speed versus Shozaki's long range. Both students are rather smart, so they could have a strategy to try and take the other down beyond just overpowering the other with their quirk. It's not a match you can predict. Izuku nods thoughtfully. I'm looking forward to the other two. Shadow versus Ashido should be good, just to see how Ashido will handle an opponent with a much stronger quirk than her own. Then there's Shinsu versus Monoma. Did you just call Todoroki by his given name? Aizawa questions. Yes, I also refer to Mirio the same way. Is there a reason that threw you off so much? No, I just never imagined him opening up enough to let someone use his given name. He's doing a lot now that no one would have expected of him previously. Izuku adds wistfully. Aizawa looks ready to say something in reply, but Mike flips on the speaker system. Welcome back to the second round of the one-on-one battles of the UA Sports Festival. Our first match is the fiery, strong-willed, explosive blonde of 1A, Bakugo Katsuki, versus the out-of-this-world sweetheart of 1A, Uraraka Ochako. Izuku taps Mike on the shoulder, causing the hero to look to him. I thought I was the sweetheart of 1A. Izuku signs with a fake hurt expression. Mike snorts ghost. No. Hey, you finally called me ghost. Izuku exclaims with a triumphant laugh. Uraraka and Bakugo both enter the stadium with looks of determination. Midnight calls go and they're immediately ripping into each other. Every blast Bakugo releases gets dodged just barely by Uraraka, who dives in to deliver a blow. Izuku almost forgets to commentate. He's so engrossed in the fight. The shouts of the audience bring him back to his job. Why the hell is he beating on her so hard? One guy shouts, yeah, she's just a girl. Another replies, he's dragging it out just to wail on her. He should just end it already. Some pros even join the protests and the booing. That's enough of that. Izuku yells over the loudspeaker. The heckling stops dead. Ghost, Mike warns. Izuku fixes him with an angry glare. No, I'm not going to let them talk about my students that way. Boom. Uraraka dodges another blow. Bakugo Katsuki does not drag things out. He does not hurt people just for the sake of hurting people. If he did, I would have made sure he was out of my class, if not UA entirely. Bakugo dodges a kick from Uraraka. As for Uraraka, get the fuck out of here with your misogynistic bullshit. This chick could beat most of your guys' asses within 10 minutes. She's just a girl. Yeah, she's just a girl. A girl with a heart of gold and the strength to back up her beliefs. A girl with enough intelligence to throw off teachers when they're trying to teach. Girls are tough as fuck, and I will fight any one of you in a Denny's parking lot at 3 a.m. if you disagree. Uraraka dodges one last blow before using her jacket as a decoy. Bakugo isn't just beating her up for funsies. She's like a goddamn cockroach with a knife. Deadly and near impossible to kill. Uraraka puts her hands together to release the rocks floating above the stadium. Besides, she had a plan this whole time. Bakugo looks up to see the rocks falling. He raises his hand and releases the biggest explosion thus far, completely obliterating the debris in one shot. That's the amount of firepower he had to use to thwart her attack. She is not weak. Uraraka collapses in the middle of the arena. She is so much stronger than any of you know. Midnight calls the match. Uraraka is unable to continue. Bakugo moves on to the semi-final. Hitoshi's second match is against that blonde from 1B, Monoma. What was his quirk again? The second match of the second round is between 1A's resident cat lover, Shinsu Hitoshi, and the copycat of 1B, Monoma Nito. Oh, Shinsu remembers Midoriya complaining about a guy with a copy quirk. It must be him. Oh, this could be bad. Okay, 1A. Time for me to show you how much better 1B is than you. 3, 2, 1, go. Midnight calls. Monoma charges, hand growing. Did he copy that Kendo girl's quirk before the match? Hitoshi jumps backwards, narrowly avoiding the giant bitch slap. Purple lightning crackles along Hitoshi's form as he lunges toward his opponent. What, am I not worthy of your mind control? Monoma leers. Hitoshi kicks out at Monoma, the leg of his pants rising up before his bare shin makes contact with Monoma's bare arm. Shit, what's the trigger for his quirk? Is it skin contact? Time to see what this miracle quirk of yours can do. Shit, it's skin contact. Blue lightning crackles up Monoma's arm and Hitoshi remembers how his first time using one for all went. Monoma, don't. You're gonna get hurt. What, you think I'm too weak? No, I don't think you're too weak. I know you are. He shouldn't have said it like that. He kicks himself as soon as the words are out of his mouth. Monoma winds up for a punch with a maniacal grin. I'll show you who's weak. They stopped. Shinsu kicked Monoma and they stopped. Why did they? Blue lightning sparks up the blonde's arm and horror swiftly follows the realization. Why isn't Shinsu brainwashing it off? Oh, shit. Oh, no. Stop the match. Izuku shouts, interrupting Mike. Stop it now. Ghost, what's wrong? Mike asks. Izuku glances to Aizawa, fear in his eyes. He copied Shinsu's quirk. The quirk I had to work with him on. He's gonna Monoma, shut it down. Midnight. No one listens. Silence engulfs the stadium. Monoma punches the air in front of him, and the stadium fills with sound or rushing wind. The wall he was facing as now has a Gantfing hole right under the seats. Shinsu began running before Monoma used one for all, giving him the opportunity to tackle Monoma, being careful with his arm. I told you not to, dumbass. Your arm is probably broken and Recovery Girl is going to murder us both. Hitoshi hisses into the ear of the boy pinned beneath him before pushing himself up. What, how? Monoma, are you able to continue? Midnight asks. No, my arm is dead. What even is your quirk? Don't know. I'm kinda surprised you didn't just pop. I had to work for a while to not break myself. I was told that if my body wasn't the way it is, it would have popped the first time this part of my quirk kicked in. Hitoshi extends a hand to the boy on the ground. Let's get you to Recovery Girl, eh? Yeah. Sorry I was an asshole, I guess. The fact that you don't die when using that quirk, it's admirable. At least you have some sense. Come on, Xerox boy. Ida is apparently faster than Shizaki's vines. So that match ended very quickly. Shado's match also ended quickly, as he flash froze Ashido like he did Zero. If he waited a bit, maybe Ashido could have neutralized enough of her acid with the water from Shado's ice to melt the rest with the heat from the reaction. She might have had a better chance if Shadow was a tad slower on the ice making. Mike's announcement draws Izuku from his mind. I know you're all ready for the semifinals, but we're doing something different this year. We are? Izuku asks in a haze. Yes, we are, Ghost. Those in the semifinals are going to be fighting a teacher. They are. Yep. This will be randomly selected from the teachers voted for by some of the pros here today, as well as some of the teachers. I wasn't made aware of this. Izuku protests. Is that a Fing hat? Are we drawing names from a hat? Yes, we are. Stop asking questions and let Mike pull the name, Aizawa says with a glare. Why, thank you, my friend. So, the top 4 will be fighting. Mike reaches into the hat and pulls out a slip of paper. He unfolds it and reads the name. Ghost. I'm sorry, what? Izuku questions. Look, it says Ghost. Submitted by Endeavor. Mike, could I see the hat? Izuku pulls out paper after paper. Ghost Endeavor. Ghost Endeavor. Ghost Endeavor. Are you fin kidding me? He throws the hat over his shoulder, spilling slips of paper all over the room. Aizawa looks over the open slips of paper on the table and sends a confused glance Izuku's way. Well, good luck out there, Ghost. Likewise to our semi-finalists. Do I have to do this? Izuku whines. Yes, the two adults reply in unison. What did Izuku do to deserve this? For what portion of life he could control, Izuku thinks he did pretty okay. Does the universe not care that Izuku didn't have a choice for the first 9 years of his life? He's trying to make up for it. Izuku blames Endeavor. Your quirk is rather similar to All Might's, boy. You'd better let my shadow take the spotlight in this next event. Speak of the devil. Izuku rounds the corner on the way to grab the weak quirk-suppressing cuffs he has to wear for his match to see Endeavor towering over Shinsu menacingly. Now you've taken to threatening children. Are you serious, Endeavor? The hero looks away from the kid in front of him who looks a mix of indifferent and scared. You, yeah, me. I thought you were meant to be a hero. Isn't that your job description? What kind of hero would intentionally scare children? You're beginning to grate on my nerves, Ghost. You won't like it if my patience runs too thin. Likewise, I really shouldn't have to say this, but do not threaten my students. Do not menace my students. Do not speak to my students. Not a single one of them unless they initiate the conversation. Am I clear? And what power do you presume to have over me, the number 2 hero? You're nothing. You're a name no one has heard of. A tiny green gremlin with a knack for pissing me off. Endeavor glowers down his nose. Izuku steps closer. Screw your numbers. And closer. Who am I? And closer. I'm a person that took in more villains in 3 years than most heroes do in their entire career. And closer. I'm a person that has improved heroes with a single slip of paper. And closer. Who am I? Izuku stands right on top of the man now. He grabs the front of the hero's costume and pulls him down to eye level with a strength the man clearly wasn't expecting. I'm a hitman with a kill count of almost 300, he hisses. I'm your worst goddamn nightmare. Izuku releases Endeavor with a shove and a smile barely masking bloodlust. The shiver that trails down the pro's spine is visible. You, Shinsu, go get ready for our match, Izuku orders, interrupting but not breaking eye contact with Endeavor. Inji, go F yourself. Don't ruin my masterpiece's debut, Ghost. I'll do whatever the F I want, asshole. I'll fight if I want and your son will fight if he wants. Don't let me catch you near any of my students again. Izuku grabs a stunned Shinsu and yanks him down the hall, flipping Endeavor the bird over his shoulder. Shinsu enters the shared warm-up room looking like he's seen a ghost and it told him half of every secret to life. Oi, mind F, what's wrong with your face? I saw Midoriya. This confuses Shadow. Izuku shouldn't put that kind of face on someone. And Bakugo pushes. What happened, dipshit? He was angry. Shadow sits straight up in his chair. This is not going to be good for anyone involved. Endeavor cornered me and Midoriya found us and I didn't realize he could be that scary. Even worse, I know I saw him threaten a guy with murder, but I've never seen him like that and it's terrifying. We have to fight that. Of course my shitty father had to step in. Asshole, Shadow mutters to himself. Shinsu comes back to himself after a moment, scanning the room. Where's Ida? Isn't he meant to be in this, too? His brother got badly hurt during a villain fight. He's in the hospital. Ida went to go see him, Shadow explains, still simmering with anger toward his father. This would have been hard enough without Izuku being mad. Damn Endeavor. Okay, we need a strategy. How are we going to beat him? I only get one knife and I can't lace it with anything. Izuku asks, dumbfounded. Midnight nods. It's what seems best. You have yet to come out about being quirkless, so you can't get any pity weapons there. You're also a teacher, so the audience is going to expect you to have a handicap to make it fair on the students. They don't know how young you are. This is the easiest way of keeping you as anonymous as possible during this fight. Fine, Izuku sighs. But I'm bringing 2 plain knives and I'm wearing my usual sweatshirt and jeans and some sort of mask. I guess I can settle with that, the hero says with a smile. Kneeling to the ground, Izuku rifles through the bag of knives he keeps with his hero costume, drawing out a butterfly knife and a switchblade. Whoever gets me out wins, right? Yeah, what if no one can? What if they don't push me out or immobilize me before I do it to them? What happens then? They get placed in order of who got knocked out. Last to get eliminated gets first. Izuku looks up at Midnight. Whose wonderful idea was this? I don't want to do this. Can't they just finish the tournament like they do every other year? Can't we just have another teacher do it? It would cause more suspicion if you backed out of it after you were announced to be fighting. And all the other teachers are known, more or less. Endeavor suggested we have a show of the effects of cooperation by having the students fight a teacher. Of course he did. Cause a fight with me. Who is used to fighting outnumbered, is going to help display the powers of teamwork. Izuku groans, lowering himself to the ground and closing his eyes as his head makes contact with the floor. I'm so done with this all. He just wants to sleep. The mask isn't exactly ideal, but it's better than nothing. On such short notice, Izuku pulls the surgical mask up over his nose and enters the stadium. As his eyes adjust to the light, Izuku sees Shadow, Bakugo, and Shinsu all standing together at the other edge of the platform. Isn't Ada supposed to be out here, too? Mike announces his entrance and all eyes land on him. It feels gross. His entire life, he's been trying to stay out of the spotlight. Now, here he is, on the biggest stage he will ever look at in his life, being broadcast for all of Japan to see. He shouldn't be here. At least most of his defining features have been covered up. He can hear murmurs ripple throughout the audience. He's so small. What a shrimp. It's true, Izuku is small. He's shorter than his 3 opponents, at the very least. And his sweatshirt covers up any visible muscle. Were they expecting someone like All Might or even Best Jeanist to come out here? Izuku can't wait to hear their reactions when the fight starts. You boys ready? Midnight asks, looking toward the trio across from Izuku. Nods send Midnight's attention to Izuku. And you, got your quirk-suppressing cuffs. Izuku pulls up a sleeve and shows her the bracelet-like device strapped to his wrist. Okay, good. Go. Izuku dodges Shadow's initial attack, rolling to the right of the newly formed glacier. As he jumps to his feet, his eyes meet Bakugo's as the blonde shoots toward him, propelled by his explosion. Izuku holds his ground, listening as One for All crackles to life toward the left. As Bakugo reaches Izuku, bringing a hand forward to blast him into oblivion, Izuku dives into a roll, kicking up at Bakugo's stomach when he's right above him. Bakugo falls to the side, pushing himself up as Izuku moves on to his next target. Shinsu leaps over the ice wall as Shadow sends another wave at Izuku. His only option is to dodge right, which he does in the most extra way he can think of, an aerial. No hands cartwheel, just to piss Bakugo off. It works. Bakugo charges from behind while Shinsu attacks from the front. Shadow's ice rushes him from the side. Izuku jumps at Shinsu, using the other boy's shoulders like a springboard to flip himself out of the way of the 3 attacks. Shinsu doesn't have time to slow down his punch. The shockwave shatters Shadow's ice and sends Bakugo flying. He only stays in bounds because he uses his explosions to keep him in. When they both hit the ground, Izuku kicks Shinsu in the back, knocking him to the ground. What's his quirk? Is he using a quirk? Izuku smirks from behind his mask, leaping back to avoid another stream of ice. Is that all Shadow can do? Where's the fire from the USJ? Don't hold back on me, Shadow, Izuku teases. He notes that Shadow's right side is growing a film of frost. That can't be good. Bakugo launches himself at Izuku with a warcry. As he throws what Izuku has dubbed his signature right hook, Izuku grabs him by the wrist and flips him over his shoulder onto the pavement. He rolls his shoulders, ducking as Shinsu attempts to tackle him from behind. That flip was harder to do than it should have been. Something's wrong. Something Izuku can worry about after the match, though. Izuku throws himself onto one of Shadow's ice patches, skating down it toward its source. Shadow jumps to the side, slowed presumably by the fact that his body is too cold. Izuku lunges with the switchblade, making Shadow stumble back. Not enough for him to go out, but enough for it to be a close call. Izuku would have shoved him out, except Shadow pushes him back with another blast of ice. He sees the blast in his peripheral, but it's too late. Bakugo sends Izuku flying. He shoves his blade into Shadow's ice, skidding to a halt a few feet from the edge of the arena. Ghost, I thought you were supposed to be good, Shinsu mocks, charging. It's a trick to get me out. He winds up for a punch, which Izuku grabs. He uses the other boy's momentum to spin and throw him back the way he came. Just get knocked out already. Bakugo cries, darting in for an attack. What, you egg? He stabs him. Well, not really stabs. Izuku slashes Bakugo's forearm with his switchblade. The force of the blow knocks Bakugo's hand out of the way. Izuku drops the knife and grabs Bakugo first by the collar then by the middle of his shirt with his other hand. He throws him off the platform. Bakugo is out. Congratulations on 3rd place, Midnight announces. Izuku can't relish in his victory too long, though. As he picks up his knife, Shinsu comes at him, much more cautiously than he did for his last attack. The purple sparks brighten, growing slightly more intense. Shinsu springs forward, faster than before. Is he using more of One for All? It doesn't matter. Izuku kicks up, nicking Shinsu's chin with his foot. It's not enough to send him flying, but just enough to send him off course, his attack sending him over Izuku's head. What happened to no kicking? He snarks, pushing himself back up to his feet. You weren't going to be able to catch it, Izuku answers in his head. Shadow, you gonna use your fire anytime soon or should I just give up hope? Izuku calls, running toward the boy in question. He fires off a glacier at Izuku. Hearing Shinsu crackling behind him, Izuku flattens himself to the ground. Shinsu flies overhead, his attack shattering the ice and knocking Shadow back a few feet. Friendly fire. Izuku laughs. As he stands back up, he feels a sharp pain shoot through his head, which he ignores. Izuku stumbles forward a few steps, stumbling transforming into sprinting. Shoto looks up to see Izuku flying at his face. He dodges, but just barely. You're getting a little slow there, Shaochan. Maybe you should warm up. Knock that off. Shoto roars. A wave of ice rushes Izuku at a comparatively sluggish pace. He's not the only one you have to worry about, Shinsu reminds Izuku, driving a supercharged punch into Izuku's side. The teacher goes flying, landing just a few feet from the edge of the platform. He gets back up, of course, wincing as his side screams in pain. That's probably broken. Izuku glances at Shinsu before turning back to Shoto. At first, it was just friendly teasing, but now it's starting to piss Izuku off. He said he'd start using his fire. He already used it once. This asshole. What happened to our promise, Shoto? Everyone else here is trying their best, including me. Izuku stabs out at Shinsu's gut when he gets too close. When are you gonna start giving it your all? Shinsu tries to kick Izuku's legs out from under him. Izuku catches the leg and jabs him in the outer thigh. Fukuto pressure point, Izuku explains as Shinsu's leg goes limp. Stay down. Shinsu, are you able to continue? Midnight asks. Yeah, just give me a second, Shinsu replies, rubbing the point Izuku hit. It's good to know he's paying attention in Izuku's class. Izuku stalks over to where Shoto stands, sending ice spikes at him which Izuku easily dodges. You can't keep this up, Izuku comments. Step out or light it up. Forget about that bastard for once in your life. Now he's running. Fight like you mean it, asshole. That's all it took. Shoto's left side blazes to life. You're insane, he tells Izuku. But it doesn't matter. Izuku jumps at the last second, kicking out at Shoto. His foot connects with the right side of his face, and he falls backward, hand landing just out of bounds. His pant leg burns to right around his knee. Midnight's whip cracks. Todoroki is out of bounds. Great job on second. Shinsu is back on his feet now, staggering as his leg regains feeling. Soon, he's covered in purple sparks brighter than Izuku has ever seen them since Shinsu learned to control his quirk. This really isn't good. Izuku's feet feel heavy as he rushes Shinsu. He has to end this quickly. His opponent meets him halfway, cement crumbling under his feet. Shit, Shinsu, tone it down. Izuku warns. Shinsu seems to ignore him. Izuku ducks a punch which probably would have sent him flying out if he stayed in one piece. He swings his foot up, catching the back of Shinsu's neck. Izuku pulls his foot down with all his strength. Shinsu hits the ground hard. He doesn't get back up, and Shinsu is down for the count. Good job to all. Midnight's words grow faint. Izuku's world becomes foggy. He takes a step forward to leave the arena, and another. Why is the ground getting closer? Everything fades to black just before Izuku's face meets cement. Izuku wakes up with Shoto staring him down from the end of the hospital bed. Good morning to you, too. You're not okay, Shoto announces. No shit. I just collapsed on live television. The sky was blue today and you're staring at me like I'm a dumbass. Are we done stating things that are painfully obvious? Izuku, why are you in a state that would make you collapse? I am very small and I have no money. You can imagine the kind of stress that I am under. Shoto rubs the bridge of his nose. You have 2 jobs and you could probably bench half the class. You're in no way small or lacking money. What the actual F are you talking about? Aizawa picks that very moment to enter the room. You. He points at Izuku, glaring. I knew something was wrong. Why didn't you say anything? I felt fine, Izuku explains. I'm fine. You most definitely are not fine. Shoto chimes in and receives a death glare in return. You didn't seem fine. Snappy, unable to focus. This has been going on for a few days. God damn it, why didn't I notice? I shouldn't have let you fight. You. Izuku interrupts him by throwing a pillow at his face. Stop that. It's my fault. I decided to commentate. I decided to fight. I decided to get in Endeavor's face for being a royal F on 3 separate occasions. I decided to maybe stretch myself too thin. You did nothing. Yeah, that's the problem. I did nothing. I didn't. Could you stop that? Aizawa glares as a second pillow falls to the floor. Izuku matches his glare. Stop talking bullshit. I'm out of pillows. My fault. My stupid decisions. My apparent lack of self-preservation. You can yell at me over that. You cannot yell at yourself. I will physically fight you. The Denny's invitation is now extended to you if you don't stop. Fine. Recovery girl said this was because of exhaustion. You're dropping your internship in one of your jobs. Aizawa crosses his arms. The boy in the bed copies him, looking much less intimidating as pale as he is and how comfy he looks under the blanket. I'll drop the internship until a significant lead comes up and we can kick Chisaki's ass. I'm keeping both jobs. This is as good as you're going to get unless you want me to drop out and go back to how I was when you found me. If you get this bad again, I'm pulling you out of both jobs. Aizawa sighs, closing his eyes in exasperation. Why are you such a problem child? Izuku smiles, a smile that would have been blinding had it not been weighed down by at least a week of exhaustion. As just part of my natural charm. You chewed out Endeavor on 3 separate occasions. Shoto asks as they head for the train to go back to the bookstore. Yep, Izuku says with a self-satisfied smile, sipping from the juice box recovery girl sent him off with. I assume Shinsu told you about when Endeavor tried to threaten him. He also tried to make me send you back to him before the capture the flag round. Sadly, he caught me before I could come wish you all luck. Shadow kicks a stone on the sidewalk. I thought you seemed off. Yes, good deduction, Mr. Holmes. Anyway, the last time was actually the first time. That time when he mumbles the tail end of the sentence into his straw. What was that? When I maybe possibly sort of broke into your family home to tell your sperm donor I was stealing you. Oh, damn. I owe Fayumi a coffee mug. You what? Why do you owe my sister a coffee mug? Izuku turns to Shadow with a blank face. Handles of shattered mugs make for good spur-of-the-moment weapons. Shadow's eyes widen as his jaw drops. You did not threaten my father. But I did, Izuku says with a smile. 3 times. Only one was physical, though. Shadow stops in his tracks, mystified by the guy in front of him. What are you? Izuku turns back to look at him. Endeavor's worst goddamn nightmare, at your service, he announces with a bow. Come on, let's go celebrate you getting second. Izuku turns back around, marching toward the train station. Midoriya Izuku, what is wrong with you? Hi, Ito. Nice to see you, too. I had a wonderful time commentating on the sports festival, thanks for asking. Yeah, I was a bit upset about being forced to fight after opting out, but what happens, right? How was your day? Izuku's lazy smile and the sarcastic glint in his eye stand out brightly against Ito's concern-filled anger. Do you know how worried I was? I watched you collapse from miles away. How do you think Eri felt, watching that? Izuku winces. Damn it, Izuku, can't you just take care of yourself? Ito hisses as the door shuts behind the pair of students. Izuku holds his hands up in mock surrender. Okay, I get it. I already got bitched out once today. He glances at Shadow. Well, twice. In my defense, I was raised to not be allowed to not be okay. Not doing everything asked of me was not acceptable. You can't fault me for having trouble shaking old habits. You're not going to school tomorrow. Understandable. And you're not going to be out here working, either. Less understandable. What the F? What am I supposed to do all day? Play with Eri. Go for a walk. Maybe get some sleep that you clearly need. Not work or school. Izuku sighs, pulling out his cell phone. Fine, he sighs, opening his conversation with Aizawa. Midoriya, Ito banned me from school and work tomorrow. Wanna move my scheduled classes to the next day. Accidental dad. If she didn't, I would have. 3rd years are during your English and your 2 second-year classes are both next week now. Midoriya, thanks. Midoriya, sorry for scaring you. Accidental dad, don't do it again. Izuku forgot how boring a day with nothing to do was. For the past many years, Izuku's days have been occupied by tending the store, catching criminals, or going to school. Eri's hair has been unbraided and rebraided at least 7 different times. Izuku is now more up-to-date on world news than he has been in years, and he accidentally brought another cat home. He let Eri name him. She named him Dog. Izuku has never been more proud. The clock strikes right about time to arrive back home from school o'clock. Izuku waits in the main store, occupying a recliner. He flips a knife in his hand and reads Hero News, listening for the door. When he hears Shadow walks in, Izuku slides the knife into his pocket and leaps from the chair. Then he sees Shinsu, Bakugo, Uraraka, and Ida trailing behind him. He lives here. Uraraka asks in disbelief. Back room, Izuku clarifies, walking out from behind the bookshelf his recliner was next to. What are you guys doing here? They were worried about you after you passed out yesterday. They wouldn't stop asking questions until I told them I'd bring them. Shadow shrugs, heading to the back of the store to drop his bag. Don't do that again, Bakugo orders with a glare. Izuku glares back. Your concern is touching, but I will do whatever the hell I want, thank you very much. Come along, children. I have to get out of here. I've been here doing nothing for too long. Izuku pushes between Uraraka and Ida and out the door, leaving the group in the entrance of the bookstore. You ever feel like things are going too well? Like, you're having a great time and you just know that things are going to go to shit. Yeah, Izuku's cookies and cream ice cream tastes like future regret. And Todoroki got the most internship offers, followed by me and Blasty Magi over here, Shinsu recounts, motioning to Bakugo with his cup of strawberry soft serve. Izuku nods. It's understandable. I mean, you 3 fought. The Izuku stops mid-sentence as a familiar-looking woman runs out of an alley and into the street, the wall behind her crumbling. Are you serious? Izuku hands his dish of ice cream off to Ida. Duty calls, bitches. A small green teenager chasing a 20-something-year-old woman down a crowded street is bound to draw a few stares. Said small green teenager tackling said 20-something-year-old woman in the middle of the street is going to draw quite a bit more attention. Someone call the police. Izuku shouts, pulling out his knife and pressing the tip to her back. That voice. The woman whispers. Midoriya, what the hell? Shinsu yells as the group catches up to Izuku. What the F are you doing, damn caper? Bakugo demands. Izuku ignores them both. Don't try anything. How the hell did you get out of jail? You robbed a jewelry store. You should be doing at least 5 years, he scorns. You're him, aren't you? You're undefined. The woman announces. How did you get out of jail? I won't ask again. Izuku growls, pressing the knife down ever so slightly. Okay, fine. I get it. There was a big breakout, K. A bunch of us got out. Me, a few small-time thugs, this one Yakuza guy, and these 2 serial killers. I don't know. We all split off as soon as we got out. Can I go? Oh, hell no. Izuku looks up. Does anyone have the cops on the phone? Someone get me Tsukachi Naomasa. An onlooker presses a phone to his ear. Detective Tsukachi. Hey, Naomasa, it's Izuku. I have a present for you. Corner of 4th and Main, please. What? Jewelry store robber from a few months ago. And no, I wasn't doing my old thing. Just come get her. On it. Shadow, could you freeze her hands together? I'm getting tired of sitting on her. Izuku gets off the woman and flips her on her back, pulling her hands together. Shadow places his right hand on her wrists, ice forming from his fingertips. So, undefined? Shadow asks. Izuku shrugs. Before I started school, he supplies noncommittally. Why didn't anyone know this? Uraraka questions. Aizawa knows. There's a lot you don't know about me. Ada has been quiet since he arrived at the bookstore. Izuku isn't sure he said a single word at any point in their whole outing. He didn't even yell at Izuku for chasing the escapee and threatening her with a knife. Uraraka must notice Izuku studying Ada. His brother was attacked by a villain. It's why he wasn't there for the last round of the sports festival, she supplies. Ingenium. Izuku guesses. His friend nods solemnly. Has he been like this all day? Another nod. Damn. After a discussion with Tsukachi, Izuku and crew head back to the bookstore. Izuku notices Ida trailing along at the back and starts lagging so Ida can catch up to him. When they're both at the back, Izuku grabs Ida by the elbow and pulls him into a side street, leaving the other 4 to their own devices. Midoriya, I heard about you, brother, and I have, 3 things to say. 1, I'm sorry. I know it probably sounds empty given how much you've heard it so far, but I'm sorry. 2, if you need to talk, you know where to find me or how to contact me. Don't suffer through this alone. Lastly, don't do anything stupid. Don't go after him alone. Chubby would not be good for you and you really don't fit the vigilante lifestyle. Izuku lets go of his arm. I'm fine. Last time I said that, it was just after I collapsed from exhaustion in front of the entire country. You don't have to be fine. Just don't do anything you'll regret. Ada nods. Thank you, Midoriya. I'll be okay. Don't worry. For some reason, Izuku doesn't believe him. His worry doesn't dissipate in the least. Question. Aizawa pauses in handing out the papers with each student's internship offers. Yes, Izuku. What, may I ask, am I supposed to do this week? Am I being a mentor of some sort? Am I interning? Am I sitting out? If you'd give me a moment to get over there with your papers, you'd find out. A few agencies requested you as a sidekick or even an addition to the agency. Izuku's mind short-circuits. You what? Is that even legal? I don't have a license. Shouldn't they know that? I'm not in the hero databases. Can they even do that? Aizawa hands Kaminari a few papers. I'm not exactly sure they care. It's not like you've ever really let the law hold you back. You've got me there. Hey, Midoriya, you seem to have some fans. Izuku turns to look behind him. Shinsu holds up his phone. #whoisghost is trending on Twitter. Izuku looks from the phone to Shinsu's smirk and back. And, that's my cue. He tries to defenestrate himself. Nope, Aizawa says, capture scarf wrapping around Izuku's waist and pulling him back into the room. Wait a second. Then you can leave. Fine. Izuku sits back down as Aizawa drops a stack of papers on his desk. This is considerably larger than at least half the class's stacks. Seriously? Am I actually going to be a sidekick for a week? If you want to be, have fun with that. He drops an even larger stack on Shinsu's desk. Damn, Midnight came in to help with hero names. Some of Izuku's favorites so far were Bakugo's, Uraraka's, Shinsu's, and Ashido's original name. They went with Ground Zero, Uravity, Brainstorm, and Alien Queen respectively, though Midnight made her change it to Pinky. Ground Zero was actually Izuku's idea, because he saw Bakugo writing something incredibly violent and knew that wasn't going to fly. Izuku went with Ghost, for obvious reasons. Shadow and Ida still haven't gone yet. Shadow goes up first, his board bearing his name. You sure you want to use her given name for this? Midnight asks. Shadow nods and heads back to his seat. Ada follows suit, which Izuku wasn't expecting in the least. Toshinori snags Shinsu as he and Izuku go to lunch. Izuku decides he has nothing better to do and follows them. As soon as the trio are safe and hidden away in the confines of the teacher's lounge, the hero begins his spiel. Experience week. Now, I know you've probably gotten a ton of offers, young Shinsu, but one was sent later than the rest. He's shaking. I would suggest you go with this one. He was my old teacher. He knows the true nature of one for all. shaking pretty badly. You seem a little spooked, my guy. What's this guy like? Izuku prods. Toshinori looks down like his feet are the most interesting thing he's ever seen. Well, he's the one who trained me with one for all after. You don't have to say it. I know what you're getting at. Yes, Gran Torino put me through rather rigorous physical training. His methods were always a bit odd, to say the least, though. Shinsu nods, likely agreeing with All Might's choice. I like the sounds of him. I'm gonna tag along, Izuku decides. That's fine. He asked for you, too. He wanted to meet the person who tamed one for all when I couldn't. Izuku beams at the recognition. Glad we all agree. Ada left for his internship before the rest of them met up to say goodbye. That on its own worries Izuku. Pair that with Ida picking Manuel's agency, which is located in Hasu, the city the hero killer was last seen in. Izuku really hopes Ida doesn't do anything stupid. Shadow is interning with Mr. Light Pollution, the guy who really needs to learn that people are not tools to carry out one's agenda. Izuku understands it, though. For one, it gives Shadow a chance to work through his problems head-on and put his past behind him. It also lets him try to keep his father in line. As much as Izuku would rather keep Shadow from seeing that man ever again, he understands that it's necessary. He also understands that if his friend comes back from this week in worse shape than he left in, they might need to start planning a funeral for Endeavor. Shinsu and Izuku's train comes first, and they board, waving to their classmates as the door closes. Are you sure this is the right place? Izuku asks, looking at the dilapidated house in front of them. Shinsu shrugs. This is the address I was given. Then we're going in. Izuku climbs the steps and knocks on the door, which swings open. Then he sees the body on the ground. He steps around the body, dropping his costume case and making a beeline for the fridge. Hey, dead guy, you got anything good? He asks, unamused. Behind him, he hears someone jump as an unfamiliar voice announces, I'm alive. Without turning around, Izuku rifles through the fridge, pulling out a yogurt. Cool. So, alive guy, I'm stealing some of your food. He turns to see a short old man with ketchup down the front of his jumpsuit. You should probably clean that up. Izuku motions to the ketchup on the ground with his yogurt cup. How'd you know? Shinsu wonders. I could smell tomatoes from outside, Izuku says. Who are you two? The old man, who Izuku can only assume is Gran Torino, asks. Shinsu looks to Gran. Shinsu Itoshi, sir. All Might said you wanted me to intern with you. Ghost, Undefined, Endeavor's worst nightmare, you name it, I probably am it, Izuku drawls lazily. Most people just call me Midoriya Izuku, though. Gran Torino turns from Shinsu to Izuku. You're Ghost, and Undefined. You're just a kid, though. That just flips the sarcasm switch. Wow, you can use your eyes. I'm so proud of you. Izuku scoffs. You sound just like Nighteye. Midoriya, be nice. I am being nice, Shinsu. I haven't threatened to kill him yet. You and I have two very different definitions of nice. Izuku opens his costume case to see a note on top of everything. Hiya, samurai. Hastume may here with some upgrades to your original costume. I noticed from the sports festival you favor more civilian-esque clothes, so I got you a slightly more close-fitting jacket. Inside, there are knife holders. Currently, your left holds paralytic knives and the right has quirk suppressants. You also have some vials with quirk suppressants, paralytics, and tranquilizers and some plain knives so you can mix and match to your heart's content. You still have your many handguns, except now they have holsters. There are knives in your boots, which still have the spikes. The entire costume is made of a flame-resistant, tear-resistant material. Onto our baby, your sword. If you keep it off, it won't activate. Flip it on during a fight and shake your wrist and the blade will form. It comes pre-soaked in quirk suppressants, so have fun with that. Oh, I also gave you some quirk suppressing antidote in case friendly fire happens to be a thing. Good luck out there. Kick some ass and tell them all who made your support items. Evil genius, Hatsume. Izuku's costume's aesthetic is mostly neutral tones with a shock of green here and there. He has a black mask that only really covers his eyes, the glass to let him see being tinted green. He's also pleased to find the paralytics and tranquilizers he's been supplied with are ones he already built up a tolerance to. Shinsu's is more along the lines of a bodysuit. Overall, the costume is mainly purple. He has a machine around his neck. If it can't be used to make him sound like other people, Izuku will be really disappointed with the support department. Next stop, Hasu Station, the automated announcement says. Izuku glances down at his phone, still not having received a reply from Ada. Gran is taking Izuku and Shinsu out on patrol so they don't form any bad habits. They sit in a row, all dressed in their hero costumes. Luckily, Izuku's costume is different enough from what he wore for the sports festival that he doesn't draw any unwanted attention. Nothing, Shinsu asks. Izuku shakes his head, exiting out of the messages. He's probably fine, Shinsu reassures. Izuku isn't so sure. We're experiencing some technical difficulties. If everyone would please remain seated, the conductor gets cut off when a hero flies through the side of the train. A monster appears in the hole. Izuku and Shinsu look to each other with a single thought. Now Mu. As Gran Torino jumps the beast, he tells them to stay where they are. Sorry, Gran, Izuku apologizes. We can't. Shinsu, Ada, let's go. Izuku hangs from Shinsu's back as he one for alls his way through the streets of Hasu. Izuku has the GPS screen open on his phone, tracking Ada. He's not moving. He stopped moving. Left. Izuku orders. Right. Izuku just hopes he isn't too late. He's too late. Izuku freezes as he sees Native up against the alley wall, seemingly paralyzed. His blood runs cold as he sees Ada unmoving on the ground. His vision goes red as he sees the serial killer standing over his friend's body, monologuing. Stain hasn't seemed to have noticed Izuku and Shinsu's arrival. Izuku pulls a quirk-suppressing knife from his jacket. You motherfucker, get away from him. He snarls, hurling the knife at his target. Stain dodges the knife with a chuckle. Oh, there are more of you. Are you real heroes? Midoriya. Ada asks. I'm not too late. Get out of here. This isn't your fight. It's not yours, either. Shinsu, get them out of here. Get me some damn backup. Shinsu darts over, picking up Native, who is more heavily injured. I can only do one at a time. What about you, Midoriya? What are you going to do? No one messes with my students, Izuku says with a soulless smile. It seems I have a lesson to teach. Midoriya, just go. Ada pleads. If you don't stop that, I'll be the next one to stab you. I'm not fing leaving, Izuku growls. Ada shuts right the hell up. I told you revenge isn't the answer. If I tried to get revenge on the kings, I'd be dead and no one would find my body. I'm not letting you get dead, you fing prick. Shinsu gets Native out. Stain draws one of his many swords and Izuku flips the switch on his arm guard. Stain levels his sword at Izuku. You seem a decent fellow. I hate to kill you. This world doesn't have enough true heroes. You seem a less than decent fellow. I hate to die. It's a good thing I have one of those, too. Izuku thrusts his wrist out to the side and his arm guard morphs into a sword. Stain throws a knife which Izuku dodges. Don't let him get your blood. Ada warns. His quirk will paralyze you. Isn't that just a pain in the ass? Izuku dives in, his sword clanging against the villains. Can I ask you a question? Stain asks, leaping back. He takes Izuku's silence as a cue to keep talking. Are you the one Shigaraki warned me about? Probably, Izuku replies, opening the quirk suppressant vial hidden in his jacket and dipping his index finger in. He brings out a knife to hide the action. Tamura always was that kind of bitch. Stain jumps for Izuku, short sword in one hand, knife in the other. He wanted me to grab you, but you seem worthy. If you make it out of here alive, he's looking for you. Be careful, kid. I don't like his ideology at all. That makes two of us, Izuku quips, blocking both blades. If you make it out of here a free man, tell F. Hands McMike I don't want to join his cult. Izuku kicks at the villain's ankle. Stain jumps back. My turn for a question. Why are you going after heroes? They're not being heroes for the right reasons, Stain explains, dodging Izuku's thrown knife. Today's so-called heroes only taint the word for real heroes. They're in it for the fame, the glory, the money. He looks behind Izuku at Ada. Revenge. All Might is the only true hero. Maybe you're a true hero, too. You don't seem to be doing this for yourself. Izuku smiles, spite and sarcasm fighting for their place on Izuku's face. Isn't that nice? I'm so honored. He reaches into his jacket again, dipping his middle finger into the paralytic and pulling out another knife. But here's the thing, I'm doing this for me. Fixing my karma or whatever. He twirls it between his fingers, accidentally cutting them. F, he curses, hissing in pain to really sell it. A smile jumps onto Stain's face as his tongue whips out, flicking across the cut, hitting both Izuku's middle and index fingers. Izuku twitches his hand, nicking Stain's tongue with a quirk-suppressing knife in case his plan didn't work. Izuku stumbles, fighting to stay standing. Did it work? Stain also starts to fall. It worked. As Izuku regains his footing, Stain falls to the pavement. What did you do? He demands. Quirk suppressants and paralytics. A quirkless man's best friend. Sorry if you wanted someone like All Might to take you down. Guess you'll just have to settle for Lil Almi. Ada, can you get up? Yes, good. Find something to tie him up with, please. And what happened to not doing something you were going to regret? I'm sorry, Midoriya. I shouldn't have done it. Thank you for coming for me. I wasn't in my right mind. I shouldn't have come for him. Not without reinforcements, anyway. Who are the kings, if I may ask? Yeah, no shit. Did I actually say their name? That's a first. It doesn't matter. Get some rope or something. Izuku walks over to Stain. This is just a precaution. He pulls out a plain knife and splashes it with tranquilizer, slashing a shallow cut in the man's arm. His eyes flutter shut. Shinsu rounds the corner, heroes hot on his tail. Midoriya. His voice is heavy with worry. Have a little more faith in me, Shinsu. He's unconscious and no one got hurt. I have a small cut, as does Stain. Ada. He stabbed my arm. Ada says succinctly. Manuel pushes to the front of the crowd. I'm glad you're okay, Ada, but you can't run off like that. I'm sorry. Izuku walks out of the alley and promptly gets grabbed by the arm, dragged into the sky by a winged Namu. Isn't this just lovely? I blame Shiggy Shakes. He grabs a paralytic laced knife from his coat with his free hand, mind blank as he reaches up and buries the blade in the thing's side. It screeches in pain, letting go of Izuku's arm. He swings his body around, using his knife as an anchor and landing on the monster's back. As the beast crashes to the ground, Izuku jumps off, ducking into a roll upon landing. He opts to stay on the ground, closing his eyes. Why do things like this always happen when I'm around? He asks no one in particular. He lays down, covering his face with an arm. I'm okay. Just give me a moment. Just trying to remember when I became such a trouble magnet. I'm going to go with it's genetic. Izuku and Ada were forced to go to the hospital after the fight with Stain. Ada stopped apologizing after half an hour, and he hasn't really said anything since. Izuku tried to sleep, but it just wouldn't come. When he closed his eyes, he felt like he was falling again. He can probably also attribute his inability to sleep to the fact that he's in a hospital. Despite being assured he wasn't being put in any records, he doesn't know nor does he care. Shinsu came with them, and is now sitting in a chair next to Izuku's bed. Finally, the doctor comes in. You two seem fine. You can leave after your visitors talk to you. He leaves and 3 people file in, Gran Torino, Manuel, and a dog. My name is Detective Tsurugami. The dog introduces himself. What you 3 did tonight. It was illegal. Normally, someone would go to prison for using their quirk to fight someone without a license, despite it being self-defense. It's a good thing none of us attacked Stain with a quirk, then, don't you think? Izuku says with a smirk. I'm the only one that actually fought, and I didn't use a quirk. Just some knives and a Hatsune brand wrist sword thing. Right, well, we're still going to have to give credit to a hero so none of you get in any trouble, Tsurugami continues. Izuku raises a hand and points to himself. Hero or vigilante, right here. Undefined returns or ghost debuts. I'm just here to make your life easier. Manuel bitched Ida out for going after Stain. It didn't sound like he wasn't expecting it, though. He knew what happened to Ingenium. He sounded almost more angry with himself than Ida. Gran tried to bitch Izuku and Shinsu out, but Izuku came back, talking about how Ida would have died and how he is already recognized as a hero even without a license. Gran wasn't happy about it, but he stopped arguing. Ida thanked Izuku and Shinsu before leaving with Manuel. He still didn't feel right, and Izuku still doesn't know how to fix it. Sir, a man calls through the solid oak door. Come in, Locke, the woman behind the desk orders. The door opens, revealing a mean-looking bald man with scars across his lips in an X pattern. Locke carries a tablet in his arms. Sir, we found him. We found the boy. The woman's eyes widen before a hungry smile fills her face. You did you? Show me. Locke crosses the room hurriedly, turning on the tablet and opening it to a video. A loud and obnoxious announcer begins abruptly as Locke turns the screen toward his boss. And Shinsu is out. He still gets first, though. Hey, Eraser, aren't you proud of Ghost? The screen shows someone in a gray hoodie standing over a boy with purple hair laying face down on the ground. If he couldn't do this much, a new voice deadpans, he probably shouldn't be in this line of work. There's nothing to be proud of. The person in the sweatshirt stumbles as he tries to leave the stage. You think he overworked himself? The first voice asks, worried undertones filling his words. He wasn't given any warning for a 3-versus-1 match. I wouldn't be surprised if Ghost. The second voice cuts himself off as Ghost drops to the ground. His hood slips off his head, revealing a mop of green hair. Locke pauses the video, placing the tablet on the desk. The entire fight is full of moves I taught him. I don't know how, but he's teaching at UA. This supports what Shigaraki Tamura told us. The woman at the desk hums, leaning back with a crooked smirk. I wasn't sure I could take Tamura at his word. He always was a tricksy, self-serving child. Her eyes land on the flash of green still showing on the screen. Don't worry, I'm coming for you, my little wolf. You'll be home soon enough. Gran Torino all but puts Izuku and Shinsu on house arrest for the rest of the week. It's understandable, as the last time they went off alone, Izuku fought a serial killer. Luckily, there are only 2 days left. Apparently they put the Stain thing on the morning news, using the Ghost identity rather than Undefined. Not that Izuku actually watched it. He wakes up in his and Shinsu's shared room at roughly 9, his cell phone seizing next to him. Hiroraka, Bakugo, Kirishima, Shouto, Mirio, Ito, hell, even Fing All Might. Everyone and their brother sent him a message asking if he was okay. He wipes the sleep from his eyes and opens the class group chat. Casper the Caper, hi, I'm alive. I'm okay, too, so that's a bonus. I'm sorry if I scared you. If it's any consolation, I only got injured cause I had to cut my finger a little to put my plan into action. Everyone's safe though, and that's what matters. He copies and pastes the message to everyone else who asked after him. The group chat starts blowing up. Izuku can hear Shinsu's phone going off. Apparently Shinsu can, too, as he throws a pillow at Izuku with a grumble that tells Izuku the messages woke him up. Did you really fight him alone? Half and half giraffe, I was nearby. Endeavor brought me out to look for Stain last night. You could have messaged for help. Casper the Caper, 1. Yep, Shinsu was there with me, but I had him get native out. Ada was a little incapacitated at the time. 2. I was fine on my own. I've handled bigger bads than Stain. 3. Tell me he was pissed that I showed him up. Half and half giraffe, absolutely. Grumbling the whole damn time. Casper the Caper, oh hell yeah. Midoriya, I'm going to murder you if you don't silence your damn phone, Shinsu growls. Your phone's going off, too. But let me get out of your hair, your royal highness, Izuku says with all the sarcasm he can muster. As he leaves the room, he shoots off a message to Shadow privately. Casper the Caper, did he mess with you when he was angry? Half and half giraffe, no. He looked like he wanted to, though. I don't know what you said to him, but it seems to be sticking. Casper the Caper, good. I'm glad I don't have to throw down. Half and half giraffe, you already threw down. I think you've had enough throwing down. Casper the Caper, you're not wrong and that pisses me off. Meanwhile, in the group chat, Blasty Magi, wish I got to fight a villain. Best Genist basically had me playing Finn dress up all week so far. Was my personality really that bad during the sports festival? Casper the Caper, your speech was a lil rude, I gotta say. Like I know that's just how you say shit and I know what you meant, but it was hella confrontational. Just think about how much worse it would have been if I let you use your first choice of hero name, King Explosion Murder. Jaws, Bacubro really, that was your first choice. Casper the Caper, also I'm glad none of you were there cause I got airlifted by a Namu and that was not fun. On the bright side, Hasu has a really nice nighttime skyline. You what? Casper the Caper, I followed in Hawk's footsteps. Or, wing flaps. Mind F. Could you all shut the F up, some of us are trying to sleep. Casper the Caper, hey F you, I told you to silence your phone. Mind F, hey F you, I'm lazy. Casper the Caper, because sending 2 sentences with proper spelling takes less effort than just. Casper the Caper, holding the volume down button. Mind F, I'm actually going to eat your shins and boil your teeth. Casper the Caper, bold of you to assume I still have shins and unboiled teeth. 3D printer, is everything okay over there? I know you two are interning together. Casper the Caper, we're fine. Mind F, we're fine. Alien Queen, this is the kind of content I paid to see. Pikachu, you're not paying anyone. Alien Queen, it's a good deal. Lots of bang for your buck. Casper the Caper, and that's enough internet for today. By the time the week is over, Izuku has landed exactly 4.5 hits on Gran. A half hit is only because Izuku knows he hit him, but Shinsu didn't agree and they compromised on a half hit. It didn't help much, because Shinsu only got 3 hits. Both boys have a rather new movement style, honed by watching Gran move with his quirk and trying to mimic some of his movement. Now, they move like little green and purple bunnies. It might be funny or cute if they weren't practicing it to fight with. Uraraka came back from Gunhead's agency with a ton of hand-to-hand techniques. Izuku thinks he might have her help him with a class here or there. Bakugo comes back with combed hair, which confuses Izuku. Shadow comes back just as okay as he left, meaning Endeavor gets to live another day. Ida comes back. Better. Not perfect. Not great. But better. His eyes aren't as cold and his face isn't screaming for revenge. It's better. Izuku has a class with Wana today. He also has permission from the other teachers to take them out of all their classes today. He also has access to one of UAS fake cities, a shitton of paintball guns, and 24 hours in which he has nothing else to do. Needless to say, he is excited. Izuku's smile is sinister and it scares the ever-living shit out of Shadow. It's too early for Izuku's bullshit. It's only 8 a.m. He grabbed all of Wana before school started today and dragged them all out to one of UAS fake cities. He now stands on a stage made of wooden crates, looking down on his students. For the next 24 hours, you're all mine, Izuku starts. You're exempt from all classes and I've already gotten permission from any and all guardians to steal you for the day. Kaminari, Kirishima, Ashido, Hagakure, and Zero all break out in cheers. Izuku's smile darkens even more. You seem rather excited. That's good, but save your energy. You'll need it for this exercise. He hops down from the crates, pulling a handful of popsicle sticks from his pocket, hiding one end in his palm. Everyone take one. We're splitting into 4 teams. The color on the end is what team you're on. Shadow draws a blue stick. The other blue students are Hagakure, Satu, Jiru, and Zero. Izuku is left with a yellow stick. Izuku opens one of the crates, pulling out a paintball gun with a yellow cartridge. For the next 24 hours, your goal is to survive. These are your weapons, and they're color-coded. If you get shot in the head or torso, you're dead. Come back here. The last team standing wins bonus points or something. I haven't decided yet. He aims the gun at the crowd of students and fires. Sadu gets a yellow splotch across his cheek. A shot to the gut sends Yaoyorozu tumbling to the ground. Yellow blossoms across the front of Shaoji's gym uniform. The exercise already started. Get your shit and go, furs. Students grab those of the same color and run to the crates, grabbing a gun and dashing into the city. As Shadow darts away with his gun, he hears Izuku wave off the yellow team. Go on, I'm not taking part in this. I can't be impartial if I'm on a team. Shadow feels a cold stare on his back and starts running faster. He can't help but think there's something about this exercise Izuku isn't telling them. Blue team, Todoroki Shadow, Jiru Kyoka, Sado Rikido, Shiro Hanta, Hagakure Toru. Green team, Shaoji Mizo, Kuda Koji, Aoyama Yuuka, Bakugo Katsuki, Ajiro Mashiro. Yellow team, Midoriya Izuku, Uraraka Ochako, Kaminari Denki, Takoyami Fumikage, Ashido Mina. Red team, Shinsu Itoshi, Yaoyorozu Momo, Ida Tenya, Kirishima Ijiru, Asui Tsuyu. Chapter text. It only takes 18.5 minutes for the first blood to be spilled. Hagakure splatters Aoyama's back with blue paint. Izuku sits in one of the buildings off the main road, flipping through the camera feed on his phone and marking how long it takes people to get killed. Who the F is purple? A shout from outside the window draws Izuku's attention. Shiro has been laid flat on his ass, his front covered in lavender paint. Izuku smiles, looking across the street. Eri pulls her gun in the window and waves at Izuku with a grin. He's grooming a master marksman and Izuku couldn't be more proud. Izuku runs to the other side of the building and crawls out a window, climbing up the wall with some knives, as one does, and pulling himself onto the roof. He jumps to the next building. As he readies himself for the next leap, he hears voices from below him. Curious, Izuku grabs the edge of the roof and swings himself into an open window. So, we're down 0. Izuku hears Shadow ask through the wall. I tried to keep him from going out alone, Hagakure admits. Shadow's gun cocks. We can deal. He kicks open the door to the room Izuku's in and fires blindly. Izuku drops to the ground, narrowly dodging the paintballs. He lifts his head up with a smirk, using Jiru for surveillance. Smart. And spraying the room because you knew it couldn't be anyone on your team is also a solid strategy. It's just a bit rude, though. I don't want to be covered in paint. Izuku pushes himself up off the floor, sitting on the windowsill behind him. Later, kiddos. He gives a mock salute before letting himself fall back out the window. He jabs a knife into the wall to slow his descent. 3 hours later, the entire red team minus Shinsu is out. Bakugo has decided to split off on his own. Kaminari and Ashido got into a fight that split their team in half, and Shadow's leading his team rather well. Izuku can't help but laugh as Eri gets a headshot on Kaminari and Ashido gets green paint airdropped on her by a bird at the same time. Izuku marks down Kuda for good strategy. Takoyami and Uraraka meet up and rejoin forces not too long after. Hour 6 has Ajiro dead by Shadow's hands. Shinsu teamed up with Uraraka and Takoyami around hour 5. Bakugo barely avoided one of Eri's shots and almost hit her with one of his own. Izuku sends her home for the day, Aizawa dropping her off at the bookstore. By hour 12, the rest of the green team and Shadow are all out. Hagakure apparently stole a gun or paint cartridge from someone on the red team, because she now shoots Takoyami in the back. Uraraka whirls on Shinsu, who tries to plead innocent. Uraraka, for good reason, doesn't believe him. Shinsu pulls Uraraka under his mind control long enough for him to shoot her. Somewhere around hour 15, Hagakure and Jiru decide to sleep in shifts. Shinsu blocks himself in a closet to sleep. Izuku assumes he locks the door. At hour 17, Jiru and Hagakure go out in search of Shinsu, who has yet to leave his closet. They get to a street away when he finally emerges. Izuku rushes there so he can see this for himself. Jiru and Shinsu face each other in the middle of the empty street. You can almost hear the western whistle that comes with a tumbleweed into this town ain't big enough for the both of us showdown. Jiru's fast, and Shinsu's faster, but Hagakure is fastest. Shinsu takes a blue paintball to the back as Jiru takes a red one to the front. Izuku can't help but laugh. He really didn't see this coming. Of course, Izuku doesn't know what he was expecting. Hagakure got the most kills at 6, and Izuku makes a note to spend time with her on firearms. He sends out the message to the class group chat. Casper the Caper, Blue Team 1 and Hagakure is a beast with a gun. 6 kills. So proud. Wurmst, oh hell yeah. Mind F. I tried my best but my best was not good enough. Pikachu. https://www.youtube.com/watch and https://www.youtube.com/watchbkwig. Mind F. None of us speak English that well, you asshole. Casper the Caper, lies and slander. Casper the Caper, when you try your best but you don't succeed in whatcha say. Mind F. I will find where you live and kill you in your sleep. Casper the Caper, or we could. not do that. Casper the Caper, awake and dying a slow painful death is more fun anyway. 3D printer, Midoriya. Casper the Caper, kidding. Casper the Caper, mostly. Midoriya, what the heck? Casper the Caper, fine. Fully, happy. Blasty Magi, really, broccoli boy. And my hero name was too violent. Casper the Caper, it may have been a violent joke, but 'twas a joke, all the same. Yours was very not a joke. Blasty Magi, fine. Izuku has a case of the regrets TM. And the disappointments TM. He did his exercise yesterday and it wrapped up at roughly 1 a.m. and today, All Might decided to do yet another exercise. He wanted to see how far they've come because of their experience week. Izuku wishes All Might waited to do his exercise, but also wishes Toshinori had decided to tell him this was happening so he didn't burn out the students. Frankly, Izuku is also tired. Paperwork is an utter B. He didn't go to sleep until 3 a.m. Then Eri had a nightmare at 5. 2 hours. 2 hours of fitful sleep. Poor Jiru, Hagakure, and Shinsu, though. At least Izuku is used to existing on very little sleep. Those 3 aren't. All Might goes out and stands in the middle of the steel cluster F he chose for this exercise. Izuku's group is first. All Might calls go and Izuku looks to Shinsu with a smile. Throw me. Shinsu's eyes go wide. What? Izuku's smile goes manic. He points to himself. This be empty. Time for yeet. Throw me. And thusly, Izuku got yoked. Shinsu can't aim for shit. Izuku overshoots All Might's platform by quite a few yards. He smacks into a metal pipe and falls to the ground. Oh, Izuku picks himself up and dusts himself off, running to where All Might waits. He scales the side of a pipe, running across the top. His foot slips off the side of the pipe. Izuku barely catches himself by stabbing the pipe and swinging himself up. Shinsu throwing Izuku had its benefits. Izuku got to his goal a lot faster than he would have on his own. The downside, however, is that Zero beat him there. Izuku blames the fact that he was forced to backtrack. Shinsu also falls off a pipe, and Izuku wants to laugh at him. Hey, if Izuku already did it, he has full rights to laugh. Izuku will never get used to staff meetings. He's surrounded by heroes and is about 15. These adult heroes treat him as an equal. He doesn't have any form of license. He is pretty much a child playing dress-up, and he finds that absolutely hilarious. Next order of business, Aizawa announces the first-year final exams, starting with 1B so we can kick the kid out after. Can't give him an advantage. Izuku rolls his eyes at being referred to as the kid. Just because he knows he's a child doesn't mean he wants to be seen as one. Vlad King begins next. Since there have been so many interactions with villains this year, he casts a glare at Aizawa, especially for 1A. We decided it wouldn't be beneficial for the students to fight robots like we've had them do in previous years. They're going to be matched up based on their weaknesses and pit against the teacher and environment that would give them the most trouble. Any suggestions for 1B and 1B only? Give me Monoma, Kiwaro, and a really frickin' brightly lit white room, Izuku says. This will disable both of their quirks and force them to fight quirkless. Monoma needs to get over his thing about relying on his quirk and freaking out when he can't nab one suited for combat. Kiwaro won't be able to hide in black stuff if there isn't any black stuff. Vlad King blinks at Izuku once in surprise. It's understandable. He and Izuku don't talk that often. He wouldn't know Izuku's plotting abilities that well. Any complaints? Vlad King asks. When no one speaks up, he moves on. Any other suggestions? We're doing a summer training camp this year, Aizawa announces. The class erupts into cheers. You can't go if you don't pass the finals. The cheering stops dead. What's on the exam? Ashido asks. Can't tell you. It's as if the entire class's heads are part of the same system. They all turn to Izuku in unison, pleading gazes landing on him. Guys, you do realize I'm also a student, right? I don't actually know exactly what's happening. He stands up, looking out the window. All I know is, he opens the window and stands in the frame facing the class. His next words come out quickly, running together. They're pairing students against a teacher in a situation that points out the students' weak points. Bye. Izuku throws himself out the window, climbing down to his room with a laugh. Oh, Aizawa's gonna murder me. It'll have been worth it. When Izuku reaches his classroom, he finds Eri spinning in his chair. Does Ito know you're here, kid? Yep. Are you here for a reason? Nope. I was bored. Can I help with one of your classes again? Eri stops spinning, bright, hopeful eyes landing on Izuku. Izuku sighs, defeated. Only if you don't do this again. God, now I know how Aizawa feels when I do reckless things. I'd like you all to be able to go on the trip. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to work on your weaknesses. I don't know who they're pairing with who or against who, but we'll make do. Write down what you think is your greatest weakness. We'll see if we agree. Izuku sits on top of his desk as one starts writing their thoughts. The back door of the classroom slides open silently. The orange tip of a Nerf gun peeks in through the doorway. A dart flies at the back of Uraraka's head. She dives out of her desk, leaving the dart to hit Ada's back. "We're under attack," she cries, but it's too late. Izuku pulls a Nerf pistol from his desk. "Get those papers to me by the end of the day," he orders, shooting Aiyama in the shoulder, leaving a black stain on his uniform. "Try not to get shot too much, K. And no skipping classes." "Hi, Izuku," Mirio greets. "Are you putting the first years through that exercise we did, too?" "Yup," he says, popping his pee. "You see the black spots?" Mirio laughs. "Very few of them have more than half of their uniforms still visible. Lighten up on them." Izuku smiles like a proud father. "It's not me. Yuri's become a monster with a gun. I'd almost be scared with how good she's gotten at it so quickly, except I think I learned that quickly, too." He shrugs. "I gotta go teach some second years." Later, Mirio. "Bye, Izuku." Izuku has to duck a dart as it flies for his face. "Eri, that's rude. You're supposed to shoot the students. You're a student, too." Izuku walks back to one after a lesson with 3B. Just before he reaches the door, he hears a surprised shout. The door flies open and 19 panicked students run out into the hall. Izuku can't help but laugh. Hagakure comes out of the exercise the cleanest. She decided to change into her hero costume at some point. "Can't try to shoot something you can't see." Kaminari, Bakugo, and Aiyama come out the most stained. Most of the blondes clearly weren't up to snuff in this exercise. Shadow has more spots than Izuku would like, and he contemplates doing this kind of thing back at the bookstore. On the bright side, many of his students appear to agree with Izuku on their weak points. Yaoyorozu clearly has some self-confidence issues, while Bakugo has some issues seeing beyond his own goals. Izuku's fairly surprised Bakugo was able to call himself out like that. Shadow still thinks he's being held back by his father's influence, and Tsuyu needs to work on handling multiple opponents at once. All in all, Izuku is happy most of the class can see where they need to improve. Golden eyes and hair greet Izuku through the window as he, Shadow, and Eri reach the bookstore. The woman hasn't noticed him, flipping through a book in the nonfiction section, glancing up every few moments. Izuku begins analyzing almost immediately. Alias, Mita's. Rank, Knight. Quirk, Mita's Touch. When activated, her quirk will turn anything she touches with at least 3 fingers to gold. Record, 37 murders, several instances of changing objects to gold to get some spare money. Connections, led the kings to the 8 precepts. Dangers, good under pressure, liable to recognize Eri. Quirk activates quickly, all right at hand to hand. Izuku stops, grabbing Shadow by the wrist and Eri by the shoulder. "No, it's not safe." Izuku pulls his phone from his pocket, handing it to Shadow. "Call the contact lie detector and tell him to come here. And, both of you, stay out here till Tsukachi gets here." He pushes forward, leaving the pair behind. "Why is she here? She shouldn't be here. How did she even find me?" Izuku's mind screams, "Danger," as he pulls a knife from his bag. A look at the blue dot on the hilt tells him it's a quirk-suppressing one. Paralysis knives have a yellow dot, trank knives have a purple one, and plain ones have a white dot. It's handy. He pushes the door open, the bell jingling quietly as he enters. Hi Ito starts, only to be cut off by Izuku pressing a finger to his lips and shaking his head. Izuku creeps over to the nonfiction section. Mita's has her back turned to him. He raises the knife and stabs her through the tricep. His hands wrench the woman's behind her back and push her to the ground. Izuku takes the knife from her arm and presses the tip to the back of Mita's neck. "Wolfie, is that you?" Izuku can hear the smirk in her voice. "It is, isn't it? How did you find me?" Izuku growls. Mita's head drops to the ground in disappointment. "Aw, that's no fun. Didn't you miss me at all?" The tip of the blade pressed ever so slightly harder into the nape of her neck. "No, I didn't." Ito, code purple. Ew, code words. "Wanna let me in on the secret, Zuzu?" "I really don't. Just stop talking." Eiko brings one of the trank knives from the back room, placing it in Izuku's outstretched hand. "Good night, Mita's." Izuku slashes her uninjured arm. She passes out almost immediately. "Izuku, who was that?" Eiko asks. "Call Aizawa. Work on getting yourself and Eri permanent ID cards to UA. We can't stay here anymore. I'm sorry. It's not safe." "Izuku, don't avoid. Your friend sounded worried. I got here as soon as I could." "What happened?" Tsukachi's voice draws Izuku's attention to the door. Izuku shakes his head with a sigh, resigned. "They found me. I guess I actually have to talk about this now." He lets himself fall off Mita's unconscious form and onto his back on the carpeted bookstore floor. "Can't I get one stress-free week where I'm not fearing for anyone's life and safety? Just one." Izuku really didn't want to end up in the police station again. But desperate times call for desperate measures. He shifts in his seat uncomfortably, sipping the tea Tsukachi provided for him. Tsukachi enters the interrogation room, shutting the door quietly. "How are you, Izuku?" Izuku holds up a hand, silencing the detective. "Small talk later. I just want to get this over with." "Where do you want to start, then?" Tsukachi sits across the table from Izuku, a closed file and pen in front of him. You can write this down. Thanks for waiting to be told, though. It's much appreciated. Izuku takes a deep breath, steeling himself for what has to come next. They're called the King's Ransom. I don't know if they've come on your radar as an organization, but you took in a few of the peasants before I escaped. Peasants? Tsukachi asks. Izuku shakes his head with a sigh, in disbelief that he forgot to explain that. Peasants. They do the grunt work, bottom of the totem pole, open to the public eye. Then we have the knights, who do the dirty work, carry out hits, provide protection, etc. They're the muscle of the team. Next are the advisors. They're the line of communication between the lower and upper levels of the organization. They help with planning if they prove themselves worthy. I was some mix of a knight and an advisor. I don't know. I was small. You don't know shit when you're small. Anyways, next are the princes and princesses. They're basically the second in commands. They can give orders that don't cause too much change. Carry out this hit, rob that bank, blah, blah, blah. Lastly, we have the king and queen. The big kahunas. Izuku drops his head to his chest. All right. He looks back up. Tsukachi looks at the boy with concern. You okay? You don't have to keep going right now. Shut up. I'm fine. The king and queen. They're in charge. Pick if they go to war with a gang or let someone in. Their orders void those of the princes and princesses. Queen saw me as her kid. Her son. If anything, I was more of a pet. And the king. Izuku chuckles, hate coating his laugh. Absolute F-head. Bastard. Should have killed him when I had the chance and let the rest of them do to me what they would. My boy, he would say with a loving hand on my shoulder, looking at whoever I killed that week. You're doing great, my boy, he'd praise as I tried to wash the blood from my hands. Good work, my boy, as I made him plans to kill this guy, rob that store. Contingency after contingency after contingency. All laced with praise. My boy this, my boy that. Fur. The mug shakes in Izuku's hands as he tries to keep himself from throwing it. Izuku, I'll make you a list of people I know were killed or otherwise harmed by this organization. I'll also give you my list of kills. Back to the kings. Everyone had a code name or alias or whatever. My name was Wolf for missions, short for a wolf in sheep's clothing because no one ever expects a 7-year-old to be capable of murder, you know. Wolfie, that's me. The girl I took down at the bookstore is Mita's. Her quirk turns things to gold. Lots of murders to her name. Not nearly as much as me, but still enough to be significant. She's a knight. I don't know how they found me, but she was probably sent to bring me back. The bitter laugh returns. And now I've put Ito and Aria in danger. Probably you, too, just by telling you about this. Shit, and Shouto as well. Damn it. Tsukachi shuts the file. That's enough for today. You can't stay at the bookstore anymore. You do realize that, right? Izuku nods. I'm trying to get Ito and Aria a place to stay on campus. Maybe Netsu will set up those dorms finally. He pauses, thinking. Did I put everyone there in danger? All of my students. Just by proximity. He stops trying to hold himself back. The mug shatters against the wall behind Tsukachi. Godfing, damn it. Shit, sorry. Not my mug. Not using it for a weapon. Just a waste of a good mug. Breathe, Izuku. No one's going to get hurt. It'll be okay. Izuku's hand slams onto the tabletop. Don't lie to me. We both know that's a lie. This won't end without bloodshed. He falls back into his chair, defeated. Maybe I should just go back. It'd be better for everyone. Tsukachi goes stone-faced. No, it wouldn't. You'd just end up being used and hurt even more than you were. Because going back to being a puppet is so much worse than watching everyone I've ever cared about in my life die. Because of me. At least they'd still be alive. The door slams open, revealing Shouto. Keep us alive from out here, you asshole. Todoroki, you can't, Tsukachi tries to say. Shut the hell up. Shouto storms to Izuku's side of the table, grabbing him by his shirt. You got me away from that monster and you expect me to let you go back to those pieces of shit. Would you rather be murdered? Izuku protests. And how do you think any of us would feel, knowing you willingly walked your dense ass back into hell just to try and keep us safe? Bakugo would be pissed. Ito would be heartbroken. And Ari, how the F do you think Ari would feel? Stop being so selfish. He throws Izuku back into his chair and runs his hands through his bi-colored hair. Damn it, why can't you see that we care about you? I'd rather be the one getting hurt than let them touch a hair on any of your heads, Izuku mumbles. You all still have the chance to live a good, happy life. Shouto locks eyes with Izuku, seeming to try to beam his thoughts into Izuku's mind. So do you, jackass. You're not even supposed to be in here. Why are you? Izuku asks. Shouto turns away slightly. You were yelling. I could hear you through the door. And I wasn't going to let you ruin your life any more than it already was. Izuku pushes out of his chair and throws himself at Shouto, wrapping his arms around his friend's shoulders. Asshole, he mutters. I'd rather be an asshole than let you get hurt like that. You're stuck with us, Izuku. Shouto returns the hug tentatively. Izuku rolls his eyes and sighs. Fine. Izuku, Shadow, Eri, and Eiko have claimed the 5th floor teacher's lounge until the dorms are done. Eri's taken to following Izuku and Shadow everywhere, meaning the former can't climb the side of the building as often anymore. Unless he teaches her to climb buildings, too. That's a viable option. He should really do that with all his classes. Shadow and Izuku creep out while Eri and Ito are still sleeping, heading off for their finals. Izuku wonders what they're going to throw at him. He assumes they're either going to throw Shadow at Aizawa or Toshinori. Aizawa would mess with Shadow's reliance on his quirk, while All Might would force him to act for himself rather than against his father. They go out to meet their class on the front steps of the school. In front of them stands a line of heroes. As you all already know, Aizawa begins with a pointed look at Izuku. You're all going up against heroes for your final. Here are your matchups. The most attention-grabbing matchups to Izuku are Uraraka and Bakugo versus 13. Himself and Aoyama against Aizawa, Zero alone against Midnight, and Shadow, Shinsu, and Yaoyorozu versus All Might. The rules were simple. Izuku has to work with Aoyama to either capture Aizawa or make it out the front gate. Their testing grounds are the school itself. Oh, and Izuku. You can't leave the building except through doors. Keyword, were. Izuku flips a knife across his fingers, checking to make sure his sword thing is activated. He can see why he was paired with Aoyama and against Aizawa. Izuku subscribes to a more stealthy attack strategy, while Aoyama is flashy as all hell. Then there's Aizawa, who Izuku can't throw off with his quirkless fighting style because that's how Eraserhead fights his opponent. There's also their personal connection, but that's beside the point. Izuku glances at Aoyama, thinking about how he wants to keep property damage to a minimum. The other teachers probably had that in mind and are grading them on that. Do you have a plan, Monami? Izuku's partner asks just after an automated voice comes on the speakers to tell them to begin. They were placed on the 9th floor to start and they're supposed to get down to the ground level and out the front gate. That's it. That's their final. Izuku nods, a plotting smile making its home on his face. Of course I have a plan, silly. He glances around the room momentarily. Only if you can be quiet, though. 9th floor, classroom. Izuku starts counting the ceiling tiles. 3 from the wall with the doors, 8 from the board. He points up above his head. This one, can you grab a desk? Aoyama drags a desk over to where Izuku stands. The green-haired boy climbs up on it, pushing the ceiling tile out of his way. He announces victoriously. It's the same here, too. What is it? Aoyama asks, staring up into the open hole. Tunnel system. Takes you all over the school. Dunno who made them, but they're mine now. Izuku pulls himself up into the tunnel. Aoyama looks up at him in surprise. Isn't it a little dangerous to have a secret tunnel system going throughout a hero school? Izuku peers back out of the tunnel. Dude, there are a shit ton of traps in here. You don't understand. I've almost had my hair singed off as many times as you offer people cheese going from class to class. If you don't know where you're going, you're as good as dead. It's up to you, now. Wanna come with me? Or do you wanna stay back as a distraction for Aizawa? Aoyama shudders minutely. I think I'd be more than happy to be a distraction. Yes, I think that would be enjoyable. Claustrophobia. Alright, I'll see you after the exercise. And don't break anything or laser anything to death. I think they're probably going to be watching for that and docking points. I'd like us both to pass. Good luck and Godspeed, my friend. Izuku salutes his partner as he shuts the ceiling panel. Izuku looks up at the ceiling. Is he? Nedzu leans closer to the screen. The boy points up, turning to his partner and saying something. 3 panels from the door wall, 8 from the board wall. He is. As Izuku pushes the panel from its place and crawls into the hole, Nedzu nearly drops his tablet. How'd he find my tunnels? He questions incredulously. Ashido and Kaminari glance at him in surprise, his outburst filling the silence of the near-empty bus. Izuku crawls down a corridor in the system until he reaches a drop-off. He slides down, following the maze of tunnels. He ducks under a blade that chops off a bit of hair and barely gets past the spike trap. As he's almost zapped for the 4th time, Izuku wonders whether or not he should shut off the electricity traps. He hears something slam into the wall next to his face. Aoyama must have found Aizawa. Izuku crawls faster. A slide takes him down 3 floors, another drop-off takes him down 1 more, and a fire pole takes him down the last 4. He shoves open a panel in the wall and steps out of the tunnels from behind a potted plant. Brushing the dust off himself, Izuku walks out the front door quietly before sprinting for the front gate. Something flips through the air behind him. Izuku dodges and grabs the thing. It turns out to be Aizawa's capture weapon. Izuku pulls out a knife and stabs it through the scarf and into a crack in the pavement. Not today, Satan, Izuku shouts, running once again toward victory. As his foot crosses the threshold, Izuku sighs in relief. They passed. He then sighs in disappointment. He has to administer a test tomorrow for 1B. That's annoying. Izuku gets up at the crack of dawn to go line up with the other teachers like the damn Avengers because nothing in this Fing school can be done in half measures. He now has to go deal with 2 gremlins and kick their asses or get his own kicked, and he's Fing tired. Does everything have to be about fighting? Can't the final just be a game of chess or something? He stands in his hero costume between Aizawa and Midnight, hands in his pockets and staring off into the distance. With a pose like this, maybe Izuku should pick up modeling. He could make a pretty penny with that. Just give him a wig and contour that shit. Don't do makeup. Makeup is for when you want to be pretty. Contouring is for when you want to get away with murder. 1B assembles in front of the teachers. Vlad King reads off their pairings. Izuku doesn't listen. Not until his pairing is read. Ghost against Monoma and Shizaki. What the hell? That is not the pairing I was told, Izuku says sharply. When did this change and why wasn't I told? Aizawa regards him coldly. After you told one of the nature of the exam. That's also the reason you weren't told. Did you expect anything else? Izuku glares at him before walking off to his assigned bus. He's too tired and pissy to deal with this today. The bus ride is tense, Ghost's bad mood palpable. Nito doesn't want to say anything and risk angering his teacher. He already knows they're not on good terms, and he also saw the absolute destruction he wreaked during the sports festival. He took down 3 people with incredibly strong quirks without using a visible quirk. All he had were 2 knives and his fighting skills. Nito is terrified. He just hopes Midoriya won't make it impossible for them to pass. Izuku is thrown into an urban landscape for this assessment. He checks his knife count, ammo, and sword one more time. He can see why he was given this pairing. Monoma needs a chance to figure out how to fight without relying on his quirk. And Shizaki really needs to learn how to fight against someone who is not above playing dirty. Izuku fills both requirements. The buzzer goes off, signaling the start of the exercise. Why is the city so big? That's Fing annoying. Izuku pulls out a handgun and loads it with a clip of quirk-suppressing bullets, glancing around him. F this, I'm hiding. And so he does. Izuku sets up camp in a building in front of the Victory Gate thing he couldn't be bothered to remember the name of. He watches out the window for his prey. I mean students. Yes, students. Let Izuku just say that Monoma's hero costume is bloody Fing atrocious. It's tacky and has no protection. Not to mention the fact that someone could grab those coattails and then he's fed. It's not as if Shizaki's is any better. He gets that they were going for an aesthetic, but she's going to trip on that. There's also still no protection and someone could still grab it. It's not practical. Izuku almost wonders if support wants their heroes dying in the line of duty. As the pair comes into view, hiding along the edges of buildings, Izuku lines up his shot with a sigh. He aims at the edge of Monoma's arm and fires a quirk-suppressing round at the boy. It skims his shoulder and Izuku smiles to himself. Sure, shooting Shizaki would have been more beneficial to him, as her quirk can do some damage, but Izuku isn't here to win. He's here to exploit these kids' every weakness and force them to improve or get left in the dust of their fellow classmate. He sits in the open window, letting his legs dangle out carelessly. Damn, I missed, he calls, deadpan. Wasted a bullet, too. Wanna hold still so I can try again? He asks with forced glee. He shot me. Monoma exclaims in disbelief. Yep, not the first time I've shot someone, probably not the last. But I suggest you run, though. He jumps from the window, tucking and rolling to his feet. Cause I figure I'm faster than you. Shizaki launches her vines at Izuku. He pulls a knife from his jacket haphazardly, grinning a manic smile as he hacks through her hair. It ain't gonna be that easy, sweetheart, he promises, grabbing a handful of vines and pulling as hard as he can. Shizaki falls to the ground and Izuku pulls out a knife laced with tranquilizer. Monoma stops, trying to help her up. Go, Shizaki shouts, waving him on as she tries to push herself to her feet. Get through the gate and we pass. When Monoma doesn't take the hint, Izuku slows to a walk and aims his gun half a foot from Monoma's head. You heard the lovely lady. Bang. Get a move on, bucko. The shot sails past his face and he jumps back in surprise. So, he's protective. Maybe that's why he hates 1A. Izuku dashes forward, dodging Shizaki's vines and slashing her arm. She flops to the ground, unconscious. He turns to Monoma with a predatory glare. Come on, copycat. Prove you're better than me, Izuku hisses mockingly, smile resembling one of the ones Aizawa's famous for. The fear in Monoma's eyes is real and probably deserved. But I'm not, he confesses, voice shaking. That's a mighty quick assessment there, kid. Izuku leers, twirling his gun around his finger. With the safety on, of course. And where do you get off saying that? Monoma stumbles back a few steps. I can't, my quirk is gone. And it's useless here, anyway. Go on, Izuku goads. I don't have the combat abilities you do. You took down 3 guys without using your quirk once. And you can protect those around you. Izuku stops dead in his tracks. His mind flashes to Aria as he took her away from Chisaki, to Shouto as he invited him into his home, to All Might, Bakugo, Shinsu, and Kirishima during the USJ attack. to Ida and Hasu. He can protect. Then he thinks about Mita's finding the bookstore. The Naumus and Hasu. Tenko's dumbass manic glee as he ordered the Naumu to pound Aizawa's face into the ground. The nearly 300 people he killed and the countless more he hurt. I can only protect them because I hurt so many more. Izuku whispers, eyes glassy and dull as his head drops to look at the ground. So many more. You want to save people? Izuku asks, meeting Monoma's eyes. Get your shit together. Learn to fight quirkless. And if you get an opportunity to run when you're severely outclassed, take it. Don't just stand there gawking like a fing catfish. He sighs and turns the safety off his handgun. You have till I count to 5 to run. If you're not out the gate by then, I'm either chasing you or shooting. It takes Monoma 6 seconds and a shot to the calf to pass the exam. Midoriya Izuku, you did not shoot a student during his final. Izuku looks up to find Recovery Girl seething in the doorway. Well, you're here and yelling at me about it, so I'm going to say that I probably did. Recovery Girl fist shakes beside her leg in anger. You're a teacher. You can't shoot a student with an actual firearm. 1. It's a little late for that. 2. I'm preparing them for real life. A villain's not going to go wait, can't shoot this one. Recovery Girl's gonna get mad, you know. You're lucky I don't kill you. If it weren't for the laws of these lands, you'd have killed me yourself. I know. You're not the first one to say that to me and you almost definitely will not be the last. Well, not everyone passed. Aizawa's words make Shiro, Ashido, Kaminari, Sadu, and Kirishima drop their heads in shame and disappointment. Damn, almost all the Bakubes. Nearly a clean sweep. As you know, I said you couldn't go to the training camp if you didn't pass. Luckily for you 5, that was a logical ruse. Those 5 heads all lift in unison, hope quickly returning to their eyes. Honestly, you're the ones that need it the most. Ashido starts the movement that has all of Wanna headed for the mall to gather supplies for the trip. They said they'd stick together. They did. And now Izuku, Shinsu, and Shouto stand in the middle of the mall alone. Well, Izuku says, breaking the awkward silence that had formed when Uraraka and Tsuyu abandoned them to get sleeping bags. I'm going to find some knives. Y'all want some knives. You two deserve some knives. Shinsu glances at Shouto. I could go for some knives. You want some knives? I'd take some knives. Izuku clasps his hands together. Then let's go get some knives. As the trio walks toward a hunting store, a wave of calm rushes over Izuku, just to be replaced with panic. When he catches a flash of pink hair weaving through the crowd, his fears are made a reality. Casper the Caper. Hi, there's at least one member of King's Ransom in the Musutafu Mall, and I know she doesn't work alone under King and Queen's order. There's probably at least 2 villains here. Casper the Caper. I'd like to request some police assistance. Lie detector. I'll send some officers. Casper the Caper. Also an ambulance. The entirety of Wanna is here and I'm letting them kick ass if the need arises. Casper the Caper. Pink hair and a calming quirk. Alias is Serenity. Izuku closes out of Tsukachi's messages before opening the class group chat. Casper the Caper, there are at least 2 villains in the mall currently. Continue acting normal, but be prepared to defend yourselves. You have permission to use your quirks for combat. If you're attacked or a civilian is in danger. Casper the Caper, 1 is a girl with pink hair and blue and purple eyes. She has a calming quirk. No info on the other. His phone blows up with notifications, leading him to silence the chat. He turns to Shinsu and Shouto. Stay together, you two. Don't use your quirks unless absolutely necessary. He orders in a low tone. What about you? Shouto asks. Izuku offers a lopsided smile. It's bee hunting season. He splits off from the pair, tailing the woman and running through her information in his mind. Alias, Serenity. Rank, Knight. Quirk, Serenity. Can force a feeling of calm on people around her. Diluted when used repeatedly on a single person or on a lot of people at once. Record, 18 murders, 58 assisted murders, 29 robberies. Connections, flits between different organizations. Dangers, messes with emotions. Good shot, not above killing on her own. No regard for human lie. Izuku's thoughts are cut off by 4 fingers wrapping around his throat. Hello, Deku. Why don't we have a little chat? Tenko's voice sends a chill down his spine. His captor pulls him back to walk beside him. Fine, but let go of me, K. Izuku slides his hands into his sweatshirt pocket casually. He pushes his closed knife handle against the pocket of his shirt and into Tamura's side. Because there's absolutely nothing keeping me from shooting you again. Izuku holds his breath, only knowing his bluff paid off when the hand disappears. Don't try anything. I could take out most of this crowd before you could incapacitate me. I'm not an idiot, dumbass. Little green giant. There are at least 2 villains in the mall currently. Continue acting normal, but be prepared to defend yourselves. You have permission to use your quirks for combat. If you're attacked or a civilian is in danger. Little green giant. 1 is a girl with pink hair and blue and purple eyes. She has a calming quirk. No info on the other. Denki regards the message, looking up to Ashido, wide-eyed. After a second, a wave of tranquility rushes over him. Maybe Midoriya's just overreacting. He's been on edge since the experience week. That's probably all it is. A few seconds later, Ashido is shaking his arm with a dazed look on her face. Ashido's usually more peppy than this. Quirk. It's a quirk, she whispers lazily. Quirk. Calming quirk. Damn, she's right. His fingernails dig crescents into his palms, grounding him. Denki's gaze swivels around the mall when a bouncing pink ponytail catches his eye. He puts a hand on Ashido's forearm. Turns slowly, he orders in a low tone. By the soda shop. She tries spinning quickly when Denki's grip on her arm tightens. Slowly, Ashido. Her second attempt at subtlety goes much better. She sucks in a breath at the sight of the woman. Do we go after her? Ashido mumbles. Portable phone charger, found her. Are pursuing. Sliding his hand down his friend's arm, Denki grabs Ashido's hand. Let's do some undercover work. Care to be my fake girlfriend while we keep a bee in line? Ashido throws him a smile. Do you even need to ask? She squeezes his hand lightly. The pair weave through the crowd, stopping every so often to look at the different stores, but maintaining their tail on their target. As they walk past a clothes store, they lose the woman. Where'd she go? Denki hisses. It's not very kind to follow people, children, a voice says from behind the two, making them jump. If you're going to do it, at least do it correctly. What are they teaching you in that hero school of yours? When they turn around, she's gone, her pink head bobbing through the crowd. Are we? Ashido asks. Yeah. In unison, they release each other's hands and dive into the crowd, chasing the villain rather than trailing her. Ashido jumps over a bench and Denki through a potted plant. Ashido cuts through a store to try and cut the woman off while Denki stays on her directly. Denki's hand skims the back of the woman's shirt when he heads Ashido shout. The villain makes it out the door and Denki turns back to see Ashido being held by mall security. Get off me, you bastard, she cries. I'm sorry, ma'am, but you match the description of a reported security threat. The officer deadpans. Pink hair, calming quirk. We know that threat. We were chasing that threat, dumbass. Denki growls. You just let that damn threat get away. The detective from the USJ walks over to them. What's going on here? Ashido's not a villain, Denki says, thrusting an accusing finger at the security guard. His phone buzzes in his pocket, just as Ashido's does in hers. He pulls it out to see a message from Midoriya. Swallowing thickly, he shows the detective the message. You need to clear them all. It sounds like the build-up to a terrible joke. A wanted criminal and an ex-villain, ex-vigilante, probably underaged and most definitely unlicensed hero walk into a Chili's. Izuku slides into a booth, Tenko taking the other side. The former orders a milkshake. The latter is a pissy brat. As the waitress heads back to the kitchen, Izuku gets down to business. You wanted to talk. Let's talk. I'm confused, Deku. And you know I don't like things that confuse me. He glares around the restaurant. So you're going to answer my questions, or people are going to die. Just like the old days, huh? What do you want to know? Izuku glances at the man's hands, wondering whether or not he could disable his quirk fast enough to keep everyone safe. He wishes he brought some quirk suppressant. The hero killer. Why was he so popular? What does he have that we don't? Why him? Izuku shrugs, trying to pull out his phone as inconspicuously as possible. Dunno. I mean, he had a clear goal. No matter how stupid it was. It's a cause he was fighting for. You just want to crush what annoys you. Stain, he wanted to fix our society. Some people might even see his cause as noble. Next question. Casper the Caper, Shifaraki us here. Evac whole null minus first flare chickies. Izuku hopes his blind texting gets the message out. He remembers he was last in the class group chat. He hopes they don't freak out too badly. Yeah, you confuse me, too. Why do you refuse to go back home? I can understand you not wanting to be around me. I was an asshole when you came to stay with us, but you ran away from home. Why? Teacher was nice to you. King and Queen were nothing but kind. They'd probably be happy to cut loose anyone that bothered you. So, why? Izuku's veins fill with ice as his heart fills with fire. Why? He repeats, leaning forward. They forced me to hurt people, Tenko. I had to kill people after I had already tried to refuse. I made plan after plan to hurt him, steal from her, kidnap them. By the time I was 9, I had already seen more blood than most people see in their lifetime. His eyes fill with rage. Why? Because they forced me have my first kill at the age of 7. Because I had to help hurt a little girl then leave her with the people that hurt her. Because every time they said I was done, they threw me right back in. He slams a hand on the table, quiet enough to not draw attention but loud enough to get his point across. Izuku's voice is controlled, cold, and deadly. Because they stole my entire Fing childhood from me. All for one did the same to you, but you're just too blind to see it. Tamura bristles. Don't talk that way about teacher, he commands, seething. You don't have to kill people. You don't have to hurt people. You can be done, Tenko, Izuku promises, anger draining from his voice. I really liked the first week we knew each other. Can't we just go back there? Just come with me. Izuku doesn't know how much that he's saying is an attempt to placate the man or how much he truly means. And that terrifies him. The scar on his back burns as he tries to talk the villain down. Just like the good old days. Izuku extends a hand with a sad smile. Please, Tenko, I miss you. Not Deku. Izuku misses you. Tenko pauses, his eyes burning with conflict. Thank you for answering my questions. He stands from the booth and turns to Izuku with a tentative sad smile of his own. Won't you come home with me? Izuku shakes his head, dropping his hand. I'm sorry, I can't. You know I can't. It's not my home anymore, anyway. The villain nods solemnly. Goodbye, Izuku. One of Kurogiri's portals swallow him up and he's gone. Izuku sinks into the bench, pulling out his phone. Casper the Caper, he's gone. Everyone's safe. He then switches to Tsukachi's messages. Casper the Caper, Shigaraki's gone. Did you catch Serenity? Lie detector? No, she escaped while 2 of your students were pursuing her. Mall security tried detaining Ashido instead, giving her a chance to slip away. Are you safe? Casper the Caper, he didn't try anything. I'm fine, if not a little tired. Lie detector, all right. Your class is out front. Casper the Caper, thanks. The waitress from earlier brings out his milkshake. Izuku sips it idly and runs through what just happened in his mind. Does he actually miss Tenko? Can he really make him be good? Izuku hopes the second answer is yes. They gave him a shock blanket. He's not in shock. Midoriya Izuku doesn't do shock. Shadow hovers around him like an anxious, overprotective mother hen. It's endearing. Ashido, he calls, waving her over to the ambulance they forced him to sit on even though he's not in shock. Simir. Ashido grabs Kaminari by the back of his shirt and drags him over. Hiya, teach. She greets. Glad you're okay. Izuku nods, shedding his blanket that he clearly doesn't need. You, too. Tell me what happened. Shadow puts the blanket back over his shoulders, which earns him a glare. Kaminari starts the story. We felt her quirk. I was going to write off your message as you being stressed and paranoid. But then Ashido reminded me of what you said her quirk was. We tried tailing her as non-suspiciously as we could, pretending to be a thing. But I guess she noticed us, Ashido continues. Izuku closes his eyes, thinking. Serenity was usually too smart to be tailed by amateurs. Remind me to do some more covert training with you guys for that sometime soon. What next? When we knew we were made, we started chasing her. Kaminari's fists ball in frustration. I almost had her. I should have discharged or something. Ashido puts a hand on his shoulder. If you used your quirk, you could have taken out half the crowd. Besides, security grabbed me and distracted you. It's not your fault. Izuku looks his student in the eye. She's right, you know. Even though they should really get more qualified guards. If Serenity had pink skin, I'm pretty sure I would have mentioned it. You did everything you could. You made sure no one got hurt. That's all I could have asked for. He smiles, tired. Nice job on your first containment opus, you too. It was a huge success. I think I was starting to get through to him, Izuku confesses. He didn't. He didn't call me Deku when he left. He called me Izuku. Anything else? Tsukachi asks, pencil tapping against the edge of the table. Izuku frowns, thinking. If we catch him, I'd like to speak with him before anyone else. I'd be our best chance at rehabilitating him if we have a chance at all. Shadow has to drag Izuku out to the bus the morning they head out for the training camp. Izuku just crawls on the bus and claims the back seat. Shinsu, Bakugo, and Shadow take the seats around him, forming a sort of Izuku protection squad. It's kind of cute in an unnecessary way. Ada sits toward the middle of the bus and attempts to keep the class's chaos contained. After a half hour on the bus, Izuku realizes Ada's attempts are futile. He contemplates getting up and yelling at the kids, but ultimately decides against it, choosing to tune it out instead. By the end of the first hour, the Baka squad has most everyone singing Baby Shark, Boom Chicka Boom, and a few Izuku can't place. He crams himself in the corner of the seat, trying to sleep. When Izuku wakes up, the bus is parked and Shadow is asleep on his shoulder and Aria is asleep in his lap. Where did she even come from? He elbows Shadow off him, not satisfied with being a pillow. Okay. This is the last rest stop before we get to the camp, Aizawa announces. If you need the bathroom, go use it now. Izuku looks out the window, taking in his surroundings. The first thing he notices is they're surrounded by trees. He grabs his wrist sword out of paranoia and gets off the bus with Eri, then notices something else. There's not a building in sight. Hiya, kittens. A cheery voice calls from beside Aizawa. Izuku recognizes her as the pro-hero Pixie Bob. Beside her stands Ragdoll, another hero of the Wild Pussycats. Where's the rest stop? Shinsu asks groggily. Izuku apparently wasn't the only one that got some rest. But then something occurs to Izuku. The Pussycats own a large swath of woods. They're in the woods. It suddenly clicks. Eri, stay with Aizawa, please, he orders calmly before sprinting forward, throwing himself over the guardrail. It's not a rest stop, he shouts as he sails over the edge. He grabs a tree branch and swings himself up on top of it. The other 19 students swiftly follow, Shinsu jumping down from branch to branch with the help of One for All. Shadow makes an ice slide for the class while Uraraka and Bakugo use their quirks to slow their descent. Zero catches Ashido before she slams into a tree. So eager, Pixie Bob commends from the edge of the cliff. Good kiddas who make it to our compound before noon get to eat. You have 3 hours. Pixie Bob has an earth manipulation quirk. Izuku shouts, "We're surrounded by earth. Stay on your toes." Izuku jumps from branch to branch, ignoring the pain in his shoulder. Did he dislocate it or something? That'd be annoying. He drops down a few branches so he can keep an eye on the class. Izuku has almost never been less happy to be right. A monster made of dirt runs out from the woods. Pixie Bob's earth beast. Damn it, the earth beast bears down on Jiru, who currently has her foot stuck in a root. Welp, Izuku thinks, dropping from his tree and activating his sword. He slices cleanly through half the beast's neck, causing it to fall apart into soft dirt, which Izuku lands in. He winces as his shoulder hits the ground. Yep, probably dislocated. Bakugo and Ida each take out an earth beast as Izuku pushes to his feet and helps Jiru get unstuck. Shadow freezes 3 in a row, which Shinsu takes out with a superpowered punch. Jiru lets out Sonic Blast after Sonic Blast while Yaoyorozu makes a cannon and blasts them to smithereens. Uraraka drops one on another, and they both disintegrate. Everyone does their part to ensure they make it to the compound by noon. They don't make it to the compound by noon. Eri jumps into Izuku's arms as soon as he exits the forest. At 3, Izuku stands between his tired class and the row of indifferent heroes, seething. Pixie Bob looks disappointed. 3 hours should have been more than enough time. We can usually do it in less on a slow day. Yeah, none of us are licensed pro heroes. We can't do that yet. If you try to keep us from food, someone going to leave this forest in a damn body bag, he growls. He really isn't himself when he's hungry. We won't be able to do shit if we're hungry. Aizawa stares Izuku down, activating his quirk for emphasis. Izuku, calm down. It was a logical ruse. We're not starving you guys. I'll show you where you can stuff your logical ruses. Izuku snarls, pulling a branch from his hair and throwing it to the ground. He startles when Eri pokes his nose with a disapproving look. Shadow places a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Kill him later. We have an audience. He points to a hat sticking out from behind Mandalay's leg. The boy leans out further, revealing a pissed-off expression. Kaminari apparently elects to ignore said expression. "Hey there, what's your name?" he asks, walking to the kid and holding his hand out, and getting punched in the dick. Mandalay grabs the boy by his shoulder and pulls him back next to her. "This is Kauta." She looks down to Kauta. "Kauta, that was rude. One might call it a dick move," Izuku mutters. Shadow hides the laugh that slips out behind a hand. Eri pulls out a tiny Nerf gun from her pocket and fires it, pegging Kauta in the forehead. It's Izuku's turn to stifle a laugh this time. "You brat." Kauta looks at Eri, surprise and betrayal coating his expression. She smirks. "Demon, come along, kittens. It's time to eat," Ragdoll announces. Izuku sighs in relief. For Izuku's training, he zips around the training site, doing his best to place stickers on people undetected. If he's noticed, his victim makes a tally on their arm. As 1B arrives on scene, Izuku darts in, sticks a sticker on Monoma's forehead, and darts away to gently put one on Shadow's shoulder. Izuku places a red sticker on Ajiro's tail and ducks and rolls away from a Nerf dart. He looks up into the trees to see Eri and Kauta sitting together, Eri aiming a gun now at Shinsu. Izuku huffs a laugh, smiling and shaking his head. Kauta starts to lose his balance and Izuku starts running. Eri tries to catch the boy by his shirt, but that just leads to her falling along with him. Izuku kicks off a tree and into the air, catching Kauta round the waist. Shinsu darts out of nowhere, grabbing Eri just before she hits the ground. Eri looks up to Shinsu with gratefulness shining in her eyes. And Kauta, he just glares at Izuku before worming his way out of his arms. Izuku sits up against a tree with a frown. What's his problem? I'm sorry he's being a little shit, a voice says in Izuku's mind. He looks around to find Mandalay staring at him. His parents, my cousin and cousin-in-law, were heroes. They died in the line of duty. He's not a big fan of heroes anymore. Sees them as selfish. He's mad at his parents for leaving him. Izuku nods. He can understand how fragile a young mind is. Kauta ran off without grabbing any food, so Izuku grabbed 2 bowls and chased after him. That's how Izuku ends up walking up to the edge of a cliff and sitting down next to a disgruntled 10-year-old. Hey, kid, you forgot something, he prods, holding out a bowl to the boy. Kauta tries to swat it away, but Izuku rips it back just in the nick of time. Hey, this is perfectly good food. Go away. Kauta orders. I don't want to talk to a stupid hero. Izuku sets the bowl behind himself, beginning on his own bowl. That's pretty rude, you know. I may be stupid, but you don't gotta call me out like that. What's your problem? Why won't you just leave me alone? I'm stubborn and I'm not going to take shit from a 10-year-old if I don't take it from 18-year-olds. So, I'm gonna talk, and you're going to listen. Then you'll get a turn. sound fair? Kauta glares at him. I don't. I talk. You listen. The next word out of your mouth had better be a yes or a no. Does that sound fair? The child humps and nods. Fine. Great. Izuku sets his food down beside him and leans back to look up at the sky. I haven't really gotten to see the stars like this in years. I kind of missed it. He ends up laying all the way down before he begins. Mandalay told me about your parents. I'm sorry about that. I know what it's like to grow up without parents. You're lucky you have Mandalay. I found my person when I was 9 or 10. Her name is Ito Eiko. She owns a bookstore. We have some cats. Aria. She's like my little sister. Izuku glances over at the boy, who's taken to just staring at him. Why do you hate heroes so much? Because they die and leave those they love behind. I understand the sentiment. I don't think you realize they do what they do to protect the ones they love, though. Each villain they take down, every terror threat they stop in its tracks, every criminal organization they dismantle, it all makes the world safer for their loved ones. He sighs. Your turn. Kauta turns back forward, looking down at his hands. Why do you even want to be a hero? Don't you understand how that hurts the people that care about you? He mumbles. Izuku sits back up, mimicking Kauta's pose. Because I hurt people. A lot of people. Before I found Eiko, it wasn't pretty. If I'm a hero, I can try to make up for what I did. As for hurting those around me, they're in danger. Before I found Eiko, I was with some really bad people. They're trying to get me back, and I'm scared they're going to hurt my people. His breath hitches. Eiko used to be all I had. Now I have so many more people and I don't know if I can keep them all safe. A tear drops onto Izuku's wrist, puddling above his deactivated sword. If I can't be a hero, I can't keep my people safe. He looks at the child with a watery smile. I'm trying to be a hero because it's my only option left. Eiko and the bookstore and the villains that found them both. Shoto and the fact that Izuku may be the only thing keeping him from his father. Piri and the 8 precepts. He has to protect his family. The kid opens his mouth to say something, but Izuku holds up a hand. He grabs the second bowl from behind them and hands it to Kauta. Eat up. Hopefully it's not cold yet. We can talk more when you're done. Okay. The boy takes the dish with a nod. Izuku smiles. Maybe he's getting through to him. First comes the smoke. Izuku jumps to his feet, looking over the cliff's edge as smoke begins to rise from the middle of the forest. Blue flames begin to lick over the tops of the trees. Izuku grabs Kauta by the collar and swings him up onto his back. Something's wrong, he mutters lowly. Fire shouldn't look like that naturally, and the only people on the trip with fire quirks use red fire. Izuku takes off for the trail back down the mountain when lumbering steps stop him in his tracks. Hi Izuku, Kauta asks, voice trembling. What's going on? Dunno, kid. He lifts his right wrist up toward Kauta. Wanna flip this switch for me? He does, and Izuku feels the click of the machine coming to life. If I gotta use this, I'm gonna be pissed, he mumbles under his breath. You gotta be quiet, okay? No screaming or crying or sniveling or we could be in danger, Izuku whispers. If you're gonna make any noise, do it quietly and muffle it with my shirt. The footsteps get closer. Izuku swears he can feel the ground shake. I'm sorry, but we're going over the cliff. Get my shirt in your mouth now. Izuku hurls himself down the cliff, catching his hand on a stone outcropping. He feels his shirt vibrating with Kauta's panicked breathing. As he starts scaling down, he hears a voice from above. Damn, and I wanted to have some real fun. The man sounds malicious in his disappointment. Izuku doesn't want to think about what his fun is. Attention UA students. Mandalay's voice calls in Izuku's mind. Villains are attacking. You have permission to use your quirks in self-defense. And if anyone finds Kauta, let one of the teachers know. Little late for that, Izuku thinks sarcastically. Then his foot slips. He doesn't fall, but some rocks fall down the cliff, echoing as they drop. Izuku looks up, apprehensive, when a face looks down over the cliff's edge. A scar runs across one eye and his lips pull back in a sadistic smile. There you are. Hold on tight. Izuku shouts as he jumps backward off the cliff, grabbing a branch to keep him and his passenger from plummeting to the ground. He lets Kauta off his back. Stay up here for a minute, all right. I'll take care of him and then I'll be back for you. Kauta grabs at Izuku's shirt before he jumps again. Be safe. Don't die for me. Be safe for your people. Izuku smiles bravely and pats the kid on the head. Of course I'll be safe. Don't worry about me, okay? He pulls out his phone and opens it to Aizawa's messages. If I'm not back in 10 minutes, I want you to call him, okay? Tell him where you are. He hands the device to Kauta. I'll be back soon. He jumps from the branch to the next tree. A loud thud tells Izuku the man jumped off the cliff. He hopes he hid Kauta well enough. As he runs, Izuku flips through villains in his mind, trying to find the one that fits this man's appearance and behavior. Finally, as he jumps over a stream, he lands on a name. Alias, muscular. Rank, none. Quirk, muscle augmentation. Record, murders. Lots of murders. Connections. Clearly there's at least one, seeing as the blue fire happened at the same time. Risks unpredictable, strong, sadistic. Izuku stops, hiding in a tree, waiting for the villain to get closer. He checks his gauntlet quickly, glad to see the switch still in the on position. I knew it was you. Izuku looks down to see Muscular staring up at him from the trunk of the tree. You're the fox or whatever. Izuku rolls his eyes and swings his legs nonchalantly, acting much less bothered than he actually is. It's Wolf, but okay. And you're what? The entertainment? Muscular smiles. You're the one I'm supposed to bring back to F-Hands Machi. Sighing, Izuku nods knowingly. Ah, there he is. Et mother fur. What a tool. Just when you think you've come to an agreement, he just waltzes back into your life. He pauses, seeing his head at the villain. You know he won't like it if you kill me, right? Yeah, I was disappointed about that, too. But don't worry, kid. He ain't said nothing about me tossing you around a little bit. Why don't we have a little fun? Muscle fibers break through the man's skin, bulking him up even more than he already was. Izuku makes a face. Well, aren't you just an ugly little shit? Sure, I'll play ball. The student slides out of the tree. This was a terrible idea, and I'm asking literally every deity not to make my promise to Kauta an empty one. You trying to make this easy on me, little boy? Muscular taunts, grabbing Izuku as he hurtles to the ground. I'd prefer not to. Izuku quips as the villain flings him. He slams into a tree trunk and slides down a few feet before grabbing a tree branch and swinging away. He travels a few trees before hiding behind another tree trunk. F. He starts running again. You know those nature documentaries where the antelope books it away from whatever large cat the documentary is about that time? Give the antelope a green wig and childhood trauma and you have a pretty good image of what's happening. Izuku ducks as a broken tree branch sails over his head. Hey, you could have hit me. He admonishes over his shoulder. That was kind of the point. The boy pauses, pulling an acorn from the tree he resides in and smiling. When Muscular catches up to him, Izuku throws the seed at a tree on the opposite side. The villain turns toward the noise and Izuku drops down on his shoulders. His muscle fibers start wrapping around his feet almost immediately. You seem a little stuck there, fox boy. Why don't you hang around for a while? Izuku laughs. Bold of you to assume I actually need feet. He slashes his sword at the man's throat, but his quirk catches the blade. The hero in training drops the sword and does the one thing that apparently always works. He stabs for the eye. His first and middle finger dig into the man's last remaining eye. Izuku thinks numbly, the sensation of being in an eye socket making him want to gag. Muscular screams in pain, trying to claw Izuku out of his eye. He takes his fingers out, letting the villain damage his eye further on his own. The fibers around his feet loosen to the point that he can get free, so he grabs his sword and jumps off, turning to face the villain. Muscular snarls while Izuku smirks. Look at that. You match now. He lunges, driving the sword as far as it will go into the fake eye. Sorry, poor choice of words. The man flops backward and Izuku travels down with him. He sits up, wincing at the pain in his back. That's probably a cracked rib or two. He then remembers Kauta and begins running the way he came from. How long has it been? Izuku notices a cloud of fog in the distance and decides he wants absolutely nothing to do with that. Aizawa and Izuku arrive at Kauta's tree at the same time. The look on Aizawa's face as he looks at the stain covering half of the front of his shirt has Izuku holding his hands up defensively. I'd stake my life on the fact that none of this is my blood. Aizawa shakes his head. You better not have to stake your life on anything tonight. What's going on? Izuku asks, climbing up to retrieve Kauta from the tree. The guy I just fought and possibly killed said that Shigaraki was behind this. How many villains are there that we know about? At least 4. There were 2 at the main compound. Whoever was controlling those blue fires, and whoever you just took down. Izuku climbs back down with Kauta, wincing slightly when the boy hits his ribs. Definitely cracked. Where are the students? Aizawa shakes his head. Somewhere in the forest. We let them wander after they finished eating so long as they were back before curfew. I knew it was a bad idea. Shit. Can I help? Kauta offers. My quirk is a water quirk. I can help with the fires. Izuku looks at the child. Water hose. Are you their kid? Kauta nods and Izuku hands him off to Aizawa. You can protect him from villains better than I can. I'll round up the kids. Stay safe, Izuku. Izuku gives a lopsided grin. When am I ever not safe? You keep wincing. Something clearly happened. If you die, I will find someone with a quirk that can bring you back to life just so I can kill you myself. Aye, Captain. Izuku runs back into the woods. Branches scrape at Izuku's skin as he sprints through the trees, listening for any sign of his classmate. The silence is almost eerie, the only sound to be heard being the crackle of fire in the distance. Then a scream cuts through the night. He spins on his heel, dodging through the underbrush, searching for the origin of the noise. He bursts out into a clearing to see Tsuyu stuck to a tree with a knife and Uraraka pinned to the ground by himself. Midoriya. Uraraka yelps in surprise. The other him smiles sadistically and Izuku notices how one eye droops slightly. Ah, that means my fun's over. Why'd you gotta come in and ruin it for me, Izu? Himiko, get off of her. Izuku draws his sword. Why is she here? She was supposed to get out, not go further in. Izuku's doppelganger sheds his skin, revealing blonde hair and a stained school uniform. Uraraka throws Himiko off her back, rushing over to free Tsuyu. Been a while, huh, Izuku? Himiko quips. Midoriya, who is that? Uraraka asks. He stares the girl. No, villain. He stares the villain down, betrayal standing proudly in his eyes. Toga Himiko. Quirk lets her disguise herself as someone if she ingests their blood. Clearly she had some of my old blood lying around somewhere. Villain. Izu, you're gonna hurt my feelings. You're acting like we weren't besties. Himiko jokingly whines with a smile. Why don't you tell them how it really was? His lips rise up in a snarl. We weren't besties. My friend was Miko. A kind girl who wouldn't hurt a damn fly and wanted out of that hellhole just as much as I did. Toga Himiko is a villain. Miko was the only thing that kept me sane for my last year with those animals. You're not her. She laughs at this. More of a cackle, really. Are you sure? Wanna spar again? Make sure it's really not Miko. Just like old times, right? Hi Toga. Toga levels her knife at Izuku's face. Izuku's heart screams while his mind is eerily quiet. Your move, Blondie. He locks eyes with Uraraka, nodding for her to run, move, anything. Just get somewhere safe. Toga leaps at him, smile wide and knife flashing in the moonlight. For a moment, there's only silence. Fire crackles in the distance. A bird screams overhead. Izuku's labored breathing and pounding heart echo in his ears. Sword clangs against knife and Izuku throws his foot into Toga's side. She goes flying into a tree before standing up once again, smile slightly more pain than before. You've gotten stronger. I'm so proud of you. She lunges again. Shut it, Biak. Even as Izuku blocks one knife, a second sinks into his shoulder. He stumbles back with a grimace, taking the knife with him. Toga charges. Duck. Uraraka shouts. Izuku drops to the ground, hissing in pain. A large tree branch wielded by Tsuyu's tongue slams into Toga's head, sending her flying back into the woods. The girls help Izuku to his feet. He takes out the knife, pulls off his shirt and tears off the bloody patch on the front from Muscular. Tie this as tight as you can around the wound, he orders through already clenched teeth. As soon as the makeshift bandage is secure, Izuku begins running again. Stay close. Takoyami and Shaoji join Izuku's little band of misfits. Izuku makes Shaoji lead an out-of-control dark shadow toward a giant pillar of ice in the hopes that it's where Shadow is and he can calm Takoyami's quirk down with his own. When they arrive, Izuku and the gang find Shinsu and Shadow facing a guy held up by his own teeth. 20 feet in the air. Lunar Shark. Dark Shadow one-hit KOs the guy, sending him flying into the great beyond. Oh, right. Moonfish. Shadow becomes a demon therapist. With a degree in back the F down before I turn you into fried chickenology, and Dark Shadow crawls back into his hidey hole. The group of now 7 kids ventures deeper into the woods, looking to see if they can grab anyone else. Izuku travels at the back, knife and sword at the ready, just in case. Then the world gets tinted blue, growing infinitely bigger. Izuku tries to step forward, but his foot slides. He looks down to see the ground beneath the clear blue rounded surface. Like a mile beneath. Izuku leans forward, placing a hand against the wall and pounding his fist. The impact makes a sound like when you hit a wine glass. He looks out and sees the kids below him, giant in comparison to himself. They look 5 flavors of worried and furious. Wait, where's Takoyami? Izuku's sphere passes in front of a giant black and white mask. A look to the side shows giant fingers separating Izuku and another blue sphere. It fills with black for a moment before becoming a solid blue again. There's Takoyami. Then everything goes dark. Ochako and the rest of the students run as fast as they can. Midoriya, what should we do? Ochako calls back behind her. When she doesn't get a response, she whirls around. Midoriya's gone. Where is he? So's Takoyami. Where'd they go? Maybe you should keep a better eye on your friends. My dear audience member, a voice sings from above. A man with a really tacky outfit holds 2 pearls between his fingers. The boss wanted your friends here, so I had to work with some forced volunteering. And, for my next trick, he asks before flying behind a tree, I'll make your friends disappear. His hand reappears empty. The man flies off into the distance before Ochako can yell some unsavory words at him. Her mind falls back into the rhythm it had at Gunhead's agency. Shaoji, you're carrying Todoroki and Shinsu. You're getting them back, you hear me? Use your dupliarms to steer. I'm anti-grabbing you 3 and Tsu, you throw them. She points to the direction the man went. We're getting our goddamn friends back. All 4 nod at once. Yes, ma'am. Shaoji gathers his passengers in his arms. Tsuyu grabs them with her tongue, and Ochako hits them all with her quirk. I'll release you when you're over him, she promises. 3 bros, flying through the air, tangled in each other's arms to save some more dudes. Katsuki already fed up this one dumbass with a stupid thing need to contradict himself every 2 words. This horror movie reject had to come in and scrape his sorry ass off the forest floor. Now he's back in the main clearing with the heroes and some of the other kids on the trip when Trenchcoat B falls out of the sky with Mind F, half and half, and Octoprick on his back. Trenchcoat B ends up standing with the other Chuckle FS in line somehow. Katsuki doesn't know. He's doing his best to beat the Lizard B's face into the Fang dirt. When he looks back, Half and Half and Mind F are lunging for these pearl things. Mind F grabs his but Half and Half gets beat by the SFX disaster. Trenchcoat snaps his fingers and Bird Brains falls out of Mind F's hand. Caper appears in the villain's hand. How sad, Todoroki Shouto. Perhaps this is karma for what happened with Mommy Dearest. F no, Katsuki roars, propelling himself forwards with his explosions. He promised he'd keep that damn kid safe. Bakugo Katsuki doesn't go back on his word. He grabs Teach by the wrist and sends an explosion into the face of the asshole that tried Fing with Katsuki's people. He throws his classmate away, into Half and Half. A hand encircles Katsuki's neck. You'll do, I guess. He turns to sneer at his captor just to see a purple chin. Great, it's this bee. The now rescued fur looks at their switched positions at first with surprise, then rage. Don't F this up. Let me save you. Izuku's skin crawls as the scarred hand wraps around his good shoulder. Shouto's eyes are filled with desperation. Izuku offers him a resigned smile. Don't worry, this isn't the last you'll see of me. F no, Bakugo shouts. Izuku's eyes widen in surprise as he's thrown away from the hand that held him. He slams into Shouto, who deftly catches him. Now Bakugo is in his hands. Dabai's hands. How many of the classics are they pulling out here? You'll do, I guess, Dabai decides, securing his hold on Bakugo. Toga, the guy with the black and white mask, and a guy with a bodysuit all line up together next to Dabai. Magni, bring the girl. Sure thing. A voice calls from behind the villains. She's too slow. Tell her to take her time. The guy with the bodysuit contradicts himself. Izuku now recognizes him as the villain twice. The owner of the voice drags someone out to the lineup. Izuku's heart drops in his chest. Ari, Izuku, she cries. Izuku, I'm scared. Don't let them take me back to him. Let's go. A black portal opens behind the villains. Stub. His voice is solid, commanding, and completely unlike the racing thoughts whirling in his mind. Dabai turns around to see Izuku holding Toga's knife to his own throat. Everyone stands frozen. The tension between hero and villain too thick to cut. You take her, I die. King and Queen wouldn't like that very much. You and I both know this, you lowly knight. He smiles cruelly, his free hand trembling by his side. That is, if you even make it that far. My last conversation with him tells me Tamura would dust your ass if you killed me. Let her go. You seem to hold your life at a high value, wolf. Bakugo's eyes are alight with conflict. Izuku silently apologizes for ruining his attempt at martyrdom. Let me sweeten the deal. Blood dribbles down Izuku's neck as he presses in just the tiniest bit harder. He waits for Dabai's eyes to widen in fear before continuing. Trade me for the girl. Dabai smiles. Eri squirms in the woman's arms. Izuku, don't. Izuku drops the knife. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Dabai looks to the woman and nods. She shoves Eri away. She runs to Izuku, latching around his waist. Please, 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 please,